Chapter 1869. They widened their eyes and craned their necks to see what was going on. Even the merchants behind them tried their best to squeeze forward when they heard the news. For a moment, the notice wall was overcrowded, and there was a stampede. "Stop! Don't make a fuss!" The guards guarding the edict shouted. They were afraid of the stampede, so they had to stop it. After the shout, the crowd quieted down a little, but the noise was still incessant. They pushed each other, trying to get closer. With the help of Huzi, Mr. Wong finally found a position close to the front. He glanced at the notice wall, and his eyes suddenly widened. Was it really an edict? How could it be an edict? When he heard the words just now, he didn't believe it. But now he saw that it was true. An edict was made by an emperor who reflected on his own mistakes. How could Li Erlang make such an edict? Was he reflecting on his own mistakes? No, impossible. How could a bastard like him, who killed his brother, issue an edict? The tragedy in Chang and city was caused by Li Erlang. How could a person like him issue an edict? Mr. Wong instantly felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. Of course, he was not the only one. Anyone who knew what an edict meant felt that they had been hit. They widened their eyes, unwilling to believe that Li Erlang wrote the edict. Because in their eyes, Li Erlang was already an emperor who brought disaster to the country. Without him, how could there be such a tragedy in Chang'an City? Without him, how could their relatives and friends be disabled and die? Without him, how could the ghosts of the Xuanwu Gate come back to take their lives? However, the truth was right in front of them. The edict was right in front of them. Could it be fake? They didn't dare to think about it. So they could only continue to read with a surprised expression. Since the Xuanwu Gate, I have been unable to sleep at night. I know that I am not virtuous. However, I am guilty, but I can't blame 10,000 people. Mr. Wong couldn't help but tremble when he read this. He didn't expect that Li Erlang would dare to talk about the Xuanwu Gate so openly. Didn't he know that the ghosts in the sky were watching? Or, since he had issued an edict, he was not afraid of these. However, in the second half of the sentence, Li Erlang was talking about his own sins. Was Li Erlang really going to repent? Getting rid of the thought in his mind, Old Man Wong continued reading. If I cannot protect my children and grandchildren, Li mean they will perish. The prosperity of a nation depends on one person. The glory of a nation depends on one person's celebration. If the year is plentiful and the world is at peace, I will remove the calamity from my body and save all nations. That is my wish. I am willing to be unstingy. If I do not give myself to a wasp, I will ask to be stung. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd started to quarrel again. Your Majesty, are you really counting your sins? His Majesty's crime has been decreed. He speaks very sincerely. Could it be that he is truly repentant? Everyone was bewildered. They couldn't believe that Li Erlang was truly remorseful. However, the letter was written so sincerely that it didn't seem fake at all. How was he going to explain this? Could it be that Li Erlang was using a delaying tactic to temporarily stabilize the hearts of the people? No, that was unlikely. The emperor's reputation was obviously more important than stabilizing the hearts of the people. At least, Li Erlang and the royal family thought so. They would not damage the royal family's dignity for such a matter. That meant that Li Erlang was truly repentant. Even the emperor of a country was repentant. It seemed that the people were still very important to Li Erlang. Everyone's eyes kept glancing at the decreed crime and slowly calmed down. They began to recall Li Erlang's merits. Although this guy killed his brother, even if the dethroned crown prince, Li Jiansheng, was still alive, he might not have done better than Li Erlang. Think about it. Li Erlang led the army to war, and almost half of the Tang dynasty was conquered by him. Li Jiansheng didn't have any outstanding achievements. Instead, he colluded with King Qi. Not only colluded, but the two of them were no match for Li Erlang. What was the use of such an emperor? On the other hand, Li Erlang led the army to quell the chaos of the former Sui dynasty, beheaded the bandits, and bravely dominated the region. After becoming the emperor, he became much more diligent. He never missed a court meeting and reviewed memorials every day. He did not slack off. Not only that, he also appointed talents and was kind and thrifty. There were not many emperors like this in the past. However, they were still complaining here. It was really inappropriate. Everyone lowered their heads. Every time they thought of His Majesty's achievements, they blushed. Since His Majesty has already decreed crime, we should not harp on this matter. After all, His Majesty has also done a lot for the people. Everyone here is a merchant and should have a deep understanding of this. A merchant stood up. He spoke with emotion. In the past, the Sui dynasty was in constant war and business was not good. Now that His Majesty was on the throne, although there was no war, it had reduced a lot. His life was gradually getting better. As soon as this was said, everyone nodded secretly. Most of the people present were merchants and naturally knew the relationship between the two. That's right. Everyone, don't harp on it. Chapter 1870. Old Wang stroked his beard, but soon he frowned again. The crime has been committed, but this matter will not pass so easily. Think about it. The Black Tortoise Gate incident involves the royal family. I'm afraid it won't work if no one can speak up. The retired emperor? A young merchant stepped forward and glanced at the crowd. Only the retired emperor can resolve this matter. I heard that he has reconciled with the emperor. If the retired emperor is willing to speak up, I believe it can be resolved immediately. At the same time, he can shut the mouths of the people and we can do our business smoothly. Old Wang nodded. The only person who could speak up now was the retired emperor. The one who died in the Black Tortoise Gate was his son. It was impossible to say that he did not mind. Everyone in the world knew this. However, if the retired emperor was willing to speak up, he could shut the mouths of the people in the world. After all, this was the royal family's matter. No one had the right to interfere. If the retired emperor spoke up, who would dare to say anything? However, the retired emperor was not stupid. Would he speak up for such a matter? The eldest son and the second son fought for the throne. The second son killed the eldest son. This was not something to be proud of. Just as the crowd was in doubt, someone in the crowd shouted, "The retired emperor is preparing to worship heaven." This sentence brought everyone's attention back. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man standing in the crowd. He was the one who said this. "How do you know?" Old Wang asked with a serious face. This was a matter of great importance to the world. It was related to the survival of their entire village. He did not dare to be careless. This news came from a brother of mine who works in the palace. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked proud. I travel extensively and am very well informed. This kind of news is just a rumor. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire street was silent. One could hear a pin drop. What shocked everyone was not the identity of this person, but the words that this person had just said. The retired emperor was preparing to sacrifice to the heavens. Originally, everyone had some doubts that this person was boasting. However, since the news came from the palace, that it might be true. Since the news was true, the retired emperor would appear to worship heaven. The storm would be over. Then Chang would be able to regain its peace, and they could make a living again. Since the retired emperor is preparing to offer sacrifices to heaven, when exactly will it be? Someone couldn't help but ask. Offering sacrifices to the heavens was a major event, and it would be best if they could go and take a look. Who knows, they might be able to benefit from the imperial aura. Probably in a few days. The middle-aged merchant frowned, and he seemed to be deep in thought as he said, "I wonder if Dean Zhang of White Deer Academy will be participating. It's such a big matter. President Zhang should be involved, right?" Most of them had received favors from Zhang Feng, so they still wanted to meet Zhang Feng. Yes, not bad. President Zhang is young and promising. She should attend such a grand event. Old man Wang stroked his beard with a smug look on his face, as if he was talking about a junior. The crowd didn't mind and just nodded vigorously. They all felt that old Wang's words made sense. Obviously, Zhang Feng had already left a good impression in their hearts as a young and promising man. At this moment, they felt that anything good they said about Zhang Feng was right. At the same time, in Shaoshan White Deer College, following Zhang Feng's departure, the crowd didn't notice anything wrong at first. However, as time passed, some people realized that something was wrong. The first person to notice was Yuan Hong. He would usually go to the dean's place after class and ask some questions. However, when he went to look for the dean today, Not only was there no one, he didn't even eat the food that was delivered. This made him very puzzled. Hence, he waited in his residence. After waiting for about 4 hours, he finally realized that something was wrong. Usually, even if the dean went out, he would be back in 2 to 4 hours at most. However, he wasn't back after so long. There was something wrong. Furthermore, the food on the table was untouched. This didn't seem like the dean's character. Could it be that he encountered some danger? Or was he kidnapped by some criminals? He shuddered and didn't dare to think about it anymore. If he continued to think about it, there wouldn't be a corpse left of the dean. Hence, he hurriedly went to look for Yu Shurinan and the rest. Now that the dean wasn't around, only these few teachers could take charge of the situation. After rolling and crawling all the way, Yuan Hong finally arrived at the classroom. "Say, teacher, the dean is missing." He panted heavily and said with a flushed face. Yu Shurinan was teaching in the classroom. When he heard the commotion, he wanted to reprimand them. However, when he heard that Feng Zi was missing, he immediately perked up. "What did you just say?" "The dean is missing." Yuan Hong swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "Why is Feng Zi missing?" Yu Shurinan put down the book in his hand and walked quickly to Yuan Hong. He said with a serious face, "Hurry up and explain the matter clearly." He treated Feng Zi as his disciple. Now this disciple was missing. How could he not be anxious? This student went to look for the dean just now. However, after waiting for 4 hours, I didn't see the dean. At first, I thought that the dean was out, so I waited for a while. However, the more I waited, the more I felt that something was wrong. I realized that the dean didn't even touch his food. Chapter 1871. Yuan Hong had a troubled look on his face. Halfway through his sentence, he realized that Yu Shurinan was already preparing to leave. He hurriedly chased after him. "Sir, wait for me." Immediately informed Xueji, Chu Suiliang, Ouyang Xiao, and the other old men to come over. After Yu Shurinan finished his sentence, he rushed straight to Zhang Feng's residence. His speed was not any slower than an ordinary person's. This shocked Yuan Hong. Didn't they say that these teachers were all old? Why were they still so fast? It seemed that the dean's magic was great. A single message was enough to make the teachers run like they were flying. Yuan Hong did not care about the many thoughts in his mind. He turned around and ran to the other classrooms. Although Yu Shurinan was already old and his stamina was not as good as a young person's, when he heard that Feng Zi had gone missing, he was extremely anxious. He strode toward his residence. Fortunately, there were no stones on the road. Otherwise, he would have been thrown off his feet. After rushing all the way, he finally arrived at Zhang Feng's residence. He pushed open the door and rushed in. When he went in, there was indeed no one. There was still some food on the table, but no one had touched it. That kid really went missing. Yu Shurinan frowned. His face was a little pale. "Where can he go?" After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly walked out of the door. Just as he stepped out, he saw Chu Suiliang and the others walking toward him. "Brothers, you're finally here." Yu Shurinan quickly stepped forward and said impatiently, "Feng Zi is missing." Chu Suiliang had his hand behind his back. We saw that it was Yu Shurinan. He immediately stopped and frowned. "We already know the news. The most important thing now is to find Feng Zi." After saying that, he turned his head and glanced at Xueji and the others behind him. "That's right. Feng Zi's disappearance is a big matter. We need to treat it seriously." Xueji stroked his sparse beard and frowned. "However, with us old men, I'm afraid we don't have enough manpower. In old man's opinion, we should borrow the strength of all the students in the academy to search together." Right. Yu Shurinan nodded repeatedly. Then, he looked at Yuan Hong and said hurriedly, "Yuan Hong, immediately mobilize all the students to search for Feng Zi's whereabouts. Remember, don't let go of the entire Shao Mountain." Yuan Hong nodded and turned to run towards the classroom. Xueji still felt that it was not safe enough. He waved his hand and added, "Remember to look for it in the Forging Workshop and Research Institute." After saying that, he turned to look at Yu Shurinan and the others. "Let's go look for him too. Maybe that kid ran over there?" "Not bad." Chu Suiliang nodded with a worried look on his face. "I don't think the two girls know about this yet. Let's go there and look for them." We'll tell them while we're at it. Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao were both Feng Zi's unmarried wives. She had to inform them of such a big event. This, Ouyang Xiu frowned and stroked his beard. I'm afraid it's inappropriate. If we old men go to the girls' residence, what if we bring gossip to Feng Zi? What's inappropriate about it? Yu Shernan glared and seemed to be dissatisfied. As Feng Zi's teachers, we naturally have to take charge of the situation now that Feng Zi is not around. What's there to be afraid of? Moreover, the two girls are considered juniors. Who dares to gossip about old man? After he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and directly walked towards Zhang Yuyao's residence. In his heart, he was actually unwilling to go. After all, it wasn't nice for a teacher to go to the residence of his disciple's wife. However, now that Feng Zi had gone missing, even if he was unwilling, he had to go because no one could take charge of the situation. When the three of them saw that Yu Shernan was slightly angry, they knew that it was serious and quickly followed him. The four of them were almost 60 years old. Usually they would stagger when they walked, but today they seemed to be full of energy. Each of their steps was faster than the other, and they were unusually energetic. There was no other reason, but because their disciple was missing, they seemed to have something supporting them in their hearts. In a short while, the four of them arrived at the residence of the two girls. Girls, are you in? It was not easy to enter, so Yu Shernan could only shout outside the door. Hearing the voice, the two girls who were doing needlework quickly put down the things in their hands, lifted their skirts, and walked out. When they saw that it was the four gentlemen, they were puzzled, but they still bowed. Gentlemen, may I know why you are here today? Usually, because of the taboo between men and women, the four gentlemen never came to their residence. Even if they came, Prince Zhang would accompany them. Why did the four gentlemen come together today? Although they were puzzled, the two girls only lowered their heads. Did Feng Zi come to your place? Yu Shernan looked at the two girls and asked nervously. Prince Zhang? Jingshu raised her head and looked at Zhang Yuyao. She was puzzled and then looked at Yu Shernan. Know why? Gentlemen. Oh, that's bad. Xueji spread his hands and said bitterly, Feng Zi is missing. Ah, Prince Zhang is missing? Zhang Yuyao's expression changed, and she exclaimed, How can Prince Zhang be missing? Isn't he at the academy? Chapter 1872. That's right. How could a living person go missing? Jingshu stepped forward, looking nervous. We don't know yet. Since Feng Zi isn't here, let's go somewhere else to look. Yu Shernan sighed and was a little disappointed. He then looked at the other old fellows. Let's go somewhere else to look. With that, he waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Xueji and the others followed closely behind. Only two lonely girls were left. Sister Jingshu, what should we do now? Zhang Yuyao grabbed Jingshu and stomped her feet anxiously. She treated Prince Zhang as her husband. Now that her husband was missing, she was the most anxious. Don't worry, don't worry. Let me think. Jingshu patted Zhang Yuyao's shoulder and lowered her head to think. After a while, she looked up and said, We two weak girls can't do anything now. Why don't we go and look? Okay. Zhang Yuyao nodded hurriedly. In fact, her mind was already in a mess. She didn't have any ideas. Now that Jingshu suggested it, she naturally agreed. Then let's go. Without hesitation, Jingshu pulled Zhang Yuyao and ran toward the classroom. When they reached the field, they saw a large group of students coming out of the classroom. The leader was Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong, how is it? Do you know where Prince Zhang is? Jingshu stopped Yuan Hong and asked anxiously. So it's Miss Jingshu. Yuan Hong stopped and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He said, We don't know where the dean is yet. I'm going to look for him. I'll talk to you later. With that, he ran forward and waved to the students behind him. You guys go to the workshop. You guys go to the research institute. You guys go to the cafeteria. The rest of you go up the mountain. We must find the dean. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone split up into groups of 3 and 5 and ran in different directions. The news of the dean's disappearance swept through the entire academy like a hurricane. Everyone began to move out with only one goal, and that was to find the dean. For a moment, the whole Shao Mountain was filled with students of the academy. Everyone kept searching on the mountain, as if they had forgotten the time. The winter weather seemed to pass very quickly, and soon the sun was setting in the west. They had no choice but to hold up their torches and search every corner of the mountain carefully. However, no matter how hard the students searched, it was as if the dean had evaporated into thin air. There was no trace of him at all. Even the cafeteria, the chicken coop, and other places that they could think of were searched. However, they still couldn't find the dean's figure. This made everyone extremely anxious. Yushun and the others even planned to meet the emperor and ask for help from the imperial court. They knew that Li Erlang would not ignore Feng Zi's disappearance. At the same time, on the hot air balloon, gusts of cold wind blew, causing Zhang Feng and the others to curl up together due to the cold. "Where are we?" Zhang Feng pulled out the blanket and looked at Tai Niu beside him. Cheng Chumo snorted softly and slowly opened his half-closed eyes. He glanced down. However, he couldn't see anything in the boundless dark night. He only saw some light and could only reply faintly, "I don't know where we are." With that, he wrapped the spy around him again. It seemed that he was quite cold. Zhang Feng wasn't used to his bad habit. He pulled the spy back and glanced down. "Why does this light look like fire?" With that, he frowned and felt that something was wrong. This was Shung's state. There weren't even any soldiers here. How could there be fire? Could it be the Turks? Yes, it must be the Turks. Only the Turks had such a habit. He sat up abruptly and rubbed his eyes. It was indeed fire, and there was more than one fire. Tainyo de Bing Worm, get up quickly. Zhang Feng pushed the three of them, looking anxious. "What's wrong?" Zhang Sun yawned and glanced at Zhang Feng lazily. He was sleeping, but he was woken up by this fellow. He was furious. "Look over there." Zhang Feng pulled Zhang Sun up and pointed in the direction of the fire. "That should be the main camp of the Turks." "The main camp of the Turks?" Cheng Chumo grabbed the metal wire and looked in the direction of the fire. Indeed, there were quite a few fires. It was nighttime, and based on the habits of the Turks, they would light a campfire near their main camp. The main reason was to prevent the ambush of wild beasts, and another reason was to provide warmth. Seeing so many campfires below, it must be the main camp of the Turks. That meant that he was moving toward the main camp of the Turks. What if a hot air balloon landed in the main camp? Wouldn't he become a captive of the Turks? Thinking of this, he shuddered. "Fengzi, hurry up and think of a way to return. This is the main camp of the Turks. We'll die if we go there." Cheng Chumo grabbed Zhang Feng's shoulders and pleaded. Zhang Sun and Du Go seemed to have understood the severity of the matter. They turned to Zhang Feng and pleaded, "Fengzi, hurry up and think of a way. My family is counting on me to carry on the bloodline. I don't want to die here." Chapter 1873. Why are you all so cowardly? Zhang Feng swung Cheng Chumo's arm. "You were the one who said that you wanted to do something big with Lao Tzu. Why are you so cowardly now?" He thought that these fellows would have some guts, but he didn't expect them to wet their pants before they even reached the Turkic camp. "Fengzi, you can't say that," Dugo said with a sullen face. "You only said that you wanted to do something big, but you didn't say what it was. We didn't expect you to come to the Turkic camp." "That's right, Fengzi. Didn't you say that you wanted to do something big? Let's go back to Chang'an." Zhang Sunchong pulled Zhang Feng and tried to change the topic. After saying that, he glanced at Cheng Chumo and signaled him with his eyes. Cheng Chumo immediately understood and pulled Zhang Feng back. "Fengzi, let's go. Let's go back to Chang'an. Even if you want to blow up the imperial city, I'll go with you." "Wait." Zhang Feng waved his hands and pushed their arms away. He sneered. "The big thing I said just now is to blow up the Turkic camp." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them were stunned. They stared at Zhang Feng as though they were looking at an alien. At this moment, their first reaction was that Fengzi was crazy. He wanted to blow up the Turkic camp with just 4 people? If that wasn't crazy, then what was going on? "Fengzi, are you okay? Did you freeze?" Cheng Chumo stepped forward and took off his clothes as he spoke. He was very nervous. Come. Fengzi, put on my clothes. Don't talk nonsense." If Fengzi really went crazy, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves when they returned. They could only take off a few clothes to protect this fellow. Zhang Sunchong and Du Go were also nervous. They hurriedly picked up the blanket in the basket and passed it to Zhang Feng. They were also worried that Fengzi had gone crazy. After all, They were all in the same boat. If this fellow went crazy, how could they get off the pirate ship? Everyone's actions made Zhang Feng a little confused. Damn it, he asked them to blow up the Turkic camp out of goodwill to earn some merit, but these fellows said that Lao Tzu had gone crazy? However, Chung Tiniu was still a loyal fellow. He knew that he had to take off a shirt to protect himself from the cold. It's indeed a little cold. Zhang Feng took the coat and put on. Then, his expression changed. He shouted, "Do you guys really think that Lao Tzu has gone crazy?" Zhang Sunchong was stunned. Feng Zi's words didn't sound like something a lunatic would say. Was this fellow fine? So, he probed, "You're not crazy?" Of course Lao Tzu isn't crazy. Zhang Feng straightened his coat and glared at the crowd. "You bastards, Lao Tzu brought you to blow up the Turkic camp out of goodwill to earn some merit, and you say that Lao Tzu has gone crazy? If not for the fact that you gave your coat and blanket to Lao Tzu would have kicked you off the ship." The scolding made the three of them shudder. They were now certain that this fellow wasn't crazy. A lunatic wouldn't say so much at once, not to mention Lao Tzu. But why did this fellow want to blow up the Turkic camp? Wasn't he courting death? After all, there were only 4 of them. Even if they went down, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. "Fengzi, since you aren't crazy, why did you urge us to blow up the Turkic camp?" Cheng Chimo hugged his chest and shivered in the cold wind. The Turkic incident made him forget that his coat was still in Fengzi's hands. "Yes, there are only 4 of us. Aren't we courting death if we go?" Dugo was also puzzled. His side was so weak. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went? "You don't know shit." Zhang Feng glared at the crowd and spat. Then, he looked in the direction of the Turkic camp and struck a pose that he thought was very handsome. The Turkic people have been invading the Tang dynasty for many years. They can be said to be the enemy of the Tang dynasty. Now that they are stationed in Xingzhou, it's probably because they don't have enough food and are preparing to raid. As men of the Tang dynasty, of course, we have to get rid of these guys. After that, he turned to the crowd and smiled. "I know you're afraid, but we have gunpowder. Later, we'll throw the gunpowder down from the sky. It'll definitely blow up these sons of asterisk cheese. What do you think?" The 3 of them didn't immediately respond. Instead, they looked at each other as if they were thinking about something. "Damn it, what are you guys waiting for?" Zhang Feng was a little unhappy. He glared at the crowd and said, "Don't you want to get rid of your reputation as a foppish son? Now is an opportunity. As long as we kill the Turkic leader, these guys will definitely withdraw their troops. At that time, not only you guys, but even your families will benefit from your glory. Have you thought it through?" The 3 of them were slightly stunned. They seemed to have been inspired by Zhang Feng's words. Their eyes were filled with vigor. Fengzi was right. If he were to blow up the Tujuez camp this time, then when he returned to Chong, and wouldn't he have to give face to his family? If he were to blow up Shelly, then his family would have to put him on a pedestal, and he would be able to get rid of his reputation as a dandy. Chapter 1874. However, on second thought, there were only 4 of them, while there were tens of thousands of Turks. Maybe there were even hundreds of thousands of them. How could they blow up this small amount of gunpowder? They couldn't even move a hair of the Turks. No, this method wouldn't work. The 3 of them looked at each other and talked for a while, as if they had reached some kind of agreement. "Wait, let us think about it first," Chung Chumo said casually. After that, he waved his hand and pulled Zhang Sunchong and Dugo to one side. "Come here." This was a big matter. He wanted to discuss it with these 2 guys. "Humph, you still need to discuss such a small matter." Zhang Feng looked disdainful and turned to look at the Turk camp. At first, he didn't want to blow up the Turk camp in Xingzhou. However, the hot air balloon kept floating in the direction of Xingzhou. Moreover, Chung Tini even took out the gunpowder. This terrible idea slowly emerged. The Turks were the enemies of the Tang dynasty. Even if they didn't blow up today, these guys would still come south after a while. Therefore, it was better to take action before they came to plunder. After a while, the 3 guys finally finished their discussion. They came to Zhang Feng and said, "Fengzi, we've decided to do it." In fact, they didn't want to do it, but they found a very serious problem. They had boarded a pirate ship and couldn't get off. Yes, this was a hot air balloon. They couldn't land now unless they jumped down. It was better to fight than to fall into the hands of the Turks. That's my good brother. Zhang Feng chuckled and patted the three on their shoulders. Come, take out the gunpowder. Let's get ready. Chung Chumo smiled bitterly. Who was your good brother? Was this how good brothers should be? However, he naturally didn't dare to say these words. He looked in the direction of Chong and found that he suddenly missed old Chung. His father was still the best. He usually taught him to march and fight at home. He also said that a real soldier wasn't a hothead, but someone who could eat and sleep. Once on the battlefield, don't rush to charge first. You must hide at the back and fight for the head. Although he was afraid, when he thought of his father's teachings, he couldn't help but feel more confident. Back then, his father treated him very well. He heard from his mother that when he was just born, his father boasted to everyone about how amazing the sons of the Chung family were. He said that they would definitely do great things in the future. When he was 3 years old, his father taught him how to drink. When he was 4 years old, he taught him how to ride a horse. When he was 7 years old, his father told him what kind of woman would give birth to the best children. Thinking about it carefully, it would be pretty good if his father didn't beat him often. But now, he was going to accompany this guy to his death. If his father was here, he would definitely be sad. Not only him, but also Zhang Suncheon. His heart was like a bottle of mixed feelings. No matter what, he was still a relative of the royal family and had countless honors. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could do whatever he wanted on the streets of Chang'an. The emperor was his uncle, the empress was his aunt, the crown prince was his cousin, and his father was the Duke of Qi. Who dared to provoke Lao Tzu? But now, he had to throw his life away with this lunatic. It wasn't worth it. However, he had already boarded the pirate ship. There was no room for regret unless he jumped down from here. Glancing at the height of 1,000 feet, he shuddered. If he jumped down, he would probably be smashed to pieces, right? He would also be trampled by the Turks. It was scary just thinking about it. It was better to obediently pack up the gunpowder. Even if he died, he had these guys with him. It was not a loss. Under the reluctant packing of the three, the gunpowder was finally ready. With this gunpowder, we can definitely blow these sons of Beatrice cheese to death. Zhang Feng looked at the bundled gunpowder in front of him and couldn't help laughing. Then, he glanced at everyone and instructed, listen to my orders later. Throw it when I tell you to. Don't throw it randomly. Otherwise, you won't be able to blow Xieli to death. There is only 1,200 caddies of gunpowder, while the Turks had at least 10,000. If they wanted to blow Xieli to death, they had to throw it all into Xieli's main tent. This couldn't be sloppy, so he instructed everyone. Got it, Chung Chumo reluctantly replied. Right now, he just wanted to end this quickly and return to Chang'an. He didn't want to play with this madman anymore. Every time he played, it was a matter of life and death. He still had to carry on the Chung family's ancestral line and couldn't bear this kind of torment. Zhang Suncheon and the other two were silent because their thoughts were similar to Chung Chumo's. They just wanted to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Moreover, they had already discussed earlier that the three of them would advance and retreat together. If Feng Zi was too excessive, then Tainyo would be the one to resist. After all, this guy was strong and could fight evenly with anyone. Since you guys don't have any objections, then I'll go do some work now. Zhang Feng smiled. He actually knew what these guys were thinking. However, since they had boarded Lao Tzu's ship, there was no reason to disembark. Cough, cough. From now on, the three of you will take turns to keep watch. Once you see Xieli's main tent, notify immediately. The other two rest. In a while, we'll throw the gunpowder, so rest up first. What about you? Zhang Suncheon frowned. He had a bad premonition. Chapter 1875. As for me, I'll be in charge of supervising you. Zhang Feng chuckled. Then he lay down in the basket and glanced at the Turkic camp. You guys monitor them well. Don't slack off. Although he had these fellows monitor the Turkic camp, he was still worried. Thus, he decided to monitor them himself. Otherwise, what if they drifted away? The three had no choice but to follow Zhang Feng's orders. The first to monitor the Turkic camp was Zhang Suncheon. He was pushed here by Chung Chumo and Li Chiye. The reason was that he talked too much. If this fellow had not interjected earlier, there might not have been a need to monitor them. Zhang Sunchong had a stomach full of bitterness. He had only said one sentence, and this counted. Helpless, he could only lie down beside the basket and seriously monitor the Turkic camp. At the same time, in the Turkic camp, tents were erected in the hills. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 100,000 tents. There were also 3 campfires beside each tent, illuminating the sky as if it was daytime. The Turkic people sat in groups of 3 or 5 by the campfires to warm themselves. One of the campfires seemed to be particularly lively, with endless laughter. "Bao Shan, I heard that your tribe brought 10,000 men this time." A bearded man tore off a lamb leg from the rack and said with a smile as he chewed, "That's right, Kaiki. Our tribe has a strong army this year. 10,000 men is nothing." The man called Bao Shan picked up the wineskin in front of him and clinked it with the person beside him. Then he drank it in one gulp, his face filled with pride. "No matter how strong the army is, isn't it still the great Khan's?" Kaiki looked at Bao Shan with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Seemingly sensing the other party's displeasure, he turned his gaze to the others and said with a smile, "Come, let's drink and eat." He was Shili Khan's subordinate. As the subordinate of the overlord of the grassland, he naturally had the right to look down on others. No one was an exception to this. However, he did not notice the trace of coldness in Bao Shan's eyes. Bao Shan was naturally not an ordinary person. He was Tuli's subordinate. These past few years, on the surface, Tuli and Shelley seemed to have a very good relationship, as if they were blood-related uncle and nephew. But he knew that the two of them were secretly scheming against each other. He had long been dissatisfied with this Shelley's lackey in front of him, but it was not good for him to flare up, because the other party's influence was really much greater than his own. He could only pick up the wineskin on the ground and drink alone. At this moment, a man beside him quietly stepped forward and whispered into his ear, "Don't be angry. Shelley is powerful now." Bao Shan glanced at the man, snorted, picked up the wineskin, and drank again. Everyone also felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. They could only laugh dryly and drink silently. At this time, a burly man led a group of people into the big tent. Seeing this, Bao Shan promptly got up to greet him. She crossed her right hand over her chest and said respectfully, "Little Khan Tuli, Khan Shelley has been waiting for you for a long time." Tuli only nodded slightly without saying anything. He then walked toward the campfire and asked, "Kaiki, what were you guys talking about just now?" Reporting to the little Khan, "Your subordinate did not talk about anything. We were just drinking." Kaiki hurriedly stood up, crossed his right hand over his chest, and said respectfully, "That's good." Tuli snorted coldly and waved his hand. "Let's go into the tent." Seeing that Tuli had left, Kaiki slowly got up. However, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Inside the tent, as soon as Tuli led the group into the tent, they saw many people sitting high up in the tent eating meat and drinking wine. In the middle stood Han dancers, and at the highest point was his uncle Shelley. "Tuli, why are you only here now? Take a seat." Shelley immediately got up when he saw Tuli and laughed heartily. Everyone also looked at Tuli and politely smiled back. These were all Turkic nobles. Many of them had troops and horses in their hands, enough to dominate a region. "Uncle, you're too polite." Tuli smiled and hurriedly went forward. He gave Shelley a bear hug before letting go and found a place to sit down. He was the son of the previous Khan. It was reasonable to say that the Khan was his. However, when his father died, he was still young. Therefore, the Khan was temporarily inherited by Shelley. Over the years, Shelley had given him some benefits in order to put up a show. He also let him manage the grassland. However, he knew very well that Shelley did this to shut the nobles' mouths. After all, the Khan did not belong to him. He had not forgotten how to take back the Khan that belonged to him. However, Shelley's power was too great. There was no chance at all. He also knew that his uncle had been guarding against him. Therefore, he had not lived well over the years. Sometimes he even thought of forming an alliance with the Tang dynasty to destroy Shelley together. However, when he thought of his father, this idea was slowly dispelled. When his father was on the throne, which force in the Central Plains did not pay tribute to him like the Turks, he would not want to see him ask for help from the Tang dynasty. However, this power-stealing guy in front of him was very annoying. Just as he was thinking about countermeasures, Shilly picked up the wine cup in his hand and slowly got up. Everyone, I have gathered everyone here. I don't need to say more. You all know what I mean. That is, how to attack the Tang dynasty. Chapter 1876. Winter was approaching. There was not much food stored in the grassland, only some cattle and sheep. However, it was not a solution to keep killing cattle and sheep. What about next year? The only way was to rob and plunder. This was also a tradition of the Turks since ancient times. As long as winter came, they must go south to plunder. The leaders of the various tribes also deeply understood this principle, which was why everyone had gathered together. Khan, what's there to discuss? Just fight. A man with chest hair stood up. He walked to the middle and hugged a Han woman. He rubbed her body and laughed. Look, the women of the Tang dynasty are so soft and tender. Bring them back to warm the bed. Ha ha, Go To is right. Women like this are waiting for us in the Tang dynasty. We can't miss it. Another burly man walked out. He held a wine glass in his left hand and a dancer in his right hand. He had a lewd smile on his face. His laughter seemed to be infectious. For a moment, the whole tent laughed. Only two people seemed to be uninterested in what everyone was talking about. They just looked at everything in front of them silently. Tully, what do you think? Shelley raised his wine cup, looked at Tully, and said with a smile, or should I say, or do you have any way for us to break into the Tang dynasty in one fell swoop? Although he seemed to be asking, he was actually probing. Tully was the son of the previous Khan. Although he did not have much power now, his fame was far greater than his. Therefore, he needed to find out his strength. And this probing was to test his strategy and wisdom. Tully naturally sensed Shelley's probing. He smiled. Uncle, in my opinion, what Go To said just now is very reasonable. Just fight and beat them until they are convinced. Shelley was stunned. He thought Tully would say something. He did not expect him to just go with the flow. It seemed that this nephew really did not have any strategy. He was thinking too much. Okay, then let's fight. Shelley smiled in relief. Then, he raised his wine glass and looked at everyone. Tomorrow, everyone will attack together and snatch the women. Snatch the women. Snatch the women. Snatch the women. Everyone raised their wine glasses. Everyone was excited. His voice traveled all the way to the outside of the tent and didn't dissipate for a long time. The soldiers patrolling outside the tent seemed to be infected by the sound and cheered incessantly, because they knew that they could soon go to the Tang dynasty to plunder. At that time, the gold, beauties, tea bricks, and so on would all be his. Everyone couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts and started dancing on the ground. At this moment, a huge black shadow slowly swept across the ground like a giant bird, covering the sky and the moon. The soldiers quickly sensed the abnormality and raised their heads. They saw a black shadow moving slowly. It looked as if it was going to cover the moon. Everyone was puzzled. The thing in the sky didn't seem to be small, so much so that it left a huge shadow on the ground. For a moment, everyone was pointing at the thing in the sky and talking about it. What is this thing in the sky? How can it be so huge? Yeah, and it can even fly in the sky. It's really incredible. He can fly? Could it be the heavenly wolf god? As soon as these words were spoken, it instantly caused a great commotion. Everyone's discussion became louder, and even their emotions were stirred up. They kept circling around the tent. Because the Turks had always claimed that they were the descendants of wolves, they called the wolves the heavenly wolf god and believed that the heavenly wolf god was omnipotent. Now that they saw this miracle that they had never seen before, they naturally attributed everything to the heavenly wolf god. Of course, there was a story behind all this. The Turks were originally a branch of the Xiongnu, but they were later destroyed by a neighboring country. At that time, there was a 10-year-old boy. The soldiers saw that he was too young and couldn't bear to kill him, so they chopped off his legs and threw him into the grass. Later, the child was saved by a female wolf. When he grew up, he mated with the wolf. When the king of the neighboring country heard that the child had grown up, he was afraid that there would be trouble in the future, so he sent people to kill him. The people who killed the child saw that there was a wolf beside him and wanted to kill it as well. The wolf escaped and fled to a cave in the north of Gaochang. In that cave, the wolf gave birth to 10 little boys. They gradually grew up, formed their own families, and reproduced. One of them lived in the area of Altai Mountain. Altai Mountain was shaped like a helmet during battle. The locals called them the Turks, so they took the name of the Turks. There was another story. The Turks were originally in the north of the Xiongnu. The leader of the tribe had 17 brothers. One of them was called Iji Nishitu, who was born of a wolf. Nishita married 2 wives, and one wife gave birth to 4 boys. The eldest son was called Nadulu, who was later promoted to the leader of the tribe and named the Turks. Nadulu had 10 wives. After Nadulu's death, the 10 wives brought their sons to the tree and agreed that all the children would jump toward the tree. Whoever jumped the highest would be the leader. Ashi, who was born of Nadulu's concubine, was young and agile. He jumped higher than all the other children and was promoted to the leader. This story also showed that the Turks were passed down by wolves. Chapter 1877. That was why the Turks valued the heavenly wolf god so much. Soon, the soldiers' discussion alarmed the nobles in the tent, and they sent their subordinates out to inquire. "What's the commotion outside?" A bearded man opened the tent flap and stroked the scimitar at his waist, glaring angrily at the crowd. "Don't you know that the Khan is discussing something important? Are you tired of living?" The flickering light shone on the man's face, making him look sinister and terrifying. The crowd wasn't in the mood to care about that. They all pointed to the sky and looked at the man. "General Yashin, look at what's in the sky. Everyone is saying that the heavenly wolf god is here. Take a look." Heavenly wolf god? Yashin frowned. He was also a Turk and also believed in the heavenly wolf god, but he had never seen it before. Now, the heavenly wolf god had actually appeared. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and glanced at the sky. With just one glance, he felt like his world was about to collapse. Something was flying in the sky, and it wasn't small either. Could it really be the heavenly wolf god? Yes, it had to be the heavenly wolf god. Only the heavenly wolf god had such magical powers. He could no longer suppress the joy in his heart and scrambled into the tent. Because he was too excited, he almost stumbled. Fortunately, he steadied himself in time and hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground, shouting, "Great Khan Shieli, the heavenly wolf god has appeared outside." At this point, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. The tent was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Only Yashin was still talking to himself. After a while, Shili seemed to have sensed something. He slammed the table and stood up, looking at Yashin excitedly. "What? What did you just say?" When he heard Yashin mention the heavenly wolf god, he thought that this guy was drunk and talking nonsense. But the more he heard, the more he felt that something was wrong. The heavenly wolf god had appeared? How the hell was that possible? As the ruler of the grassland, he had never seen the heavenly wolf god. How could a small general like you see the heavenly wolf god? Not only Shieli, but everyone else also sensed that something was wrong. They all stood up and looked at Yashin seriously. "What did you just say?" "Say it again." "That's right. If you dare to blaspheme the heavenly wolf god, Lao Tzu will exterminate your entire clan." They were all nobles and overlords of the grassland. In their hearts, they had supreme reverence for the heavenly wolf god. They believed that everything they had was bestowed upon them by the heavenly wolf god, and that the heavenly wolf god was their ancestor. Even a person of his status had never seen his ancestor. How dare a small general like you talk nonsense here? At this moment, almost all of them thought that Xian was either crazy or trying to blaspheme the heavenly wolf god. The heavenly wolf god held a supreme position in their hearts. Anyone who dared to blaspheme the heavenly wolf god would die without a doubt. Obviously, everyone doubted the veracity of Xian's words. After all, no one had ever seen the serious god. Now this guy was saying that the serious god had appeared. Moreover, it was so sudden. Who would believe it? It was like you were praying to Buddha. As you prayed, someone said that Buddha had appeared. Would you be able to accept it immediately? Of course not. His first reaction was to be dumbfounded. However, Xian didn't think so. He had seen the heavenly wolf god with his own eyes. "Khan, nobles, everything I said is true. Yet Xian looked around at everyone. He kept waving his hands and pointed outside the tent from time to time. He was very emotional. When I went out to take a look just now, I saw something flying in the sky. It had already covered the moon. Tell me, if that isn't the heavenly wolf god, then what is it? As soon as he finished speaking, the tent fell silent. Everyone was silent. Shili frowned. This guy didn't look like he was lying. Moreover, this guy had no reason to lie and wouldn't dare to do so. But let's go. Everyone, follow me out and take a look. He waved his hand and decided to go out and take a look. Everyone didn't hesitate. They got up and followed him. After all, Xian didn't have the guts to lie to everyone. After listening for so long, they might as well go out and take a look. For a time, almost everyone in the tent had left. Only one table was left. That was Tuli. He felt that something was wrong and was hesitating whether to go or not. Little Khan, what should we do? Baoshan whispered in Tuli's ear. Tuli frowned. Although he felt that something was wrong, everyone had gone out. It seemed a little inappropriate for him to not go. So he said, let's go and take a look too. After saying that, he stood up, waved his sleeve, and walked out of the tent. Outside the tent, as soon as Shelley led everyone out, he found a dark shadow on the ground. The soldiers were dancing as if they were cheering for something. They kept shouting, "Long live the heavenly wolf god." He sensed the abnormality and suddenly looked up. He vaguely saw some shadow floating in the sky. The shadow actually covered the moon. Huh? What was that? How could it fly in the sky? And it could even cover the moon? It seemed a little too magical. Could it be that it was the heavenly wolf god, like everyone said? He wasn't the only one who had this question. The nobles also had this question. Chapter 1878. They all looked up at the shadow in the sky. For a moment, they didn't know what to say, because they had never seen such a scene before. A shadow that could cover the moon. This was the King heavenly wolf god. Till he was the slowest. At this moment, he was also deeply shocked by the scene in the sky. His eyes widened, as if he didn't want to believe it, but he didn't think it was a problem. Because everyone said it was the heavenly wolf god, he had no reason to refute. Moreover, this thing was indeed flying in the sky. Wasn't it compatible with the heavenly wolf god's influence? Also, other than the heavenly wolf god, who else had such divine power? Could it fly in the sky? For a moment, everyone seemed to tacitly agree that the shadow in the sky was the heavenly wolf god. Many people had already knelt on the ground and began to pray, blurting out things like "bless the grassland with good weather." Fortunately, Shili was still rational. He didn't kneel like a soldier, but waved his hand, called a shaman. He wasn't doubting the heavenly wolf god, but there was a tradition in the grassland. If there were any miracles, incomprehensible signs, or signs that weren't man-made, they needed to find a shaman for divination. Just like now, this thing in the sky was a miracle, but no one knew why it appeared. Or what instructions did it have? This required a shaman to divine and communicate with the heavenly wolf god to express the heavenly wolf god's intentions. The shaman soon arrived. He wore strange clothes and held all kinds of magic tools in his hands. When he saw the shadow in the sky, he seemed to be wrong and stood still for a long time. After a moment, he seemed to remember something and hurried forward. Khan. He crossed his arms and bowed to Shelley. Quickly communicate with the heavenly wolf god. Shelley waved his hand and didn't care much. Instead, he looked at the sky with excitement. Yes. The shaman nodded and then waved his hand. Two people stood behind him. They were holding a skeleton, which looked like a wolf skeleton. It had been air-dried and was embedded with all kinds of gems. When the wolf skeleton was carried out, everyone present seemed to have changed into another person. Facing the wolf skeleton, they crossed their arms across their chests. Even Shelley and Tuli were no exception. Tungri. Their faces were solemn as they cheered loudly. Tungri was the Turkic people's word for blessings. The general idea was that the god of heaven was protecting them. In this case, it was the heavenly wolf god protecting them. After praying for blessings, the wizard began to perform the ritual. He danced around the wolf bone, shaking his magic weapon and muttering, "Tungri, Tungri, please bless the people of the grassland to never go hungry. Tungri, please bless the invincible warriors of the grassland. Tungri, please bless the underground Khan, ever victorious." Everyone looked at the Magus, and for a moment, tears welled up in their eyes. At this moment, they seemed to be resonating with each other. Everyone began to dance with joy. After about 15 minutes, the shaman's prayer finally stopped. He crossed his right hand over his chest and looked at Shelly with a sincere face. "My most respected Khan Shelly, the Sky Wolf God told me that the Grassland Warriors will definitely win this war." Hearing this, Shelly could not help but tear up. His right hand crossed over his chest as he looked at the hot air balloon in the sky. He said emotionally, "Thank you, Heavenly Wolf God." How many years had it been? Back then, at the end of the Sui dynasty, the Turks were so powerful. Didn't those aristocratic brothers in the Central Plains scramble to give them big gifts? The Turks even dominated a region. What did they not get? Did they want to go there? However, with the establishment of the Tang dynasty, these guys became more and more arrogant. Were they not willing to pay tribute? In addition, the weather on the grassland was changeable. Once winter came, the herdsman could not survive at all. He did not pity the herdsman. It was just that the herdsman did not have cattle and sheep to graze. What could they eat? Therefore, he decided to go south and teach Li Shimin, this arrogant guy, a good lesson. He would rob all the treasures of the Tang dynasty, take all the women of the Tang dynasty to the grassland, and turn all the men of the Tang dynasty into slaves to graze for him. Only in this way could he vent the hatred in his heart. He was not the only one who had this idea. Basically, all the nobles present had the same idea. Each of them had troops and horses under their command, enough to dominate a region. It was just that Shelly had more troops and horses, and he had smoothly ascended the throne. Otherwise, they would have rebelled and established themselves as kings. However, there was no harm in following Shelly this time. At least they could go to the Tang dynasty and plunder. In this way, their troops could be replenished, and this damn winter could pass peacefully. The public's thoughts always went with the flow, but there were always others who had different thoughts. As the son of the previous Khan, Tully had been eyeing Shelly's Khan position for a long time, because this position was originally his. It was only because he was young at that time that Shelly took it. Watching Shelly govern the grassland, he was unconvinced. However, he could only suppress this unwillingness in his heart and did not dare to say it out loud. Shelly's troops were the largest in the grassland. As long as he showed a trace of disobedience, this guy would kill him. Therefore, he had been very careful. Chapter 1879. Until now, the wizard actually said that Shelly would lead the grassland to win this war. This was undoubtedly a blow to him. It was not that he did not want the grassland to win, but that he did not want Shelly to win. Once Shelly won, this guy's reputation in the grassland would be higher, and the hope of his revival would be even slimmer. Thinking of this, Tully felt as if a thorn had pierced his heart, and the pain was unbearable. He glanced at the cheering Shelly, and resentment grew in his heart. Shelly knew all this, but at this time, he was not in the mood to care about this. Instead, he opened his arms and looked at the hot air balloon with a sincere face, trying to accept the blessing of the serious god. This was the wizard's method. As long as he looked at the serious god sincerely, the serious god would bring courage, force, wisdom, and blessings to this land. And he would lead countless grassland warriors to rush into the Tang dynasty and take away the wealth and women of the Tang dynasty. He would let this group of lowly Han people remember that the land under their feet was a gift from the serious god. Once the serious god was angry, the grassland warriors would raise their butcher's knife again and use the blood of all the people of the Tang dynasty to worship the serious god. At the same time, on the hot air balloon, Zhang Feng patted Cheng Chumo, who was half asleep, and said angrily, "Wake up, we have arrived at the Turks' camp." He did not even blink just now for fear of missing the Turks' camp, but Cheng Tiniu could fall asleep as soon as he lay down. He really did not know if he was a pig in his previous life. "Fengzi, why did you disturb me again?" Cheng Chumo slowly opened his eyes and rubbed them. Then, as if he had realized something, his face changed as if he had been frightened. "Fengzi, what did you just say? We have arrived at the Turks' camp? Where? Where?" As he spoke, he suddenly got up and leaned against the basket. He looked down and only saw a dense crowd. Oh my God, so many people. What? Are you scared? Zhang Feng crossed his arms and sneered. If you're scared, I will throw you down now. Then it will be fine. How could that be? Cheng Chumo hurriedly turned his head to look at Zhang Feng, revealing a fawning smile, as if he was afraid that the other party would really throw him down. Seeing that the other party did not speak, he said, Feng Zi, what do we do now? In truth, he was very afraid, but now that he was in the Turkic camp, there was no point in being afraid. Even if he jumped down, he wouldn't have an intact corpse. Besides, the Turks shouldn't be able to do anything to him while he was in the sky, right? Thinking of this, he didn't know where his courage came from, but it was as if he wasn't afraid anymore. Zhang Feng saw that this guy had finally regained some of his manliness, so he didn't pursue the matter any further. He turned to Zhang's son, Chong, and do go. You guys should be fine as well, right? Then, without waiting for the two to answer, he said, since there are no problems, let's begin the preparations. Zhang's son was furious with Dugo. Originally, the two of them wanted to say that they were scared and let Iron Bull throw them. In the end, this guy didn't even give him a chance to speak. They could only curse in their hearts that Feng Zi's son wouldn't have any eyes in the future. Cursing was one thing, but work still had to be done. The two of them reluctantly began to prepare the gunpowder. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't call him, Cheng Chimo leaned on the basket and enjoyed the scenery. However, good things didn't last long. Zhang Feng shouted again. Cheng Tiniu, do you want to die? Do you think that you won't work if Lao Tzu doesn't call you? Hurry up and prepare. Hearing this, Cheng Chimo hurriedly covered his head and scurried away. He worked with Zhang's son, Chong, and the others to prepare the gunpowder. At this time, Zhang Feng's anger finally subsided. He looked at the crowd and said, Wait a moment. When I give the order, throw the gunpowder. Don't be confused. After saying that, he walked to the basket and observed the situation again. He was very curious. Why were so many Turks gathered together? Furthermore, they were all looking at him with their heads raised. Could it be that these fellows liked hot air balloons? However, this was a good thing. The more people there were, the more destructive the gunpowder would be. Originally, he wanted to look for Shelly's tent. Now, it seemed that Shelly might be among them. Then he would blow this place up. After making up his mind, Zhang Feng turned his head and waved his hand behind him, indicating for the people to bring the gunpowder up. The three of them understood. Each of them hugged two bundles of large explosives and slowly walked forward. Look over there. Why I tell you to throw it, throw it. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd with a serious face. He didn't know how many times he had reminded them. He was really worried that these fellows would ruin things. Oh, I know. You've said it 800 times. Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng impatiently. Then, he glanced down and was somewhat puzzled. Ah, why are these dogs all gathered together? What are they doing? Isn't it obvious? Zhang's son curled his lips as if he understood very well. They're looking down on us. We brought so much gunpowder and they didn't even dodge. They're looking down on us. Yes, they're looking down on us. Chapter 1880. Dugo nodded. It seemed like he agreed with this point. Zhang Feng was speechless. He only felt that these three fellows were drama queens. The Turks gathered together to look down on them? What kind of logic was that? Besides, the Turks didn't know that they were holding gunpowder in their hands. He suddenly felt that there was no way to communicate with these inhumane fellows. Otherwise, he would be led astray. Just as he was about to explain, Cheng Chumo spoke. His eyes widened as he took out a match from his waist and coldly said, Madhav Asterisker, you dare to look down on me? After which, he threw the match onto the fuse. In an instant, the fuse crackled. Seeing that Cheng Chumo had lit the fuse, Zhang Sun Chong and Dugo followed suit and lit the fuse. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. Zhang Feng didn't have the mood to blame these fellows for secretly lighting the fuse. However, he didn't expect that not only did these fellows not throw it, they even imitated the 5 warriors of Wolf Ivory Mountain. After lighting the fuse, they even held it in their hands and glared at the Turks below, trying to kill them with their eyes. This scared Zhang Feng to death. He threw a slap over and said angrily, Madhav Asterisker, hurry up and throw it away. Hurry up and throw it. it'll be too late. Only then did the three of them react. They hurriedly threw the gunpowder in their hands down. After throwing it, they still didn't seem to be satisfied. They hurriedly threw it. Zhang Feng could only watch from the side, afraid that the hot air balloon would explode. In an instant, a gift pack of 1,200 caddies of gunpowder was thrown down toward the Turks' camp. Sparks flew from the gunpowder like fireworks. However, these fireworks lost their gravity in the air and began to drift around the Turks' camp. At this moment, the Turks who were cheering underground felt that something was wrong. It seemed like something was falling from the sky, and this thing was carrying flames. Furthermore, it wasn't just a little bit. It was like the stars in the sky, getting closer and closer to them. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled and decided to ask the shamans. When it came to such incomprehensible things, people were still keen to believe in the wizards. The magus had also noticed the abnormality in the sky. He was slightly taken aback and continued to dance. However, he seemed to be even crazier now. His movements were even more exaggerated, as though he was possessed by some mysterious force. Not long after, the veins on the wizard's forehead bulged and white foam flowed out of his mouth. He jumped while muttering something. "Almighty heavenly wolf god, please bestow upon the prairie warriors the greatest power, so that the prairie warriors will be invincible." Hearing the cheers, the crowd became excited. It was as if they had been summoned by the heavenly wolf god. The blood in their bodies burned as they scrambled to cheer, "Heavenly wolf god." Following a series of cheers, the things in the sky finally fell down. One of the fuses used to bind the gunpowder seemed to have burned out at the moment it fell to the ground. The ground that was originally illuminated by the fire suddenly flashed with a glaring white light. Rumble, the entire night sky was illuminated by the explosion of gunpowder. A huge explosion rang out, covering all other sounds. The one closest to the gunpowder was the magus. He was blown to smithereens on the spot. His head was separated from his body. Minced flesh began to roll in the sky and could be seen everywhere on the ground. Many soldiers were in the same situation. Minced flesh was scattered all over the ground. After the explosion, it was as if the entire world had quieted down. Immediately after, waves of air swept out in all directions. Wood shavings, minced flesh, and other things began to fly in the air. Kerosene leaked out and splashed on the surrounding tents. The campfire was ignited, and the area within a radius of 10 feet was a sea of fire. Before Shelley could react, he felt a wave of air attack and push him far away. Even his ears were buzzing. At this moment, he was half lying on the torn tent. His face was full of spots from iron shavings. The armor on his body had already been torn into pieces. One of his hands was trembling as he stroked his chest. The other arm was long gone. A large amount of blood flowed out of the torn wound and dyed the ground red. He squinted his eyes. It was unknown if he was unwilling to open them or if he could not open them. He was howling in grief. His body was trembling nonstop. There was not a single piece of good flesh on his body. His body was covered in blood, and there was also a lot of iron shavings. It was unknown whose blood it was. At this moment, it had already invaded his entire body. Not far away, a burning tent covered a burly man's body. This man was none other than Tully. Just now, he was overthrown by the air wave. Coincidentally, the burning tent fell down, adding injuries to his injuries. He tried hard to stretch out his right arm, but found that he could not exert any strength. However, the burning tent covered his body. Waves of burning sensation came. As if he had regained his strength, he clenched his teeth and finally tore off the burning tent. At this moment, Tully's face was finally revealed. His face was full of iron shavings and wood shavings. Wherever the iron shavings touched, there was not one that was not full of holes. Some were even bleeding. He raised his trembling right arm and stroked his left arm because he felt unbearable pain. Chapter 1881. Sure enough, the skin and flesh on his left arm were gone. A large piece of white bone was exposed as if it had been gnawed by something. He vaguely remembered that he did not have anything to defend himself against the powerful blast of air just now, so he subconsciously raised his left arm. That was what he got in return. The pain was unbearable. He subconsciously touched his side, and a piece of cloth appeared in his hand. He clenched his teeth and pulled with his right arm, but the cloth did not move at all. He had no choice but to use more strength. Although he was injured, the grassland men had always been brave. This problem did not stop him. The cloth was slowly pulled apart, and an ear-piercing sound was heard. If it was under normal circumstances, he might have found it pleasant to hear. After all, he had once pulled the clothes of a Han woman like this. But now he felt that it was ear-piercing. The cloth was finally pulled apart. He tried hard to open his burned eyes, trying to find his injured left arm. However, all he saw was a gray sky. Around him were minced meat, corpses, wood chips, fire, and so on. The smell of death flowed into his body through the tip of his nose. The unpleasant smell made him cough twice. However, these two coughs caused him to cough up blood and foam. He could not care less. He turned his head and bit the cloth. His right arm was twisted back and forth. Waves of pain came, and he kept howling. Finally, after twisting for a long time, he was done. He clenched his teeth and tried to sit up with his right hand on the ground. However, waves of pain came from his abdomen, making him feel as if he was being torn apart. In the end, he gave up. He could only lie down and glance at the surroundings. With just one glance, he saw death, blood, and sacrifice. The whole camp was razed to the ground. Fire, burning tents, and minced meat were everywhere. He felt a little nauseous. However, there was nothing in his stomach. He could not vomit, so he could only dry heave. Waves of wailing came from not far away. It sounded like the screams of ghosts from hell, but also like the cries of people who were about to die. The whole Shang prefecture was shrouded in panic. At this moment, the neighs of war horses came. Tully turned his head and glanced in the direction of the sound. He saw a group of people rushing over. They were the people of various Turkic tribes. Khan, little Khan. The people who came kept shouting. It was as if Tully heard his savior. With great difficulty, he raised his right arm to signal for help. Those sharp-eyed men and horses quickly realized what was going on. They hastily stepped forward to support Tully. "Little Khan, how are you?" The one who spoke was a big man with a full beard. Tully had an impression of this man. He was his subordinate. Although he was his subordinate, he could not say anything at all. He could only point into the distance. The place he was pointing at was the grassland. This big man was quite smart. He immediately understood Tully's intention and said, "Little Khan, do you mean to return to the prairie immediately?" Tully still didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded slightly in response. The burly man nodded in response. Then he glanced at the crowd and shouted, "Get a group of people to make a stretcher and escort little Khan back to the grasslands. The rest of you, follow me to find Khan." After saying that, he carefully placed Tully on the ground. After giving him a meaningful glance, he turned around and left. However, from beginning to end, Tully's arm did not lower, as if he still had something to say, but that big man had already disappeared. A moment later, that big man found Shelly in the same way. Surprisingly, Shelly and Tully said the same thing. They also wanted to return to the grasslands. Therefore, the uninjured Turkic soldiers made several stretchers and escorted Shelly and Tully back to the grasslands. At the same time, in Shenzhou City, ever since Jin Sheng, the provincial governor of Shenzhou, received the news that the Turkic people were coming to the Tang dynasty to plunder, he had been training his troops every day. He knew that he was no match for the Turkic people. Therefore, while training, he asked the imperial court for reinforcements. However, something strange happened. The war had not started yet, but the Turkic people had already started fighting among themselves. To be more precise, the heavenly thunder struck over the Turkic people and a fire broke out overnight. Did they withdraw their troops overnight? Not a single soldier was left behind. This made Jin Sheng a little confused. Why would the heavenly thunder strike where the Turkic people were stationed without any reason? Taking a step back, even if it was a heavenly thunder, why didn't these Turkic people know to avoid it? Moreover, the Turkic people claimed to have 200,000 troops this time. No matter how powerful the heavenly thunder was, it was impossible to annihilate 200,000 troops overnight. Strange. Judging from these signs, some of them were strange. They had no reason to give up going south. Did the Turkic people not plan to plunder anymore? That was impossible. Based on his years of experience in guarding Xingzhou, this was simply impossible. First of all, the Turkic people would run out of food in winter. Half of their cattle and sheep would be killed or injured. Moreover, the Turkic people lived by herding. Without cattle and sheep, what would they eat? Moreover, the Turkic people and the Tang dynasty had always been enemies. Going south to plunder seemed to be engraved in their bones and had become a tradition. They would do it every year. It was even more impossible to cancel it this year. All these were true. Could it be that the Turkic people were plotting something? Chapter 1882. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Jin Sheng glanced at the guard beside him and said, "Wu Pu, immediately count 10,000 troops. I think something is wrong. I have to go personally." Wu Pu frowned. The news of the Turks' withdrawal was checked by his men. He did not believe it at first. He ordered people to check it 5 times before he could confirm it. After telling the general did not believe it even more. He had already sent 5 groups of people to check. Now he wants to check again? He wanted to refuse, but thinking that the general wanted to go personally, he cupped his hands and said, "Yes, General." After that, he turned around and began to select the troops. After a while, the troops were finally counted. Wu Pu cupped his hands and said, "General, the troops have been counted. There are 10,000 people in total. General, please check." "Okay." Jin Sheng turned his head and glanced. Seeing that there was no problem, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, set off. The destination is the Turks' camp." After that, he mounted his horse and galloped toward the city gate. Wu Pu saw that the general had set off. He did not hesitate and led his men to catch up with Jin Sheng. The guard at the gate of Shangzhou City was on duty. Seeing a large group of people rushing over, he wanted to scold them. But when he saw that it was the general, he did not dare to be negligent. He quickly ordered the people to lower the drawbridge. There were no obstacles along the way. Jin Sheng led 10,000 people and smoothly arrived at the Turks' camp. Before he even got close, a pungent smell wafted over. Wu Pu covered his nose. His face was a little ugly. "General, what is this smell?" Jin Sheng frowned and did not answer immediately. Instead, he squatted on the ground and picked up a handful of red-hot soil to smell it. However, he could not tell what it was. He could only say, "I don't know either. However, this should be the smell of the heavenly lightning you mentioned." After that, he immediately got up and waved his hand. "Everyone, speed up." He now believed that the thunder was real. Otherwise, how could he explain the soil? The soil under his feet was yellow, but now it was red. Without powerful fire, it was difficult to do. The group sped up. After a while, a desolate scene appeared in front of everyone. There were pieces of flesh everywhere. Blood dyed the ground red. Burnt cloth could be seen everywhere, and there were even large words written on it. Shelly Khan. The sawdust that had not been completely extinguished glowed in the dark night like fireflies in summer. At this moment, they seemed to be cheering for freedom. The broken scimitars and spears were stabbed into the ground in disarray. They seemed to have decayed and were covered with a layer of yellow and white matter. It looked incomparably desolate. Not far away, a few vultures were circling above a few corpses that had not been completely buried. There were many iron scraps on the corpses, but the broken spears were still in the hands of the corpses, as if these spears would take their souls to hell and slaughter them again. There was also a pack of wild wolves that had come to look for food. They were gnawing on a fragmented corpse, and their cold, blooded eyes emitted a dim light. They were like the sole reaper of hell, terrifying and horrifying. Looking at the crowd that was getting closer and closer, the wild wolf became more alert. It put down the pieces of meat in its mouth and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its fangs. "Halt!" Jin Sheng waved his right hand and glanced at the wolves and vultures. He said coldly, "Drive the wolves away and form an encirclement. Investigate the situation here." Although the situation now was roughly clear, it still needed to be investigated to prevent the Turks from plotting. As the general of Shang province, everyone's lives were in his hands. He had to be very careful. "Yes, General." Wu Pu cupped his hands. He also knew the importance of the situation. He then turned his head and looked at the soldiers. Everyone divide into 8 groups. Clear the east, west, north, south, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, respectively. Except for the living, clear everything else out of the encirclement. Everyone accepted the order and quickly dispersed. The quality of the soldiers of Shang province was very good, or it could be said that Jin Shang's tie was very good. In a short moment, they cleared the wild wolves, vultures, and other things and formed an encirclement. In addition, they also gathered all the intact corpses together. They did not dare to deal with them privately, so they could only wait for the general's order. General, all the corpses have been sorted out. There are about 5,000 people. Wu Pu cupped his hands and lowered his head. He said hesitantly, I also found traces of the Turks escaping. Should we chase? Jin Shang frowned. His first reaction was to chase and catch all of them in one net. But thinking about it, since the Turks had already escaped, they must have returned to the grassland. He only brought 10,000 people with him. How could he chase? Wouldn't he be courting death if he went up? So he said, forget it. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Let's look at the corpses first. After that, he no longer paid attention to Wu Pu and observed the fragmented corpses alone. A cold wind blew. The smell of cooked corpses and the stench of corpses drifted with the wind. He actually had a desolate feeling. Chapter 1883. Now he really believed that the heavenly thunder had descended. If there was no heavenly thunder, how could these corpses be covered in iron shavings? Moreover, there was not a single piece of intact flesh on their bodies. Basically, all of them were burned. Without powerful firepower, there was no way to do this. And the Turks were preparing to go to war with the Tang dynasty. It was impossible for them to go to war privately. Although the Turks usually had internal strife, Shili was not a fool. He would not do such a thing. As for these corpses, the Turks must have left in a hurry and did not have time to take them away. After confirming his thoughts, he glanced at Wu Pu in front of him. Burn these scattered corpses. Since the Turks had left, there was no use keeping these corpses. Burn them on the spot to prevent future trouble. Otherwise, once they rotted, it would be another plague. Wu Pu obviously understood this. He cupped his hands and said, Yes, General. Then he arranged for people to pile the corpses together and found some unburned cloth to wrap them up. With the light of a firework, a huge fire suddenly rose, directly reflecting half of the sky. A gust of cold wind blew. The stench of corpses mixed with wood shavings and the smell of decay floated above the station. It was very pungent. As Jin Shang watched the feast, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He was happy that the Turks did not invade. He also had an account to give to the imperial court. At least Shenzhou was defended. But he was worried about how to write the memorial. Could he write that the Turks were attacked by a heavenly thunder, completely wiped out, and the rest fled back to the grassland? Who would believe such words? Not to mention the emperor. Even the officials of the imperial court would not believe it. It was not easy to win the battle, but it became difficult for him to submit the memorial. It was ridiculous. Just as he was immersed in how to deal with the imperial court's question, Wu Pu's voice came from not far away. General, we found a living person. Hearing this, Jin Shang was shocked as if he had found a savior. There? Where's the person? If there was a living person, then there was a witness. Think about it. If he reported the situation here, what if no one believed him? Then this witness could play a role. Once the matter was explained, he would be the first meritorious person. Thinking of this, he was naturally overjoyed. With a large stride, he arrived in front of Wu Pu and grabbed his shoulders. Where is he? Wu Pu seemed to be in pain, smiling bitterly. General, why don't you let me go first? Jin Shang finally reacted. He smiled awkwardly and let go of his hand. Tell me, where is he? They've just been discovered. They're still buried in the sand. Wu Pu rolled up his sleeves and waved his hand with a serious expression. I will bring the general over. With that, Wu Pu turned around and walked away, followed by Jin Shang. 2 steps later, a mound of dirt appeared before their eyes. Atop this mound of dirt was a human head. This person's face was covered in metal shavings, and blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth. Even so, One could tell from this person's facial features that this person was a Turkic. This was because the Turks were very different from the people of the Tang dynasty. The former had a high nose bridge and large bones, while the latter had a flat nose bridge, thin bones, and smaller bodies. Since it was confirmed that this person was a Turkic, Jin Sheng did not dare to hesitate for fear that this guy would die. He hurriedly said, "Quickly dig this person out." After that, he seemed to feel that something was wrong, so he added, "Don't kill him. Later, we'll need to get information from him." Now, this guy was the only surviving Turkic, which was of great significance to him. Not only could he be a witness, but more importantly, he could get some information about the Turks from him. Of course, this was all after he was rescued. However, the soldiers didn't think so. They glared coldly at the Turk, wishing they could skin him alive right now. One must know that the Turkic and the Tang dynasty had always been mortal enemies. Almost every year, the Turkic would go south to pillage. As long as one was a person of the Tang dynasty, who would not hate these beasts to the bone, not to mention these soldiers. Some of their fathers were killed by the Turkic, some of their sons were killed by the Turkic, and even more tragically, their entire families were killed by the Turkic. It was because of these reasons that they joined the army. Now, they were actually asked to save a Turkic? How is this possible? Everyone was a little unconvinced. Soon, someone stood up and said, "General, you can ask me to kill the Turkic, but it's impossible to save him." That's right. These beasts kill my father. I can't wait to kill him now. More and more people began to shout. They raised their right arms high, and their eyes were bloodshot. Jin Sheng had already expected such a situation. Who here did not have a deep grudge against the Turks? However, personal hatred was greater than national hatred. Only by saving the Turkic could they better understand the situation. After thinking for a while, he said earnestly, "I know what everyone is thinking. It's nothing more than killing this Turkic to vent your hatred, right?" "Yes." Chapter 1884. Everyone answered in unison. Their voices seemed to be able to break the sky. But have you ever thought about it? What's the point of killing a Turk? Will the Turks not come after you kill him? Jin Sheng glanced at everyone and said indifferently, "Right now, the most important thing for us is to figure out what happened. Also, we need to understand the Turks' way of life so that we can take revenge in the future. Right now, this Turk is our best tool. If you kill him, how are we going to get information?" Everyone was speechless. Some lowered their heads, some stared at the Turk, but no one spoke, because they all knew that what the general said made sense. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. It was indeed inappropriate to kill this Turk rashly before they figured out the situation. Moreover, this Turk might have some important information. Once they got it, it would be beneficial to the Tang dynasty. Although they all understood the reason, they did not stand up because their hatred for the Turks had been deeply rooted in their bones. It was impossible for them to pull it out, let alone take the initiative to save a Turk. Jin Sheng seemed to see through them and did not care about their rudeness. He just smiled and said, "Since everyone has no problem, let's start. It's fine as long as he doesn't die." He knew that they were unwilling to lower their heads. Since his subordinates were unwilling to lower their heads, he, as the general, naturally had to give them a way out. Moreover, his words were very vague. It was fine as long as he didn't die. The implication was that as long as he didn't die, they could do whatever they wanted. Everyone looked at each other. Obviously, they understood. They nodded and then began to dig the soil with their swords and knives. After digging for a while, the Turk's upper body was exposed. "Give him some water." Wu Pu glanced at the crowd with a serious face. Only then did the soldiers react. They picked up the water bag and poured it into the Turk. Maybe these guys wanted revenge, or maybe they really wanted to kill this Turk. Perhaps it was because the Turk had choked on the water, or because he had regained his vitality. He slowly opened his eyes and scanned the crowd before him. Suddenly, he shuddered and began to mutter something under his breath. However, his voice was too soft, so it was hard to make out what he was saying. However, Jin Sheng did not have time to care about this now. He hurriedly said, "Continue to dig. Use your hands." He was afraid that if he continued to use swords and knives, he would hurt this guy. What if he suddenly died? It was safer to use his hands. Everyone nodded, threw away the swords in their hands, and really started digging with their hands. However, as they dug, they were still cursing something. "Turk dog, don't die so quickly. Lao Tzu still wants your life." After he tells us what happened just now, Lao Tzu wants to pry open his head and see what's in his head. Cursing was cursing, but this was just a way to vent. Who wouldn't hate an enemy in front of them? Not to mention these hot-blooded soldiers. Their hands and feet never stopped moving. After all, if they wanted to kill him, they had to wait until he came out. After a while, the Turk's lower body was finally dug out. His left leg was long gone, and there was a piece of wood as thick as a forearm stuck in his right leg. It looked like a flagpole. Blood flowed down the wound and dyed the yellow ground red. It looked a bit horrifying. "Military doctor, where's the military doctor?" Jin Sheng turned around and shouted behind him. This guy's life was in danger. If he wasn't treated, he would be gone. As his voice spread, an old man carrying a medicine box slowly walked forward. "General, I'm here." Jin Sheng glanced at the person and then pointed at the Turk on the ground. "Treat this guy immediately. At the very least, he has to be able to speak. He has important information on him." The military doctor looked in the direction Jin Sheng was pointing at and frowned. "Turk? How could it be a Turk?" The old man was a military doctor. How could he treat a Turk? How many people did the Turks kill in Shenzhou back then? His biological parents died tragically in the hands of these bastards. Now, he was actually asking him to treat a Turk? Thinking of this, he didn't know where he got the strength. He suddenly straightened his back and said sternly, "General, please find someone else. This old man's medical skills are not good. I'm afraid I can't treat this person." After that, he glanced at the Turk on the ground with an inexplicable disgust. In fact, his words were already very tactful. It was up to the general to understand. Jin Sheng smiled. How could he not know that this old fox was making excuses? He still put on a serious look. "Dr. Wong, I know you have a deep hatred for the Turks. However, this Turk in front of us is very important to our army. He has very important information. As long as we treat him, we can know what happened just now. Maybe we can even know important information about the Turks. Think about it carefully." This, Physician Wong stroked his beard and shifted his gaze back to the Turk. Chapter 1885. In fact, he also knew a little about what happened just now. He heard that the heavenly thunder killed many Turks. However, he didn't see it with his own eyes, so he found it hard to believe. According to the general, the Turk in front of him seemed to be the only survivor after the disaster. If he cured this person, he might really get something about the heavenly thunder. This will only be beneficial to my great Tang, and there will be no harm. At most, he would give this dog a dose of medicine to kill him. After making up his mind, he looked at Jin Sheng and sighed. "Well, old man, let's save this dog." After that, he patted the medicine box and walked toward the Turk. However, he seemed to think of something and added, "General, you have to promise the old man that when this guy is no longer valuable, let the old man poke 100 holes in him." This sudden valiance stunned Jin Sheng. He didn't expect that Dr. Wong, who usually didn't show his strength, had this side. However, on second thought, who hadn't been young before, so he said, "Don't worry. As long as you don't kill him, you can even give him to your family for breeding." As soon as this was said, the people around couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. The general really knows how to make fun of Dr. Wong. Everyone laughed, as if they were laughing at the Turk for being a pig. Dr. Wong didn't care about the ridicule of the crowd. He just thought that they were laughing at the Turk, but he was still dissatisfied. He thought to himself, breeding this thing for a pig? Even a pig would despise it. After the laughter subsided, Dr. Wong began to treat the Turk's injuries seriously. He took her pulse and fed her medicine. In any case, he did all sorts of things. However, no one knew what medicine the old man gave him. After all, no one present knew medicine. After about a quarter of an hour, the Turk finally woke up. He opened his blood-red eyes and looked into the distance. His hand was half raised and his mouth was muttering something. Jin Sheng frowned and was a little dissatisfied. "You King, speak louder." As soon as his voice fell, he felt something was wrong. It seemed that he hadn't asked, so he said, "What's your name? What happened just now?" It was unknown whether the Turk didn't understand or was deliberately not replying. He turned his head and slowly lowered his hand, pretending to be a dead dog. Wu-Pu couldn't stand it anymore and scolded him. Why the F***CK? Are you pretending? How dare you not answer the general's question? Do you think you're some big shot? Come on, beat him. Hearing this, the onlookers immediately picked up their weapons, eager to give it a try. They had long wanted to tear this guy to shreds. Jin Sheng did not dare to let these guys hit him. It was not easy to save him. What if he was beaten to death? Besides, these fellows didn't even know how to control their strength. Not to mention hitting, even a light touch might be fatal. Wait! Jin Sheng stopped Wu-Pu and hurriedly said, "Don't fight first, let me ask." After saying those words, he turned to the Turk and said patiently, "Hurry up and tell me your name. What happened just now? Otherwise, a punishment worse than death awaits you later." He dared to guarantee that as long as he said a word, as long as he didn't kill this Turk, they could do whatever they wanted with him. These subordinates definitely had 100 ways to make this guy suffer a fate worse than death. It was just a matter of whether this guy was willing to talk or not. However, this Turk seemed to be very stubborn. He glared at Jin Sheng, but was unwilling to speak. Then there was no other way. Jin Sheng glanced at the crowd and said, "I'll leave the rest to you. My only request is that you don't kill him. It's fine as long as he can talk." As soon as he said those words, everyone cheered as if they had received a great reward. "Thank you, General. The General is mighty. I'll definitely let him know what mercury immersion is, hee." After saying those words, the crowd swarmed toward the Turk. In a moment, screams came from the crowd. Listening carefully, there were not only the Turk, but also many soldiers. Jin Sheng couldn't be bothered. After all, it was impossible for so many people to not be able to do anything to a Turk. The screams came from some fellow accidentally injuring his companions. Such situations happened often, so there was nothing strange about it. About half an hour later, the screams finally stopped. A shirtless man ran to Jin Sheng excitedly and said, "General, this dog is willing to talk." Huh? Jin Sheng looked at the shirtless man in front of him and was a little puzzled. What kind of method did he use? He was willing to talk in less than half an hour? Lao Tzu estimated that it would take half an hour. After all, this dog was quite stubborn. Forget it. He didn't want to think about it. He shook his head and said, "Let's go and take a look." After saying that, he waved his sleeves and walked toward the crowd. The soldiers were also very tactful. When they saw the general coming, they all made way. However, what the hell was with these guys all topless? Some of them were even naked. What was going on? Chapter 1886. What was more infuriating was that these guys didn't seem to feel ashamed. Instead, they looked satisfied. Instantly, he felt unwell all over. Did these guys have special fetishes? He didn't dare to think about it and quickened his pace. The Turk was half lying on the ground. He was also naked. Tears were still flowing from his eyes as if he had suffered a great grievance. Cough, cough. Jin Sheng deliberately coughed twice and glanced at the Turk. "Are you willing to talk now?" He purposely ignored these soldiers so that he wouldn't embarrass himself later. Unexpectedly, this Turk seemed to have changed into a different person. When he saw Jin Sheng, it was as if he had seen his savior. He wiped his tears and sobbed. "General, your soldiers are not human. Cut the crap. Hurry up and talk." Jin Sheng's face darkened. He was a little impatient. He naturally didn't want to listen to others talk about his soldiers, especially a Turk. However, what did these guys do to make people angry? Why did they make a Turk who was originally very strong-willed become like this? It seemed that he had to teach these guys a lesson when he went back. Otherwise, Sheng's state would be in chaos. Thinking of this, he glanced at the people around him and pretended to be angry. However, these guys didn't seem to see it. They stared at the Turk and kept laughing. At this moment, the Turk spoke. "General, I was an archer under Shelly Khan. Just now, a shadow appeared in the sky. That guy directly covered the moon." Covered the moon? Jin Sheng couldn't help but interrupt. He was a little suspicious of what the Turk said. What kind of thing could go to the sky? Damn it, cover the moon? How is this possible? However, a few days ago, news came from Chang, and that the vengeful spirit of the Xuanwu Gate had come to the world, which also covered the sun. Even His Majesty was ready to issue an edict of punishment. Now, in comparison, it seemed that the two had some similarities. It seemed to be possible. Therefore, he said, "Continue." The Turk didn't seem to be angry because of Jin Sheng's interruption. Instead, he was very happy because he really didn't want to fall into the hands of this group of soldiers. Damn it, they were not human. Actually, Sai, forget it, I'll just endure it. Thus, he continued, General, that thing floated in the air for a while. It was fine at first, but then it stopped in Khan Shelley's tent. We thought it was the celestial wolf god, so we cheered. Khan Shelley also thought it was the celestial wolf god, so he sent wizards to divine, but halfway. At this point, tears actually fell from the corners of his eyes, because he thought of his family. His eldest brother and second brother had been blasted into minced meat just now. He had seen all of this with his own eyes, but he had no way to stop it. He hated it. He hated himself and hated the thing in the sky. There was even a hint of hatred for Khan Shelley. If not for Shelley Khan, no, Shelley, if not for Shelley, perhaps his brothers would not have died. It was Shelley who wanted to go south. If he had not gone south, perhaps nothing would have happened. This was the heavenly wolf deity's punishment for the grasslands. Human emotions were changeable and unpredictable. Once a disaster happened, they would often push the blame onto others. Human emotions were also interconnected. Everyone was born selfish. They often liked to take other people's things for themselves. The more power one had, the more obsessed they were with this nature. But the funny thing was that such selfish people often cared more about their blood relatives. Just like the Turk in front of him, he was thinking about how to go south and plunder, and how to climb higher. His blood relatives were dispensable to him, because the grasslands were a place where only strength mattered. As long as you had strength, you would be in charge, you would be king. But once you lost your strength, millions of people would come to enslave you. Millions of people would come to trample on you. Millions of people would come to kill you. He had understood these principles since birth, and now it had been engraved into his bones. So, facing Jin Sheng's interrogation, he could be considered to be feigning civility. Jin Sheng did not know these. Seeing that the Turk in front of him was crying, he thought this guy had been abused. After all, he did not have a good impression of the Turk. So, he continued, "Don't stop, continue." The Turk nodded, wiped his tears, and continued. When the shaman was halfway through the divination, he suddenly found sparks falling from the sky, and there was more than one person. There were many. Everyone was cheering, and the shaman became even crazier, thinking that this was the wealth sent by the heavenly wolf deity. In the end, these sparks suddenly exploded, and everyone was injured. It seemed that many people died. In a daze, I heard that someone had retreated. Retreated? Jin Sheng was not surprised by this news. He had heard it once just now. This time, he just wanted to confirm it. Shelley had suffered so many casualties this time, it was impossible not to retreat. However, Shelley's life was a big matter. So, he asked again, what about Shelley and Tuli? Did they die? Chapter 1887. Khan Shelley. Speaking of this, the Turk seemed to realize something was wrong and hurriedly corrected himself. When I was in a coma, just now, I vaguely heard Shelley's voice and little Khan Tuli's voice. They seemed to have withdrawn together. Jin Sheng held his chin with his hand and smiled. He felt that this Turk was a bit interesting. Just now he called Shelley Khan. Why did he suddenly call him Shelley? Also, why did this guy only call Shelley by his real name and still be very respectful to Tuli? Did he want to please him? But that was impossible. The Tang dynasty and the Turks were feuds. Even if he wanted to please him, he would not let him go. What was this guy thinking? No, he had to ask. So, he said again, why did you call Shelley by his real name? Isn't he your Khan? Also, since you already called Shelley by his real name, why did you call Tuli little Khan? The Turk seemed to dislike this topic. He glanced at Jin Sheng and was a little angry, but soon flashed away. After all, he was under the eaves and had to lower his head. So he said, if it weren't for Shelley, how could I have one of my legs blown off? How could my two brothers die? So, do you understand? Jin Sheng nodded as if he did not fully understand. It seemed like this guy had placed all the blame for the heavenly thunder on Shelley, which could also be considered a good thing. Perhaps he could make use of it in the future. After a short pause, he asked again, then why did you call Tuli little Khan? Little Khan Tuli is different from Shelley. The Turk raised his head, and a smug look flashed in his eyes. Little Khan Tuli is the son of the previous Khan, and he was originally the successor. It was only because he was too young that he was taken away by Xieli. If Little Khan can lead the grassland, we will definitely fight our way into the Tang Empire. Speaking of this, he seemed to realize something and quickly corrected himself. No, it was not Little Khan Tuli's idea to come to the Tang dynasty this time. He even opposed it a little. Jin Sheng raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. Tuli opposed to coming to the Tang dynasty to plunder. Could it be that this guy wanted to show goodwill to the Tang dynasty? Thinking of this, he quickly asked, why did Tuli oppose it? The Turk frowned, clearly thinking about something. After a while, he said, I don't know. He wasn't wrong. He really didn't know. As for why Tuli opposed the abduction of the Tang dynasty, the fundamental reason was that he did not want Xieli to grow bigger and bigger, because Tuli was wholeheartedly thinking about how to succeed the Khan's position. If this time Xieli succeeded in the abduction, his prestige would be even greater. How could he still play around? How could a mounted archer like him know about such matters? Jin Sheng didn't blame him. After all, this was no small matter. He said, forget it. Let's leave it at that. After that, he glanced at Wu Pu behind him and said seriously, take this guy back. Remember, lock him up alone. No one is allowed to get close. As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the shirtless soldiers around him. These fellows had tormented this Turk to the brink of death. If he were to fall into the hands of these fellows, he would most likely die. The soldiers didn't seem to care about the general's gaze, because they felt that they had done a good deed. Wu Pu looked solemn. Yes, General. After that, he waved his hand and shouted, go back to the city. Jin Sheng wasn't in the mood to care about these trivial matters. He jumped on the horse and rushed to Shenzhou City. Everyone tidied up, extinguished the bonfire, and prepared to go back to the city with the Turk. The next day, the sky was already bright. A group of soldiers riding tall horses galloped on a country road. They were dusty, their faces were full of dust, and their lips were dry and cracked, as if they were about to faint. However, their strong military consciousness still made them struggle. They held the reins tightly and didn't want to give up. However, horses were different from people. They didn't have strong willpower. After a long journey, many of them began to foam at the mouth, as if they would fall to the ground at any time. Finally, a horse seemed to be unable to hold on. Its front hooves were stuck in the pothole. Its body suddenly leaned forward and fell heavily to the ground. Its whole body twitched, and at the same time, the soldier on it was thrown to the ground. The soldier was completely unprepared for this sudden turn of events. He rolled to the ground and fell unconscious. Of course, the matter was far from over. The collapse of the first horse immediately affected the second and the third. Soon, a large number of horses behind him lost their front hooves and fell to the ground one after another. They foamed at the mouth and panted heavily, as if they were struggling for their lives. The soldier in front heard the sound and immediately reined in his horse. He glanced back and then turned pale. He shouted to the front, General, something happened in the rear. The leader was Li Jing. He was ordered by the emperor to search for Zhang Feng. He rushed all the way and didn't dare to neglect. He didn't even rest on the way. He was about to reach Shenzhou, but now something happened? How could he not be anxious? Chapter 1888. However, the soldier could not ignore it. Thus, he reined in his horse and turned it around. He squeezed the horse's belly and glanced at the people who had fallen. The horses were twitching. They were probably too tired. The soldiers kept wailing. However, they had only suffered some superficial wounds. There was not much of a problem. Thus, he said, military officer, call the doctor to treat them. At the same time, count the horses of the injured people and the horses of the uninjured people. Present them one by one. After speaking, he looked around at everyone. Take advantage of the time when a military officer is counting. All of you should rest. After settling down, Li Jing dismounted from his horse and handed the reins to the guard. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Shenzhou City not far away. This time, he came to Shenzhou for two reasons. The first one, needless to say, was naturally to find Zhang Feng. The second one was to check on Sheng Zhou. The current Sheng Zhou's general, Jin Sheng, was an archer under his command. After the war was quelled, he was sent to guard Shenzhou City. This old man used to be a brave general on the battlefield. Ever since he came to Shenzhou, he complained every day about how desolate Shenzhou was. There was not even a woman. Even the cows were male. His brothers had a hard time and so on. He came today to check. If it was really so desolate, then he would ask His Majesty to allocate some money and find a few women. After all, they had followed him before. Just as he was thinking about his experience, a voice came from behind him. General, the number of people has been counted. Hearing this, Li Jing slowly turned around and glanced at the military officer. He said with a serious face, "Report it." "Yes, General." The military officer nodded and opened the report in his hand. As he read, he said, 50 horses are injured and can no longer walk. They need to be treated. 60 people are injured and temporarily cannot follow the army. The rest are not injured and can continue to march. Oh, Li Jing frowned. He did not expect the injuries to be so serious. In such a situation, he would have ordered them to rest. However, His Majesty's orders were very urgent. There was no time to delay. Thus, he said, those who are injured and cannot walk, stay here and recuperate. The rest will continue to march with me. In this era, it was difficult to raise war horses. The money spent on fodder could provide a family with food and clothing for a year. Thus, it was very precious. Moreover, a good war horse could often decide the outcome of a battle. Therefore, even if it was injured, it had to be treated. The soldiers also understood this, so they usually treated the war horses as their own brothers. No one had any objections to the commander-in-chief's order. After leaving the doctor behind, everyone got on their horses again and rushed towards Shenzhou. In less than a moment, the gate of Shenzhou City was in sight. These few words seemed to have some kind of magical power. After the soldiers saw them, they all seemed to have gone mad and ran wildly. However, this was also understandable. After all, they had been traveling for a few days and hadn't eaten much. Now that they finally saw people, how could they not be excited? Li Jing did not stop him. He took the lead and ran ahead. Soon, he arrived at the city gate. Huff! Li Jing reined his horse and looked up at the city gate. Then, he looked at the guard beside him and said, "Go call the city gate." The guard accepted the order and waved his gilded banner, as if he was afraid that the people on the city gate couldn't see it. This was understandable. If you were going to call for the people on the city gate, you naturally had to reveal your identity first. The people upstairs, listen up. The Minister of War, Li Jing, is here. Quickly open the city gate. The banner swayed in the air. The gilded Li word was incomparably eye-catching. Upstairs, the patrolling soldiers heard the roar and hurriedly lowered their heads to take a look. They saw a large banner swaying in the air with the word Li written on it. This frightened everyone. One had to know that Li was the national surname. Was it that person with the surname, Li, someone who could cover the sky with one hand? And now, the Minister of War, Li Jing, was downstairs. That was their immediate superior. How could they dare to be negligent? They all panicked. They informed General Jin Sheng and prepared things to welcome Li Jing. Jin Sheng, who was in the residence, quickly received the news. His first reaction was excitement. Why? Firstly, he was a soldier under Li Jing. Now that his superior had come, he naturally thought highly of him. Secondly, the Turks had just been attacked by the heavenly lightning and had already retreated. That would mean that he had contributed greatly. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. Why did General Li come just as the Turks were attacked? Could it be that General Li knew something? Or could it be that the heavenly lightning this time had something to do with General Li? It was possible. It was very possible. Back then, General Li had destroyed Xiao Liang and Wang Shichong, who had proclaimed himself as the emperor in Luoyang. He had also destroyed the largest separatist force in Jiangnan, Nanliang. There was also Po Fu, who had taken the lead and destroyed Feng Huiliang, killing more than 10,000 rebels and drowning people. Wasn't that an unparalleled feat? Perhaps the heavenly lightning had specially descended because General Li was coming. In that case, General Li was the main contributor this time. Thinking of this, Jin Sheng shuddered and quickly walked out of the residence. Chapter 1889. He wanted to greet General Li personally. Even if General Li was not his superior, he had to greet the Heavenly Thunder. He ran all the way and finally arrived at the city gate. At this time, the city gate had been opened. Seeing the neat and strict team, Jin Sheng hurried forward. "General, I'm late. Please forgive me." He cupped his hands and looked at Li Jing with admiration in his eyes. Li Jing looked indifferent. In fact, he had a good impression of this subordinate. After all, he guarded a place and worked hard even if he did not contribute. So he said, "Get up and follow me into the city." After that, he squeezed the horse's belly and slowly walked into the city. The soldiers followed closely behind, raising a cloud of dust. The big banner swayed in the wind, looking solemn and solemn. Seeing that most of the people had entered, Jin Sheng casually gave a few orders at the door and quickly followed. As soon as they entered the city, Jin Sheng called Wu Pu. "Serve the general tea immediately. Go personally." Wu Pu also knew Li Jing's status and did not dare to neglect. He accepted the order and left. At this time, Li Jing had already entered the inner mansion. He was familiar with this place. After all, he had been here before. The inner mansion was where Jin Sheng usually entertained guests. Normally, Jin Sheng should sit in the main seat. However, since Li Jing was here today, his superior naturally sat in the main seat and Jin Sheng sat on the side. The two sat upright. Before they spoke, Wu Pu came in with tea. He walked to Li Jing and carefully served a cup of tea. "General, please have the tea." Li Jing narrowed his eyes and glanced at Wu Pu. He seemed to have thought of something and asked in surprise, "You're the archer from before?" He vaguely remembered this person's figure in his mind. He seemed to be an archer, but he was not sure. Wu Pu was delighted. He did not expect that a small guard like him would be remembered by the general. He quickly said, "Yes, General, it's me." Li Jing glanced at Wu Pu, but this time he valued him more. "Good. Since you're in Shengzhou, assist Jin Sheng well. You won't have followed me in vain." Wu Pu did not dare to say anything. It was the greatest grace to be valued by the general. He nodded repeatedly. Seeing that the general did not say anything more, he could only serve another cup of tea to Jin Sheng and left in a hurry. Only Li Jing and Jin Sheng were left in the entire inner mansion. The atmosphere was solemn. Li Jing was about to ask about Zhang Feng when Jin Sheng spoke first. He suddenly stepped forward and half knelt on the ground. He said excitedly, "Thank you, General, for sending down the heavenly lightning." "Wait," Li Jing hurriedly interrupted. He was a little confused. What did he mean by sending down the heavenly lightning? Was he really that capable? Confused, he could only ask, "What did you mean by that? What lightning?" "You don't know?" Jin Sheng was stunned because he had always thought that this was the general's doing. Now, the general didn't know. Was it not the general's doing? Impossible? Other than the general, who else could summon the heavenly lightning? It must be because the general was afraid that his achievements would shock the emperor, so he didn't say anything. Yes, that must be it. Therefore, he cupped his hands and continued. "General, last night, heavenly lightning struck down and killed the Turks who were stationed outside Shenzhou City. It also caused a big fire and countless casualties." "What?" Li Jing's eyes widened as he slammed the table and stood up. "Oh my God, what kind of explosive news is this? Heavenly thunder descending, and even caused a huge fire? Countless Turks were killed? How could this be? How could such a thing happen?" He instantly felt that his brain was not enough. Frowning, he paced in the hall with his hands behind his back. If these were true, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for the Tang dynasty. But this matter was a little strange. Why would there be heavenly lightning? And it happened to fall in the Turks' camp? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He stopped and stared at Jin Sheng. "Tell me, are you deliberately trying to take credit? Are you trying to deceive Lao Tzu? What hasn't Lao Tzu seen before? What kind of heavenly lightning is there?" He hadn't cursed for many years. Since the founding of the Tang dynasty, he had been generous to others. Today, what this guy said was so unbelievable that he couldn't help but curse. However, this made Jin Sheng suffer. He had always thought that the heavenly lightning was the general's doing, but now it seemed that it was not at all. Not only was it not, but he was also scolded when he reported it truthfully. Damn it, there was no way to reason with him. However, he was the general, and he couldn't scold him back. Therefore, he continued to be patient and said, "General, what I said is true. Last night, heavenly lightning indeed struck down. Not only did it kill a large number of Turks, but Shieli and the Turks also brought the tribes back to the grassland overnight. I am willing to use my head as a guarantee for what I said." He really had no other way. If the general didn't believe him, he could only use his head to prove his sincerity. Li Jing was certainly not a fool. Seeing this guy's solemn vow, his confidence began to waver. He knew in his heart that Jin Sheng was a steady person and would not deceive him for such a trivial matter. Chapter 1890. Moreover, he was a public official. This kind of thing couldn't be joked about. He knew that. However, this matter was simply too inconceivable. He had to take it seriously. So he said, "Since this kind of thing happened, you must have evidence, right?" This sentence couldn't be more obvious. Since something had happened, there must be evidence to prove it. In other words, if you want to convince me, you can't just say a few words and take out some reliable evidence. Jin Sheng naturally understood the reason. He turned to the door and shouted, "Bring the Turk here." Now, only the Turk could prove what he said. This was also the reason why he left the Turk here. In a moment, the Turk was brought here. However, because of his disability, he could only sit on a stretcher. Li Jing didn't care about so many things. He was now concerned about what happened last night. So he asked directly, "What happened last night?" The Turk didn't know the identity of the person in front of him, but he knew Jin Sheng's identity. When he saw how respectful Jin Sheng was, he quickly told him what happened last night. As he spoke, he cried as if he had suffered a great grievance. In fact, he was also a victim. However, he was considered lucky. At least he was alive. It was unknown whether he was trying to please Li Jing or he was resentful in his heart. When he spoke, he didn't forget to curse Shieli. His voice was extremely mournful. After listening, Li Jing finally knew the whole story. He waved his hand to signal the Turk to leave. Then, he sat on the chair and carefully digested everything just now. The amount of information that the Turk said just now was too much. First, a big thing covered the moon. Then, lightning struck and the Turk camp was in a sea of fire. There were countless casualties. Then, Shieli and Tuli returned to the grassland with the army. Wait, what could fly to the sky? And it even attracted lightning? Why was this so familiar? It seemed to have happened in Chang'an City. Something that could fly to the sky. Zhang Feng? Could it be Zhang Feng? This big thing was Zhang Feng on it. According to the Turk's description, it was exactly the same as Zhang Feng in Chang'an. Back then, when Zhang Feng was in the sky, he also covered the sun. And now this thing covered the moon? It was exactly the same. Thinking of this, he no longer dared to be careless. He looked at Jin Sheng and hurriedly asked, "That thing in the sky went to your place." Jin Sheng was at a loss for words. How would he know where to go? There was nothing in the Turkic camp. After thinking about it, he could only honestly say, this subordinate doesn't know. There was nothing in the Turkic camp. Li Jing frowned and thought to himself, oh no, if it was really Zhang Feng last night, he might be in danger now that a night had passed. Now that he was here on the Emperor's orders to find this fellow, if something were to happen to him, it would be hard for him to explain himself. What should he do? His heart was burning with anxiety. He paced a few steps in the hall, then looked at Jin Sheng. Immediately send someone to find the thing from last night. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and added, prepare brush and ink for this general immediately. He had to report this matter to His Majesty. Zhang Feng's disappearance and the retreat of the Turks were no small matter. It was just that Zhang Feng, this dog, really knew how to hurt people. If not for him, would this general have accepted this troublesome task? How unlucky. At the same time, on Mount Shao, because of Zhang Feng's disappearance, the entire academy was so anxious that their feet didn't touch the ground. Their only goal was to find Zhang Feng. However, a day and a night had passed, and there was still no news of Zhang Feng. This made everyone very anxious, afraid that something had happened to Zhang Feng. The two women kept visiting Zhang Feng's friends, trying to find some clues. Unfortunately, There was no news at all. They were women and shouldn't be in public. However, their husband was missing, so how could they not be anxious? So, they didn't care too much. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't fulfill their wishes. In fact, the most anxious were Yu Shurinan and the other old men. In their hearts, they regarded Zhang Feng as their disciple. Now that their disciple was missing, they were also very anxious. Even though they were old, they spared no effort to visit everywhere. However, Zhang Feng seemed to have deliberately hidden himself. They couldn't find any trace of him. After a discussion, these old men decided to enter the palace to meet His Majesty. This was because they knew that Li Shimin would definitely not leave this matter alone. As soon as Yu Shurinan and the others returned from the palace, they were blocked by a group of students at the door. Mr. Bosher, what did His Majesty say? Are you willing to help? Mister, say something. The students were all talking at once, looking anxious. However, Yu Shurinan and the others didn't seem to be in a good mood. He frowned and waved his hand. Everyone disperse. We will think of a way to find Fengzi. You kids don't have to get involved. After saying that, Yu Shurinan waved his sleeves and walked back to his residence with his head lowered. Before he could take 2 steps, 2 figures blocked his path. I've already told you. Yu Shurinan looked up impatiently. However, halfway through his words, he realized that it wasn't the students who came, but Jing Shu and Zhang Yuyao. His expression finally softened. 2 girls. Why are you here? Chapter 1891. This question was unnecessary. He knew that the 2 girls were worried about Fengzi's whereabouts, so they waited for him here. However, he didn't know how to reply to them. Zhang Yuyao didn't care too much. Instead, she asked directly, Sir, is His Majesty willing to help find him? This, Yu Shurinan frowned. He seemed to have something to say. He glanced at the students walking around and said softly, This matter is more complicated. You 2 girls don't worry about it. After that, he lowered his head and was about to walk back to his residence. Jingshu spoke again. Sir, why don't you come to our place to have some tea? Prince Zhang isn't here now. We sisters should do our duty as disciples. After that, she even bowed. It wasn't that she didn't care about Zhang Feng's whereabouts. She just noticed that Sir seemed to have something to say. It was probably because there were too many students here, so she had to come up with this plan. Yu Shurinan stopped and frowned. He seemed to be thinking about something. At this moment, Chu Suiliang and the others walked up. Bashi, since the 2 girls invited you, why don't you go? Greetings to the 3 gentlemen. Jingshu bowed. Her original intention was to invite the 4 gentlemen over. She mainly wanted to ask about Prince Zhang's whereabouts. The 4 gentlemen were the great scholars of this generation. Naturally, they were more well-informed than a weak girl like her. Since Sir had agreed, she quickly said, Gentlemen, please. We sisters will go back and prepare some fragrant tea. After that, Jingshu pulled Zhang Yuyao and left. Yu Shurinan didn't say a word during the whole process. However, it didn't mean that he didn't know anything. Instead, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Looking at the back of the leaving figure, he smiled. This girl may become Feng Zi's good wife in the future. That's right. Chu Suiliang stroked his beard and looked at Yu Shurinan. He changed the topic. We have to talk about Feng Zi sooner or later. Since these 2 are so anxious, let's go and have a seat. Yu Shurinan narrowed his eyes and nodded thoughtfully. In fact, he had seen through Jingshu's thoughts at a glance just now. As the saying goes, the older you get, the wiser you become. However, he was also happy in his heart. After all, it was a good thing that there was another person who cared about Fengzi. Let's go and see how this girl's tea tastes. He waved his sleeves and walked straight to the 2 women's residence. Everyone smiled and shook their heads. Without saying a word, they followed behind him. Not long after, the 4 of them arrived at the residence of the 2 women. Sirs, please be seated. Zhang Yuyao greeted the 4 people while fiddling with the stool. The 4 of them smiled and found a place to sit down. Yu Shurinan looked at the tea in front of him and took a sip. He went straight to the point and said, Girl, you want to know what happened when we entered the palace, right? Zhang Yuyao nodded. She did not expect Mister to be so straightforward. He was not willing to say it just now, but now he was so proactive. She quickly said, Yes, please tell us. Jingshu also nodded. She knew Li Shimon's identity. At the same time, she also knew that he would not sit back and do nothing. That was why she invited Yu Shernan and the others just now. She was sure that Li Shimon must know something. Girl, Feng Zi is actually not in any danger. It's just that. Yu Shernan looked at the two women opposite him with a calm expression. When they entered the palace just now, Li Shimon said that Feng Zi was not in danger. It was just that they did not know where she was now. If he told this to the two women, they would be worried. After thinking about it, he changed the topic and said, "It's just that she won't be back for a while." When Chu Suiyang and the others heard Yu Shernan's words, they did not think much of it at first. However, towards the end, it became more and more strange. This was different from what Li Erlang said. Li Erlang only said that Feng Zi was not in danger. It was just that they did not know where she was. Now, from Bo Shi's mouth, how did it become that she would not be able to come back for a while? However, on second thought, this old guy should have said this because he was afraid that the two women would be worried. Well, it should be. However, what they did not know was that Li Shimon had also lied to them. In fact, he himself did not know whether Feng Zi was in danger or not. He only said that she was not in danger to appease the four people. The funny thing was that the four people took it seriously because they felt that Li Shimon would not lie to them. All of this, the two women did not know. Zhang Yao only felt that God had blessed Prince Zhang. She bowed to the four people and said, "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, sir. You can't do that." Yu Shernan hurriedly helped Zhang Yuyao up. His face was a little red. After all, he was the one who lied. A great scholar like him was strict with himself every day. Today, he actually lied. It was really embarrassing. However, when he thought that it was for his disciple, his back seemed to straighten up and said, "Girl, you don't have to do this. Feng Zi is a good person. Nothing will happen to her." These words made him feel guilty. After all, he did not know what was going on. Jingshu seemed to have noticed something. She picked up the teapot and filled Yu Shernan's cup. She smiled and said, "Since Prince Zhang is not in danger, when will he be back?" Chapter 1892. This, Yu Shernan frowned. This question stumped him. He really didn't know when Feng Zi would come back. Even the emperor didn't know. How would he know? Shuiji saw that the situation was slightly deadlocked and quickly interrupted. "Girl, Feng Zi is someone who is going to do big things. We don't need to care about this." His words were more pertinent, and there was a double meaning in his words. The first meaning was that Feng Zi was now doing big things. As for what big things, they didn't know. The second meaning was that Feng Zi's matter was related to Li Erlang. Everyone shouldn't make wild guesses and shouldn't care about it. Of course, Zhang Yuyao couldn't understand these words because she didn't know who Li Erlang was. But Jingshu was different. Not only did she know who Li Shimon was, but she also knew everything about Li Shimon. Now, the words of the four gentlemen were very obvious. They were meant for her to hear. Jingshu frowned as if she understood something. She smiled and said, "Thank you for your guidance." "You're welcome." Shuiji waved his hand and then looked at the other three. "Everyone, let's go." Since the matter had been settled, there was no need to stay any longer to avoid attracting gossip. The other three obviously understood this. They slowly got up and prepared to walk out of the door. Seeing that the gentlemen were about to leave, as the future wives and concubines of the disciple, the two women naturally couldn't stay. They both got up and stood at the door. "Gentlemen, please take care." The four men waved their hands, indicating that they didn't need to send them off. After a while, they disappeared from the sight of the two women. Seeing that the gentlemen had gone far, the two women returned to their seats. Zhang Yuyao was actually a little puzzled by what the gentleman said just now, but it wasn't appropriate for her to ask directly. Now that there was no one around, she looked at Jingshu and asked, "Sister, why do I feel that there is a hidden meaning in what the gentleman said just now?" "Sister, you don't have to be like this." Jingshu smiled. She put her hand on Zhang Yuyao's hand and comforted her. Since the gentleman heard from His Majesty that Prince Zhang is not in danger, it must be true. You don't need to worry too much. The stone in her heart had already been lifted. After all, she knew what kind of person Li Shimon was. However, she couldn't tell Zhang Yuyao about all this. Otherwise, with the other's temperament, the whole city would know about it the next day. However, Zhang Yuyao didn't know that. She couldn't help but worry. "You're right, but I'm just—" As she spoke, tears began to fall from her eyes. When Jingshu saw this, she quickly comforted her. "Sister, don't worry. Prince Zhang will be fine." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a series of knocks on the door, followed by voices. "Ladies, I'm a servant of the Zhang residence. Housekeeper, do send someone to invite master." Hearing this, Jingshu quickly took out a handkerchief from her waist and passed it to Zhang Yuyao. With a concerned look, she said, "Sister, wipe your tears. I'll go out and take a look." Saying this, she stood up and walked out of the door. There were two men standing outside the door. One was fat and the other was thin. The striking word Zhang on their clothes made Jingshu certain that these two were servants of the Zhang residence, because no other residents would dress like this. Jingshu glanced at the two of them and frowned. "Why are the two of you here? Did something happen to the Zhang residence?" In her impression, the servants of the Zhang residence rarely went to the academy, because there was Du Ziteng, the housekeeper, in the residence. He would take care of everything. Unless there was something big that couldn't be solved, otherwise they would not easily disturb Prince Zhang. Think about it. If every trivial matter had to be reported, then how could Prince Zhang live? However, it was obvious that something big had happened this time. The two servants frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. Jingshu couldn't wait and hurriedly urged, "Hurry up and say it. Now that Prince Zhang is not here, I can take care of it." The two servants looked at each other and hesitated, because before they came, housekeeper Du said that he would personally tell the matter to the old master. In the end, the two of them searched half of Shao Mountain, but couldn't find him. So they came here, thinking that the old master should be here. But when they came here, there was still no trace of the old master. And housekeeper Du said that this matter was more important and must be decided by the old master. Now that the old master was not here, and Miss Jingshu was asking questions, it seemed that they had to tell Miss Jingshu. After all, Miss Jingshu was not an outsider. After making up their minds, the two of them looked at each other, as if they had reached some kind of agreement. The thin servant stepped forward and bowed. Today, a madam called Xie came to the residence and said that she wanted to see the old master. She also brought a lot of dried flowers. Housekeeper Du had seen this woman before, so he sent us to ask the old master what to do. Dried flowers? Madam Xie? Jingshu frowned and vaguely thought of something. At that time, Prince Zhang seemed to have interacted with this woman and bought a lot of dried flowers. Moreover, Prince Zhang seemed to be particularly precious. Could it be this woman? No matter whether it was or not, she hadn't returned to the Zhang residence for a long time. She could take this opportunity to go back and have a look. Chapter 1893. In any case, Prince Zhang wouldn't be back anytime soon. Moreover, this Madame Xie might really be the same woman from before. If that was the case, then she would be very important to Prince Zhang. She had to keep Prince Zhang here. After making up her mind, she said with a serious expression, "Since Prince Zhang isn't here right now, I'll go back with you. Wait here while I tidy up." After saying that, she turned around and walked back to her room without waiting for their reactions. When Zhang Yuyao saw Jingshu coming back, she quickly wiped the corners of her eyes and stood up to ask, "Younger sister Jingshu, what's going on outside?" Jingshu smiled and stepped forward to hold Zhang Yuyao's hand. "Older sister Yuyao, a servant from the Zhang estate, just came to report that a Madame Xie is looking for Prince Zhang." "Madame Xie?" Zhang Yuyao's beautiful eyes turned as if she remembered something. "I remember that a Madame Xie came to look for Prince Zhang before. She even brought a batch of dried flowers. Could it be this Madame Xie?" She clearly remembered that when this Madame Xie brought a batch of dried flowers, Prince Zhang said that he wanted to do business with her to make some perfume. Of course, Jingshu also remembered this and smiled. "Older sister Yuyao is right. The one who came this time should be this Madame Xie. However, since Prince Zhang isn't here, I think that we should go back and meet this Madame Xie so that we won't be impolite." Zhang Yuyao couldn't help but nod. Younger sister Jingshu is right. Now that Prince Zhang isn't here, we should go back. After saying that, she changed the topic and continued. "However, we should first say goodbye to the four gentlemen." Jingshu nodded. "Of course, we can't be impolite. Let's go and say goodbye to the four gentlemen now. Zhang Yao naturally didn't have a problem with that, and the two women walked out together. When the two servants saw Zhang Yao and Jingshu coming out, they quickly bowed. Greetings, young ladies. These two young ladies were the future madams of Zhang Mansion, so they didn't dare to slight them. Zhang Yao nodded and gestured for the two to get up. You two prepare a sedan chair and wait at the door. My sister and I will come out in a little while. The two servants looked at each other and wondered if they would be punished for not completing housekeeper Du's order. She thought to herself, but she still agreed yes. After giving her instructions, Zhang Yuyao flicked her sleeves and walked towards the classroom. Jingshu followed closely behind. It was class time now, so the four teachers should be in the classroom. They couldn't be found anywhere else. As expected, Yu Shurinan was checking the students' homework in class. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his gaze was sharp. At this moment, he happened to see the two women walking over. He knew in his heart that the two girls usually wouldn't come to the classroom for no reason. Now that they suddenly came, he thought that there must be something. So he put down the book in his hand and went straight to the door of the classroom. He asked with a smile, "Girl, why are you two here? Is there something wrong?" The two girls quickly stepped forward and bowed. Zhang Yuyao smiled and said, "Teacher, there's something in the Zhang residence that we need to go back to solve. So we're here to say goodbye to you." Yu Shurinan frowned slightly. What can happen in the Zhang residence? Is it very important? He didn't want the two girls to go back now. First, Fengzi wasn't here, and it wasn't good for the two girls to appear in public. Second, for their safety. The bottom of the mountain had just issued an edict of guilt. It was said that the Waterland Conference would be held soon. There would definitely be a huge crowd. What if there was some danger? How would he explain when Fengzi came back? As a teacher, he naturally had to take care of his students' family. However, the two girls obviously didn't think so much. Ever since Zhang Feng disappeared, they had nothing to do on the mountain. In fact, they had long wanted to go back to the Zhang residence. Now that they had an excuse, they naturally didn't want to stay any longer. So Jingshu bowed and smiled. "Teacher, a Mrs. Xie came to the Zhang residence today. She said that she was Prince Zhang's former business partner. This time, she also brought a lot of dried flowers. So we need to go back." "Oh," Yu Shurinan stroked his beard. He remembered that Fengzi seemed to have mentioned this before. It shouldn't be a problem. Although he didn't want the two girls to go down the mountain, he couldn't say much. So he nodded and said, "In that case, you can go. Remember to be careful. If you need help, just send someone to Shao Mountain." Old man doesn't dare to say anything else, but he still has connections. The two girls looked at each other and smiled. "Thank you, teacher." Yu Shurinan smiled and nodded. "You're welcome. You can go." The two women bowed and saluted again. Then, they turned around and walked towards the door. At this time, the palanquin outside the door was ready. Seeing the two girls coming, the servants quickly went up to greet them. "Hello, Mississippi." Everyone bowed in unison. Zhang Yuyao glanced at the crowd and waved her hand. "Get up and prepare to go back." The servants didn't hesitate. They all got up and pressed the palanquin. The two girls entered the palanquin and walked down the mountain. Shao Mountain wasn't very far from the Zhang residence. The servants' legs were quite agile. In a moment, the gate of the Zhang residence was in sight. At this time, a thin figure was standing at the gate of the Zhang residence. His eyes were deeply sunken, as if he hadn't slept for a few days. This person was the Zhang residence's housekeeper, Du Ziding. Chapter 1894. He raised his head with his hands behind his back and paced up and down the stairs, as if he was in a hurry. From time to time, he would glance at the direction of Shao Mountain, but he didn't see what he was expecting and continued to pace up and down. At this moment, the servant behind him cheered, "Master is back." Du Ziding turned around abruptly and saw two sedan chairs of the Zhang residence slowly walking over. This should be Master, he thought in his heart and quickly waved his hand. "Let's go and welcome Master." After saying that, he took a step forward and ran towards the sedan chair. When the servant who was carrying the sedan chair saw the housekeeper coming, he quickly quickened his steps and stopped at the entrance of the residence. Du Ziding quickly went forward and stood in front of the sedan chair and bowed. "Master." The servant lowered the sedan chair, and a figure slowly walked out. Du Zeding smiled and stood up. Master. Halfway through his words, he seemed to be choked, and his face turned ugly, because he realized that the person who came back was not Master, but Ms. Zhang Yuyao. Didn't he ask these fellows to invite Master? Why did these fellows invite Miss Zhang? Of course, it wasn't that he was prejudiced against Zhang Yuyao. But this time, Madame Xie must be met by Master as the head of the household. Moreover, Master seemed to value this dried flower very much and asked him to pay special attention to it. Now that he invited Miss Zhang, could she make the decision? Taking a step back, even if Ms. Zhang could make the decision, if something went wrong and Master came back, wouldn't he be blamed? Although this was what he thought, he couldn't say it out loud. Thus, he said, "Hello, Miss Zhang, is Master back yet?" While speaking, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the sedan chair behind. He thought, the sedan chair in front is Miss Zhang, so the one behind should be Master, right? After all, Master was so concerned about this dried flower, he should be back. But the next moment, he was disappointed, because the person who came down was Jingshu. This Master didn't come back? Why did these two ladies come back? Just as he was puzzled, Zhang Yao spoke. "Housekeeper Du." This time Master didn't come back, so we sisters specially came back to meet Madame Xie. Du Zeding didn't reply because he didn't know how to reply. He couldn't possibly say that this was a big matter and that his Master had to make the decision, right? Wouldn't that be cutting off his own path of retreat? One had to know that these two young ladies were the old Master's future wives, so he didn't dare to provoke them. After all, he still wanted to work in the Zhang mansion for a few more years. Jingshu seemed to see Du Zeding's difficulties and smiled. "Steward Du, this time Prince Zhang has something important to do, so we came back to solve the problem. You don't have to worry. We will tell Prince Zhang if there is anything." What he meant was that it was Prince Zhang who asked us to come back. Of course, she said this because she didn't want the people in the Zhang mansion to know that Prince Zhang was missing. Although she knew that Prince Zhang wasn't in danger, others didn't know. If the people in the Zhang mansion knew that the old Master was not around, it would cause a huge uproar. For the peace of the Zhang mansion, it was a last resort to temporarily hide it from everyone. Obviously, Zhang Yao also understood Jingshu's meaning and interrupted. "Yes, Steward Du, we will talk to Prince Zhang. Don't worry." Du Zeding lowered his head and frowned. He could understand what the two young ladies meant. It was nothing more than letting them take charge of the overall situation, which was not impossible. After all, these two young ladies were the old Master's future wives. Moreover, since the old Master was not back, they could only let these two young ladies take charge. Thinking, he said, "What are you two talking about? Since the old Master is not back, naturally you two will take charge of the overall situation. Let's go in first." After that, he turned around and made a gesture with a smile. "Two young ladies, this way please." Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu looked at each other and smiled. They walked into the mansion one after another, while Du Zeding led a group of servants behind them. They were silent all the way until they reached the front yard. Zhang Yuyao pointed at the cotton-padded clothes in front of them and asked, "Steward Du, how is the production and sales of cotton-padded clothes now?" Du Zeding hurried forward and stood still with a touch of pride in his eyes. Now the production of cotton-padded clothes has doubled compared to before, and the sales are in short supply. The whole Chang'an city is fighting for our cotton-padded clothes. Since the old Master left, he had been supporting the family alone. Coupled with the miscellaneous matters in the mansion and the cotton-padded clothes, it could be said that he was exhausted and had not slept well for several nights. Of course, he was not tired of these things and thought that working for the old Master was not tiring at all. The two young ladies were well aware of all these. Looking at Steward Du's panda eyes, they naturally understood. Therefore, Zhang Yuyao said with concern, "Steward Du, you have been working hard recently. When Prince Zhang comes back, he will definitely reward you." It's not hard. Du Zeding waved his hand and smiled. How can it be hard to work for the old Master? There are not many kind-hearted and charitable people like the old Master. It is my blessing to work in the Zhang mansion. Chapter 1895. The two girls smiled and nodded. They understood Du Zeding's loyalty and did not say anything else. However, A pile of dried flowers in the corner attracted their attention. Jingshu glanced at the dried flowers, then looked at Du Zeding. "Housekeeper Du, are these dried flowers sent by Madame Xie?" "Yes." Du Zeding nodded and glanced at the main hall. "Last time, Madame Xie sent some dried flowers. Master treasured them and reached an agreement with Madame Xie. This time, she sent some again." Jingshu looked at Zhang Yuyao and nodded. They were now certain that this Madame Xie was the one who visited Prince Zhang last time. These dried flowers were used by Prince Zhang to make perfume. Since she was already here, they naturally had to meet her. Thus, she looked at Du Zeding. "Housekeeper Du, prepare the tea. We will go and meet Madame Xie." Du Zeding nodded slightly and waved her hand to signal the servants to prepare. She then said, "This way, Madame Xie is in the main hall." The two girls nodded, brushed their sleeves, and walked to the main hall. Passing through the corridor, a group of servants playing with cotton appeared in front of the two girls. However, they were not in the mood to care about this. They walked straight to the main hall. As soon as they entered the main hall, they saw a woman sitting in the main hall. It was Madame Xie. "Madame Xie." The two girls went up to her. Although they only met Madame Xie once or twice, they remembered her clearly. It was not because she was outstanding, but because she was polite and graceful no matter what she did. This was not something an ordinary woman could do. When Madame Xie heard someone calling her, she glanced at the door. Seeing that it was not Zhang Feng, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. However, it disappeared quickly. She then stood up and said, "Hello, ladies." She naturally had some influence on the two girls in front of her. Ever since her family declined, she sold flowers for a living and trained a pair of good eyes. Zhang Yuyao stepped forward and smiled. "Madame Xie has a good memory. You still remember us?" "Of course." Madame Xie nodded slightly and smiled. "Both of you are beautiful and dignified. You and Prince Zhang are talented and beautiful. How could this old woman not remember you?" These words made the two women happy in their hearts. They were Zhang Feng's future wives. This matter was basically known to everyone in Quanon. However, they couldn't help but feel happy after being praised like this. Zhang Yuyao smiled and said, "Madam, you're too polite. Come, take a seat." As she spoke, she gestured for him to take a seat. "Thank you, ladies." Madame Xie straightened her skirt and sat down. Then, she thought of something and asked, "Why don't I see Prince Zhang?" This time, she came to see Prince Zhang. At the same time, she also wanted to talk to Prince Zhang about the dried flowers. If she didn't have the right person, how could she continue with this business deal? Jingshu seemed to have seen through Madame Xie's thoughts. Just as she was about to reply, a servant came over with tea. She smiled and said, "Madame Xie, don't be anxious. Have a cup of tea to warm your body." As she spoke, she stroked the rim of Madame Xie's teacup. "Your tea is already cold. Let the servant change it to a hot one." The servant was quick-witted. When he heard this, he quickly removed the teacup and served 3 new cups of tea. Jingshu picked up the teacup and looked at Madame Xie. She smiled and said, "Madame Xie, please have some tea." Madame Xie originally wanted to discuss the matter as soon as possible. However, seeing that the two in front of her weren't anxious at all and were polite, she couldn't refuse. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Thank you, ladies." Zhang Yuyao put down the teacup and smiled at Madame Xie. "Madame Xie, how many dried flowers did you bring this time?" Madame Xie frowned and didn't answer immediately. This was because she was here to discuss business with Prince Zhang. Why did these two ladies come out? Could it be that Prince Zhang didn't want to do business anymore and wanted these two girls to send her away? However, thinking about it, it was impossible. Even if he wanted to send her away, why would these two girls be so polite to her? After thinking for a while, she still couldn't figure it out. Therefore, she asked in confusion, "Ladies, please forgive this old woman's impoliteness for asking, but why hasn't young Master Zhang come out? Hasn't he always been in charge of this matter?" The two girls looked at each other as if they were sending a message. After a while, Jingshu smiled and said, "Madame Xie, Prince Zhang has something important to deal with at the academy and can't leave the mountain. Thus, this matter was temporarily left to us sisters." "I see." Madame Xie nodded. Now she could understand why Prince Zhang didn't appear. It turned out that he had left this matter to these two ladies. Although it was a little abrupt, Prince Zhang must have his own matters to attend to. Thinking about it, she said, "In that case, let's go out and check the goods. The dried flowers are in the front yard. I'm sure you've seen it." Since someone had already made the decision, finding Prince Zhang didn't matter. As long as they checked the goods and there were no problems, it was fine. Chapter 1896. All right. Jingshu nodded and glanced at Zhang Yuyao. Seeing that the latter had no objections, she said, "Madam, please." The dried flowers were something that Prince Zhang had instructed them to do. Although they did not know much about it, they still had to check the goods. After that, the three of them stood up and walked towards the front yard. In a short while, the three of them arrived. Madame Xie pointed at the pile of dried flowers in front of her and smiled. "Ladies, there are a total of 30 stones here. Please check them." Zhang Yuyao glanced at the dried flowers on the ground. She didn't know much about these things, so she had to find someone familiar. Thus, she glanced at Du Ziting, who was not far away. "Steward Du, come and count these dried flowers. There are a total of 30 stones." Du Ziting nodded and followed the order. Then, he brought a few servants to check. After a short while, he had counted everything carefully and replied, "Ladies, it is exactly 30 stones, no more, no less." Jingshu nodded and said, "Since there is no problem, let's check for Madame Xie." After that, she looked at Madame Xie. "Madame Xie, the accountant will settle the bill for you later. Please wait for a while." "No hurry, no hurry." Madame Xie smiled and nodded. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and asked worriedly, "Ladies, do you still want the dried flowers in the future?" She did not want to ask this question. However, it was two ladies who appeared today and not Prince Zhang. This made her a little nervous. If the Zhang mansion did not want the dried flowers the next time, what should she do? Hence, she asked this question out of curiosity. Firstly, she wanted to confirm the attitude of the two ladies. Secondly, she wanted to give herself a peace of mind. However, this question stumped the two ladies. They were here to complete a transaction on behalf of Prince Zhang. How would they know if they still wanted the dried flowers in the future? If they said something wrong, wouldn't they be inhumane? The two ladies looked at each other and did not know what to do. Fortunately, Jingshu calmed down and looked at Madame Xie. She probed, "Madame Xie, didn't Prince Zhang tell you?" "Prince Zhang," Madame Xie blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled. "Prince Zhang did say that as long as he did not say anything, we will continue to send the dried flowers. But now it's you two ladies." Zhang Feng did say that because the perfume required a large amount of dried flowers, the dried flowers that they were sending were far from enough. They might ask for more in the future. How could they run out of stock? However, she was worried that the two ladies, now that they were taking over the dried flowers, that was why he asked this question. Otherwise, who would cut off their own source? The two women obviously didn't know about this. Hearing young Master Zhang's orders, they were naturally overjoyed. Thus, Zhang Yuyao smiled and said, "Since young Master Zhang has orders, then let's do as young Master Zhang says." Hearing this, Madame Xie felt relieved. She didn't have to worry about anything anymore. She smiled and said, "Since that's the case, thank you very much. This is what we should do it." Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, in the palace, the imperial study was surrounded by white fog. It was as if it was in a fairyland. Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne and smoked silently. It was as if he was trying to use cigarettes to send away all his grief and pain. Everything that had happened recently flashed through his mind like a video. Hundreds of officials forced him to abdicate, issued an edict, and held a water and land assembly. Even Guanyin was forced to go to the temple to pray. The worst thing was that even Feng Zi had disappeared. There was no news from him until now. He even doubted if he had the hearts of the people. Thinking about this, he took another puff of the cigarette in an attempt to numb himself. Little Gizi looked at His Majesty and frowned. He had been following His Majesty closely these few days and knew His Majesty's worries. Hundreds of officials forced him to abdicate, issued an edict, and held a water and land assembly. His Majesty had never been willing to do these things. But now he was doing them all. This was all caused by Zhang Feng. He used to have a good impression of Zhang Feng, But after this incident, he had already blacklisted Zhang Feng. It was because this guy often did strange things and caused others to clean up for him. Now, even His Majesty wasn't going to let him off. Although he thought this, he couldn't say it. He knew that Zhang Feng's position in His Majesty's heart was definitely higher than his. However, on second thought, this brat Zhang Feng was also very powerful. Could he fly? If he could become such a person, he would definitely clear all obstacles for His Majesty. Unfortunately, he was a rootless person and couldn't enter the imperial court. Otherwise, thinking of this, he moved his eyes to Li Shimin, only to see Li Shimin lighting another cigarette in his mouth, as if he was going to smoke. This scared the hell out of him. He hurriedly advised, "Your Majesty, you've already smoked 10 cigarettes. Why don't you take a break?" He had been by His Majesty's side all this time. He had seen His Majesty smoke without stopping. Although he knew that cigarettes were divine things that could make people ascend to heaven, it wasn't the same thing to smoke like this. Chapter 1897. However, Li Shimin did not care about this. As if he did not hear Shao Gizi's words, he took a deep breath and exhaled. "Your Majesty," Shao Gizi lowered his head, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. He knew His Majesty's temper. As long as he had decided on something, he would not listen to any advice. For example, smoking now. His Majesty liked it and would not throw it away. However, he was thinking of His Majesty and was unwilling to give up persuading him. "Your Majesty, why don't you take a break?" This time, the persuasion seemed to have worked a little. Li Shimin glanced at little Gizi, somewhat sullen. "What's wrong? You want to abdicate too?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shao Gizi's legs suddenly went soft. He hurriedly crawled on the ground, his face turning green and white. Your Majesty, this slave does not dare. How could he dare to have such thoughts? Abdicate? This was a capital offense. How could he dare? He only wanted to persuade His Majesty, but he was being accused of something. However, on second thought, there was a trace of anger in His Majesty's words. It did not seem to be directed at him. After all, he had not done anything out of line recently. Thinking of this, he raised his head to look at His Majesty. Unexpectedly, Li Shimin was also looking at him. Their eyes met. Shao Gizi instantly quivered and hurriedly lowered his head. "Your Majesty, please spare my life." Although he was begging for mercy, his heart was already in his throat. He was afraid that if something went wrong, his head would be separated from his body. After all, His Majesty was a temperamental person. Li Shimin looked at the trembling Shao Gizi with mixed feelings. What he had said just now was actually words of anger. Abdicating was a reflection of those ministers. In his heart, he did not know if he was a qualified monarch, but those ministers' way of abdicating made him angry. Although he was angry, he could not do anything because he knew that these fellows did the right thing. When everyone thought that the Black Tortoise sect was in the sky, he had already been pushed to the climax of public opinion. The ministers were also thinking of the people. As for Shao Gizi, he had become a punching bag. This fellow was loyal. If he was told to go left, he would never go right. At the same time, he was also glad that he had such a loyal servant by his side. How could he kill him? Thus, he put away his angry expression and said softly, "Get up. I'm not blaming you." Little Gizi didn't get up immediately. Instead, he looked up and saw that His Majesty had already turned his head away. He didn't hesitate and quickly got up. However, his legs didn't seem to listen to him. They kept shaking, and he had to stand up several times before he could stand up. After getting up, he bowed again. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a hoarse voice at the door of the imperial study. "Your Majesty, there's a letter from Sheng Zhou." Before he could finish, Li Shimin abruptly stood up and glanced at the door. He said excitedly, "Quickly bring it up." He knew that Feng Zi was in Sheng State, and this letter was most likely related to Feng Zi. Not long after, the sound of footsteps came from the door. A strong man walked in with small, quick steps. However, as soon as he came in, he seemed to feel that something was wrong. A pungent smell wafted over, making it hard for him to breathe. Cough, cough. He covered his mouth and coughed nonstop. He felt that tears were about to come out. For a moment, he even wanted to go out and never come in again. However, when he thought that he still had to send a letter to His Majesty, he still made up his mind and walked in. However, something even more strange happened. He couldn't see inside clearly, and he couldn't see His Majesty's figure. Layers of smoke blocked his line of sight. What should he do? He could only muster up his courage and walk in. However, Li Shimin couldn't wait any longer. He glanced at little Gizi beside him and urged, "Quickly go and bring the letter over." Little Gizi was still looking at the door. When he heard that His Majesty wanted him to go, he hurriedly ran towards the door. Speaking of which, his legs were still weak just now, but when he heard that he had to do something for His Majesty, his legs instantly became light. As soon as he walked, he formed a gust of wind. Even the smoke started to swirl. His vision suddenly became clear. At this moment, he saw a figure walking over. It was the strong man just now. He immediately berated, "Stop! Give me the letter." That strong man didn't hesitate and hurriedly handed the letter to little Gizi. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard little Gizi's figure again. "Next time you're so slow, boy, I'll break your legs." His expression changed. He wanted to refute, but didn't know how to. He could only secretly feel bitter in his heart. It wasn't that he was slow, but this room was full of smoke. How could he be fast? Thinking of this, he still walked out of the room quickly. Little Gizi received the letter. Without hesitation, he turned around and handed it to Li Shimin. At this time, Li Shimin was already impatient. He opened the letter and read it carefully. "Your Majesty, since leaving Chang'an, I have chased after Zhang Feng all the way to Xingzhou. I have not seen any trace of him." When he saw this, his expression changed and he slapped the table. Chapter 1898. This frightened little Gizi. He stumbled and fell to the ground. He quickly knelt down. "Your Majesty, please calm down." However, Li Shimin ignored him. He leaned on the table and stared angrily in the direction of Shengzhou, as if he was thinking about something. He had always regarded Feng Zi as one of the most important people by his side. This time, he had even mobilized troops to search for him. As for Li Jing, as the Minister of War, he had never disappointed me. However, this time, this fellow had chased him all the way to Shengzhou and still hadn't seen him. This was ridiculous. I thought so highly of him, but he couldn't even catch one person. What's the use? If Feng Zi is in danger, what should I do? However, on second thought, Yu Qigong had also chased after Feng Zi. There should be news, right? After thinking for a while, he suppressed the anger in his heart and read again. "Unexpectedly, I learned that the various Turkic tribes have been attacked by heavenly lightning. There were countless casualties. When he saw this, he suddenly trembled. His eyes suddenly widened. He even rubbed them, suspecting that he had seen wrongly. However, after reading it a few times, it was still the same words. Finally, he could no longer contain the shock in his heart. He kept exclaiming, "The various Turkic tribes have been attacked by heavenly lightning? There were countless casualties? How is this possible?" Xiao Gizi, who was crawling on the ground, seemed to have noticed something unusual. He quickly raised his head, only to see Li Shimin constantly crying out in alarm. His feet seemed to be somewhat unstable, and he was about to fall down the steps. He was so scared that he quickly got up, strode forward, hugged Li Shimin, and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, be careful." Suddenly being hugged, Li Shimin steadied himself. However, his brain seemed to have suffered a great impact. He was a little dizzy. He shook his head hard and slowly woke up. Then, he looked at little Gizi. "I'm fine. Help me sit down." Hearing this, little Gizi finally relaxed. He ignored the cold sweat on his head and quickly and carefully helped Li Shimin to sit on the dragon throne. Seeing that Li Shimin was fine, he said, "Your Majesty, don't be so agitated. Your health is important." Li Shimin didn't answer little Gizi because he was still immersed in shock and couldn't extricate himself. The various Turkic tribes have been attacked by heavenly lightning? Countless casualties? These words were like a brand that was deeply imprinted into his heart. Heavenly thunder? This was something that only the heavens could control, so why would it suddenly attack the Turkic camp? This was completely illogical. Moreover, even if the Turkic camp had been struck by lightning, how could there have been so many casualties? The only possibility was that Li Jing had given a fake military order. However, he quickly rejected this hypothesis. He knew very well what kind of person Li Jing was. He was an upright person with strict discipline. It was absolutely impossible for him to do such a thing. Of course, he didn't dare to do it either. However, all of this was too strange. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Li Shimin frowned. Little Gizi seemed to notice that something was wrong and said softly, "Your Majesty, please don't worry about state affairs. What is a castrate like you know?" Li Shimin glanced at Little Gizi with some dissatisfaction. This is a huge matter for the Turks. Halfway through his words, he felt that something was wrong and immediately changed his tone. Forget it, forget it. What's the use of saying so much to a eunuch like you?" After that, he read the letter again. This heavenly thunder incident is very strange. I suspect that it has something to do with Zhang Feng. Fengzi? Li Shimin frowned, somewhat puzzled. Didn't I ask Li Jing to track down Fengzi's traces? How could the heavenly thunder have anything to do with Fengzi? Could it be that the heavenly thunder was summoned by Fengzi? It shouldn't be possible. With doubts in his mind, he continued to read. According to the survivors, a round object appeared in the sky that night, covering the sky and the moon. Then, countless things with sparks were thrown down, causing countless casualties in the Turkic camp. The specific number of casualties is unknown. Li Shimin put down the letter and frowned even more. This description was exactly the same as the thing in Chang'an City. In that case, it was Fengzi. However, why would this guy go to Xingzhou and blow up the Turkic camp? Could it be premeditated? Whether it was premeditated or not, it was still a good thing for the Tang dynasty. However, now this guy should still be in Xingzhou. Would he be in danger? Thinking of this, Li Shimin was a little uneasy. He glanced at Xiao Gizi and said seriously, "Immediately send someone to Xingzhou to pass on my order. You must let Li Jing find Zhang Feng and bring him back smoothly." After that, he seemed to think of something and added, "In addition, tell Wei Zheng, Du Ruhui, Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and others to come to see me." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiao Gizi bowed and turned to walk out of the door. After instructing everything, Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne again, picked up a cigarette from the desk, put it in his mouth, lit it, and slowly smoked. At this time, he had mixed feelings. On one hand, he was happy about the bombing of the Turkic camp, but on the other hand, he was worried about Zhang Feng's safety. The Turkic people had always been a thorn in the heart of the Tang dynasty. Almost every year, they would come to the Tang dynasty to burn, kill, and loot. The people of the Tang dynasty hated them to the bone, but they could do nothing because they lived in the grassland and could not be killed. Chapter 1899. However, the blow this time was undoubtedly huge to the Turkic headquarters. Although it was impossible to know whether Xieli and Tuli were dead or alive, it could definitely stop the other party from going south. And Zhang Feng had really made a great contribution this time. However, he had been missing, which made him very vexed. Just as he was feeling vexed, footsteps came from outside the door. Then little Gizi walked in and bowed. "Your Majesty, the verbal order has been sent. Duke Wei and the others are also waiting outside. Should we summon them?" "Summon them." Li Shimin waved his hand. Little Gizi accepted the order and turned to leave the room. After a while, he walked in with Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng and the others followed little Gizi's footsteps into the imperial study and smelled a pungent smell of smoke. Although they usually smoked a little, it was only when they had nothing to do. In addition, they were generally old. How could they smell such a strong smell? They immediately coughed. Cough, cough, cough. This smell. Everyone covered their noses and coughed. Seeing this, little Gizi hurriedly comforted them. "Sirs, please bear with it. His Majesty is waiting." Hearing this, everyone did not complain anymore. After all, His Majesty had already issued an edict and admitted his mistake. Strictly speaking, he was a good emperor. Besides, the thing in the sky was not the vengeful spirit of the Xuanwu Gate. After thinking about it, everyone still walked toward the main hall. They saw Li Shimin sitting on the dragon throne. Everyone came forward and bowed together. "Your Majesty." Li Shimin was already impatient. He waved his hand casually. "Rise. Everyone sit." After he finished speaking, he handed the letter on the table to Xiao Gizi and said, "Pass the letter to the officials." "Letter?" Everyone looked at the letter in Li Shimin's hand in confusion and guessed. Could it be that there was something wrong with that place? Or did something happen at the border? With doubts, they looked at Li Shimin but could not see any joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. At this moment, Xiao Gizi handed the letter to Wei Zheng. Because Wei Zheng was the closest person to Li Shimin, it was convenient for him to pass it down. Wei Zheng took the letter and looked down. Two big words appeared in front of his eyes. Li Jing. Wasn't Li Jing sent by His Majesty to find Feng Zi? Could there be news of Feng Zi? Delighted, he immediately tore open the letter and read it. The officials sitting around felt as if their hearts were being scratched by a cat, itching unbearably. They also wanted to read the letter because they knew that the letter that His Majesty allowed everyone to read was definitely a matter of national importance. As the backbone of the imperial court, they all wanted to read it in advance. However, this little Gizi had already given the letter to Wei Zheng. They couldn't possibly snatch it away, right? Therefore, everyone looked at Wei Zheng curiously, trying to get some information. At first, Wei Zheng's expression was normal and even had a hint of smile. However, slowly his eyes widened and his mouth opened wide as if he had seen something unbelievable. In the end, he stood up abruptly and kept exclaiming that it was impossible. Seeing this, everyone knew that the matter was definitely not simple. They quickly went forward and snatched the letter from Wei Zheng's hand and gathered to read it. However, halfway through, everyone's eyes widened and they kept exclaiming, "What? The Turks were attacked by lightning? And it was Feng Zi who did it? Countless Turks died? Shili led the troops back to the grassland? How is this possible?" They felt that their worldview had been turned upside down, and they kept exclaiming. Lightning was a divine object that only the heavens could control. How could it be related to Feng Zi? Moreover, according to Li Jing's letter, it seemed that Feng Zi had sent down lightning from the sky and caused the deaths of various Turks. If that was the case, it was even more unbelievable. How could a human control lightning? Could it be that Feng Zi was an immortal? Only immortals had such means. However, they quickly denied this theory. Because the people present had more or less interacted with Feng Zi, they could be considered to know his character. This kid usually liked to fiddle with strange things. In terms of talent, he was a little talented, but it was impossible for him to have such means. Therefore, everyone looked at Li Shimin, hoping to get some information from His Majesty. Li Shimin naturally knew the doubts in everyone's hearts. He smiled faintly and said, "Have you all read the letter just now?" After that, he continued, Li Jing said in the letter that the lightning this time was very likely to be Feng Zi's doing. At first, I was also puzzled as to why there would be such a ridiculous statement. However, after I thought of the Xuanwu Gate incident in Chang, and I felt that everything was logical. The Xuanwu Gate incident in Chang'an? Everyone was puzzled and confused. What was the connection between these two things? One was what happened in Chang, and the other was what happened in Shangzhou. The two had nothing to do with each other. Perhaps he saw through everyone's thoughts. Li Shimin continued, "Have you forgotten that these things have something in common? That is, they can all go to the sky, and they were all done by Feng Zi." Chapter 1900. As soon as he said that, everyone exclaimed in unison. They looked at each other as if they had understood something, but at the same time, they seemed to be missing something. Wei Zheng was quick-witted. He stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, are you saying that Feng Zi's original intention was to blow up the Turkic camp in Shangzhou, and he was just passing by Chang'an?" As soon as he said that, everyone suddenly understood. So that was the case. Feng Zi's goal was the Turkic camp in Chang, and was just passing by. In that case, the Xuanwu Gate incident was really a farce. They even forced His Majesty to issue an edict. They really shouldn't have done that. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help blushing. However, Li Shimin didn't seem to care about this. He glanced at everyone and said seriously, "Yes, From Li Jing's letter, Fengzi's goal was indeed the Turkic camp. In this case, Chang'an was just a farce. It's not worth mentioning. As soon as he said that, everyone felt even more ashamed. They blushed and didn't even dare to raise their heads. Because of the farce in Chang'an, they had forced the emperor to abdicate. This was really inappropriate for a subject. Of course, this was based on the fact that the emperor didn't make any mistakes. Li Shimin was such an emperor. Except for the incident at the Xuanwu Gate, he basically didn't make any serious mistakes. He was conscientious in politics and treated the people like his own children. However, someone couldn't help it. Zhongsun Wuji stepped forward, lowered his head, and said softly, "Your Majesty, I committed a heinous crime a few days ago. Your Majesty, please punish me." With the first person, there was naturally a second person. Soon, all the officials stepped forward one by one. "Your Majesty, I know that I have committed a heinous crime. Please punish me." "Your Majesty, I know that I have committed a heinous crime. Please punish me." "Your Majesty, I know that I have committed a heinous crime. Please punish me." They bowed together, lowered their heads, and blushed. Li Shimin looked at them meaningfully. In fact, he was still a little angry. Just a few days ago, he even wanted to punish these old fellows for their crimes. However, when he thought of everyone's contributions to the Tang dynasty, he silently endured it. Take Wei Zheng, for example. Although this guy had a bad temper, he was indeed a pillar of the country. He was upright and plain-spoken, and as an official, his sleeves were clean. There's also Zhongsun Wuji. He's been with me since before I became a cavalry. Although he's not as good at strategy as Fang Xianling, and he's not as good as Wei Zheng, he's still my brother-in-law. How could such a person be punished? Moreover, they had all admitted their mistakes today, so it was even more impossible to punish them. Thus, he revealed a trace of a smile and waved his hand. "Everyone rise." This emperor has never taken it to heart. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Since when did His Majesty become so generous? It wasn't like this in the past. However, thinking about it was just thinking. Naturally, he couldn't say it out loud. However, they couldn't help but feel a little guilty and a little worried. They were worried that His Majesty still hadn't vented his anger. Therefore, Zhongsun Wuji looked up and saw that His Majesty wasn't angry. So he said, "Your Majesty, since it's not the ghost of the Xuanwu Gate, why don't we withdraw the edict and the Water and Land Assembly?" He had his reasons for saying so. The edict was an edict issued to state the sins of the current emperor. It was bound to be recorded in history. If it was passed down, it would definitely cause damage to Li Shimin's reputation. At that time, if future generations scolded Li Shimin, they might implicate Zhongsun Wugo. As his brother-in-law, he didn't want that to happen. Of course, Li Shimin also had the same idea. However, he was the emperor of country. How could he withdraw the edict so easily? Moreover, the Water and Land Assembly and the heaven-worshipping ceremony were almost ready. If he withdrew them, what would his prestige be in the future? After thinking about it, it was better not to withdraw them. Therefore, he said, "Forget it. The edict has already been issued. Moreover, the Water and Land Assembly and the heaven-worshipping ceremony have already been put on the agenda. How can we withdraw them? Where will my prestige be in the future?" But Zhongsun Wuji was obviously unwilling to give up. He wanted to continue persuading, but he was interrupted by Li Shimin halfway. "No buts." Li Shimin waved his hand to stop Zhongsun Wuji. Then he scanned the crowd and said seriously, "This time, I called you all here to discuss the matters of Shang State. Would you all like to express your views on the current situation of Shang State?" Everyone looked at each other and didn't immediately answer. Instead, they all began to think in their hearts. Shang State could be said to have won a great battle. Although the Turks didn't take the initiative to attack, they dealt a heavy blow. There shouldn't be any danger. However, His Majesty didn't seem very happy. Everyone was a little cautious, afraid that they would make His Majesty unhappy, so they didn't step forward to answer. The imperial study slowly fell into silence. Finally, after 15 minutes, Wei Zheng stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Turkic tribes were struck by lightning and suffered countless casualties. In the next few years, they probably won't go south to pillage. Our dynasty should strengthen the defense of the border and even train the soldiers to strengthen our own defenses. Chapter 1901. Li Shimin nodded his head and praised. Wei Qing's words hit the nail on the head. What you said is correct. This time the two Jue have suffered heavy casualties. It should be the best time to exterminate them. But right now the Battle of Chiotzi City is still ongoing. We cannot spare too many troops and horses for the time being. Otherwise, Zhen would personally lead the troops to exterminate these animals. Your Majesty, there's no need to be so angry. Zhang Sun Wuji bowed and said solemnly, the Turks are like grasshoppers after autumn. They won't be able to jump around for a few days. The current casualties are enough to make them suffer. Everyone nodded and felt that Zhang Sun Wuji's words made sense. Li Shimin also felt the same. He smiled faintly and said, you're right. This matter can't be rushed. After saying that, he changed the topic and said with a frown, however, we haven't found any traces of Feng Zi. I don't know how he is. As soon as he said that, everyone frowned. Zhang Feng and the others were very familiar with him. In the past, they often drank and chatted together. If there was something they didn't know, they would ask this kid for advice. Now that he suddenly disappeared, they were not used to it. Especially Du Ruhui and Zhang Sun Wuji. They knew that their son and Feng Zi hung out all day. Moreover, when they found out that their son was missing, they felt as if they had lost their souls. They sent people to look for him every day and finally found out that these guys went with Feng Zi. This caused the two of them to be extremely anxious. If something were to happen to their son, what would they do? Thinking of this, they felt as if their hearts were blocked, and they felt very uncomfortable. Li Shimin seemed to have seen through their thoughts and comforted them. Minister Zhang Sun, Minister Du, don't be sad. Your son will definitely return safely. The two wiped the corners of their eyes and said in unison, thank you, Your Majesty, for your kind words. As soon as they said that, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Then a strong man walked in and quickly walked in front of Li Shimin. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, the Emperor invites you. The Emperor? Li Shimin was stunned. Father usually doesn't see me if there's nothing important. Could it be that something happened this time? With doubts, he glanced at the strong man and asked, Why does the Emperor want to see me? I don't know. The strong man shook his head, then glanced at the officials present and added, However, the Emperor said that if the officials want to go, it's fine. Li Shimin frowned and had a bad premonition. Usually, even if the Emperor wants to see me, he will never bring the officials. Because he has long ago stopped caring for the Emperor, why does he want to see the officials today? Moreover, these words were very metaphorical. If the officials wanted to go, it was also possible. That means the Emperor knows the officials to be Li is? To the Emperor, the Emperor's the Emperor to go Z to make A. By right, the previous Emperor had already abdicated and no longer cared about politics. B's S's twos except twos. To go. TS with doubts in their minds. Everyone looked at Li Shimin. But at this moment, Li Shimin also looked over. He said with a solemn face, Since it's the Emperor's request, then everyone should go and take a look. Maybe the Emperor has something important to say. Everyone naturally didn't dare to refuse and agreed. Thus, Li Shimin led everyone to Li Yuan's residence. In less than a moment, the group arrived. Li Shimin was the first to be led into the main hall by Li Shi. Just as he entered the door, he saw Li Yuan sitting on a chair, drinking alone to drown his sorrows. He did not seem to be too happy. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Imperial Father. Li Yuan raised his sleepy eyes and glanced at Li Shimin, waving his hand. Get up, Erlang. Then, he seemed to feel something was wrong and asked, Erlang, the officials didn't come? They came, but they're waiting outside. Li Shimin smiled, then looked outside and said to the strong man, Let them in. As soon as his voice fell, everyone walked in and bowed in unison. Greetings, Your Majesty. No need to be polite, sit. Li Yuan glanced at everyone, then looked at Li Shimin and pointed to a chair beside him. Erlang, sit. Everyone didn't stand on ceremony and took their seats. However, They seemed a little reserved because they didn't come to this place many times, so they were naturally not used to it. Seeing that everyone had taken their seats, Li Yuan opened his mouth. Erlang, I heard that there's a letter from Shang State. The emperor's palace was very big, but the news was very fast. This kind of news from outside the palace, those in power were often the first to know. Although he didn't have any real power now, he still had his trusted aides, so this wasn't a big deal. Obviously, Li Shimin also knew a little, but he didn't expect Father Emperor to care about Shang State. This was the border, logically speaking, only the emperor could ask about it. What did Father Emperor mean now? Perhaps seeing Li Shimin's slightly changed expression, Li Yuan hurriedly changed his words. Erlang, don't misunderstand. I just want to know about Fengzi's news. After all, that kid isn't bad. I don't want him to die. Chapter 1902. Hearing this, Li Shimin finally understood. It turned out that his father wanted to inquire about Fengzi, so he didn't care too much. Thus, he said, Father, there's indeed a letter from Shangzhou, but halfway through he sighed and seemed a little annoyed. It's just that Fengzi hasn't been brought back yet. What? Li Yuan exclaimed and threw the wine cup in his hand. He glanced at the officials and said angrily, There are so many people in the imperial court, but they can't even bring Fengzi back? He couldn't believe it. Even if Fengzi could go up to heaven, he should have come down, right? It had been almost 3 days, and there was still no news at all? How could this not make him angry? If Fengzi didn't come back, who would research new things for him in the future? Who would play with him? Thinking of this, he couldn't restrain his anger and glared at the officials. The officials seemed to be afraid of being glared at. They all shrank their heads and didn't dare to speak, because they didn't know how to speak. Looking for people wasn't something they should do. Moreover, His Majesty had already handed this matter to someone else. Why was he blaming them now? Now, they finally understood why he called them here. It was to vent his anger. However, even if they knew, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, he was the emperor. However, Li Shimin couldn't stand it anymore. As the emperor, how could he watch his officials be scolded? So, he quickly said, Father, don't blame them. After all, they're just civil officials and don't know about these things. After that, he changed the topic and continued. Although we didn't bring Fengzi back this time, there is some news about Fengzi. News? What news? Li Yuan turned his head and was instantly interested. Father, don't be anxious. Li Shimin smiled faintly and then looked at Zhangsun Wuji, who was in a daze, and said, Minister Zhangsun, you say it. Zhangsun Wuji was still in a daze, but when he heard this, he immediately became energetic. However, he knew that this wasn't a good task. If he didn't say it well, he would definitely be scolded, but he couldn't refuse. He could only step forward and said, Emperor, just now, Shangzhou sent a letter saying that the Turkic camp was attacked by lightning. What? The Turkic camp was struck by lightning? Li Yuan opened his eyes wide, a look of disbelief on his face. However, looking at Zhangsun Wuji's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Then he looked at Li Shimin. Li Shimin's face was even more sincere, as if he was telling the truth. This made him a little less confident. Heavenly thunder? Where did the heavenly lightning come from? An attack the Turkic camp? Isn't this a little strange? With doubts in his mind, he looked at Zhangsun Wuji and said coldly, Speak clearly. What heavenly lightning? What was going on? Is it related to Fengzi again? How could Zhangsun Wuji withstand the shock? He hurriedly replied, Zhang Feng was the one who did the heavenly lightning. He used the heavenly lightning to blast the Turkic camp. Fengzi did it. Li Yuan frowned. The more he listened, the more confused he felt. What was this? If Fengzi could control the heavenly lightning, wouldn't he be an immortal? Now, he increasingly felt that Zhangsun Wuji was dishonest. Do you see that I'm old and deliberately deceive me? I don't dare. Zhangsun Wuji hurriedly cupped his hands. Cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Although the emperor didn't have real power, his prestige was still there. How could he dare? Therefore, he hurriedly said, Your Majesty, do you remember the incident of the Black Tortoise Gate in Chang'an last time? That was Fengzi. At first, we always felt that there was a problem. Later, we found out that Fengzi was going to Shangzhou to blast the Turkic camp. Oh, a trace of surprise flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. He was very clear about the incident of the Black Tortoise Gate in Chang'an. At first, he blamed Erlang blindly. Later, he thought that since the incident had passed, he didn't care anymore. Moreover, he had promised to preside over the worship ceremony. However, he didn't expect that there would be such a thing. It seemed that Feng Zi was really not simple. He drifted all the way from Chang into Shenzhou just to blast the Turkic camp. However, Feng Zi had blasted the Turkic camp. Would the Turkic people let him go? Wasn't this kid sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly looked at Zhang Sun Wuji and hurriedly asked, "How is Feng Zi now? Is he dead or alive?" Zhang Sun Wuji lowered his head tightly. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer, because he didn't know. Li Jing's letter only mentioned the Turkic and Shenzhou. There was no news of Feng Zi at all, or rather, he hadn't been found yet. How could he answer this? Although he had his own difficulties, Li Yuan didn't care. He hurriedly asked, "How is Feng Zi?" He still didn't get a reply. Therefore, he turned to Li Shimin and hurriedly said, "Erlang, tell me, what happened to Feng Zi?" Li Shimin paused. He didn't want to answer at first. However, when he saw his father's worried expression, he said patiently, "Father, there is no news of Feng Zi for the time being. Do you know where he is?" "What?" Li Yuan suddenly stood up. He glanced at everyone and said angrily, "Shenzhou is such a big place. You can't even find a person?" Chapter 1903. Li Shimin could understand Li Yuan's feelings. He was also anxious about Feng Zi's disappearance, but what was the use of being anxious? Right now, Li Jing had already gone to Shenzhou, and Yu Qigong and the others had also rushed over. They were all trying their best to search for him, so it was not the fault of the officials that they could not find him. Thinking about it, he hurriedly advised, "Father, I have already sent people to Shenzhou to handle this matter, but there are not enough people. However, I believe that the results will be out soon." Li Yuan glanced at Li Shimin, but at this moment, he was furious because he knew that Erlang had already done his best. Thus, he looked at the officials, his eyes somewhat gloomy. "Since there are not enough people, then let the clan send out some people." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was in an uproar. Li Shimin looked at Li Yuan with a bewildered expression. Although he really wanted to touch the clan, he knew in his heart that the clan had a deep foundation and could not be eradicated overnight. Therefore, he had always buried this thought in his heart and had never said it out loud. But today, his father had personally said it out loud. Although it was said very tactfully, but he could still hear his father's hatred for the clan. On this point, Imperial Father and I happen to agree. However, could the officials agree? Thinking about it, he shifted his gaze to the officials. In fact, the officials were no longer calm, because many of them were also in the ranks of the clans. The emperor's words just now meant that he was prepared to let the clans search for Zhang Feng. Although they were also worried about Zhang Feng, they did not plan to use the people of their clans. If they touched the people of the clan, it would definitely cause damage to the clan. Thus, everyone hurriedly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, please show mercy. The clan cannot be touched." Li Yuan glanced at the crowd. His face could not help but flush red. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he roared, "Not using the clan? Then who can I count on?" As he spoke, he walked in front of everyone, stretched out his finger, and pointed angrily. "It's you? Were you? Is it still you?" Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment as they retreated. They knew that the emperor was currently in a state of anger and could not be provoked. Li Yuan glanced at everyone and roared again, "Since you can't find Feng Zi, then what's the harm in touching the clan?" After saying that, he looked at the door and shouted, "Pass down my decree. Let all the clans send people to find Feng Zi immediately. If they can't do it, don't come back." But at this moment, a voice came from behind. "Wait!" Li Yuan turned his head abruptly and saw that the one who spoke was his son, Li Shimin. Li Shimin actually wanted to get rid of the clan as well, but he knew that getting rid of the clan was not something that could be done overnight. Using his father's method was even more impossible, so he stopped him. At this moment, facing his father's bewildered gaze, he could only step forward and comfort him. "Father, This matter cannot be rushed. Li Jing, Yu Qigong, and the others have already sent people to search for Feng Zi. I believe there will be a result very soon. Moreover, if we let the people of the clan move out now, they will definitely be unwilling, and at that time, it will inevitably cause some twists and turns. Hearing this, Li Yuan was somewhat moved, but he couldn't help being somewhat worried in his heart. Thus, he said, "Then what about Feng Zi's safety? Father, there's no need to be like this." Li Shimin smiled faintly, trying to ease the awkward situation. With Li Jing, Yu Qigong, and the others, I believe Feng Zi will not be in danger. Of course, he was not confident about all of this. Right now, he only wanted to appease his father. Li Yuan naturally did not know about this, and thought that Erlang really had a way. So he said, "Since that's the case, then listen to Erlang. I won't participate." In fact, ever since he abdicated, he had basically not participated in political affairs. If it wasn't for Feng Zi, he wouldn't have summoned the ministers at all. Li Shimin seemed to have put down a huge stone in his heart. He let out a long breath and smiled. "Thank you for your understanding, Father." After he finished speaking, he swept his gaze across the crowd of officials. "Since there's nothing else, all of you may leave." Everyone looked at each other and did not leave immediately. It was as if they had something to say. A moment later, Zhangsun Wuji stepped forward and bowed, reporting to Majesty, "Emperor, the heaven worship ceremony and the water and land assembly will be held in a few days. When the time comes, speaking to hear," he raised his head and glanced at Li Shimin and Li Yuan. However, he did not continue speaking because the heaven worship ceremony and the water and land assembly were originally ordered to be held by His Majesty. Now, that it was a farce, whether or not to hold it would depend on His Majesty. Moreover, the Emperor had originally agreed to attend the heaven worship ceremony, and His Majesty had also agreed to attend the water and land assembly. Now that the ceremony and assembly were almost ready, they had to confirm whether or not to attend. Li Shimin naturally knew what everyone was thinking. He did not plan to cancel the heaven worship ceremony and the water and land assembly. In fact, he was prepared to attend. Of course, all of this was built on the basis that he was the emperor. There was also a portion that came from personal feelings. After all, he was brothers with Jiansheng and the others. They were already dead. Holding a few ceremonies was something that should be done. It was just that he didn't know what father was thinking. With doubtful thoughts, he looked towards Li Yuan. Chapter 1904. Li Yuan furrowed his brows tightly, as if recalling some kind of sad matter. He picked up the wine cup on the table and gulped it down. Looking at everyone, he said, "Since the preparations are almost complete, then let's hold it as scheduled. Don't worry, I will definitely preside over it." This heaven worship ceremony and water and land assembly was to send his two sons to the afterlife. Even if no one asked, he would still participate. Li Shimin seemed to be able to feel Li Yuan's feelings. He nodded emotionally. "That's right, I will also participate at that time. Everyone, if there is nothing else, you may leave." When his voice fell, the officials finally put down the boulder in their hearts. They all cupped their hands and left. Only Li Shimin and Li Yuan remained in the palace. Li Yuan picked up the wine cup and took a sip. Then, he looked at Li Shimin and said softly, "Erlang, I'll have to trouble you for this water and land assembly." "Father Emperor, what are you saying?" Li Shimin lowered his head. He was a bit ashamed. His two brothers died because of him. This matter was naturally nothing. "This is what I should do." Li Yuan nodded and did not say anything, because he could also see that Erlang was a bit sad in his heart. He picked up the wine cup and personally poured a cup of wine. He handed it to Li Shimin. "Come, drink with me." Just as his voice fell, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Immediately after, a strong man walked in. Li Shimin remembered this strong man. He was the eunuch of the imperial study. But why was he in such a hurry to come to the emperor's palace? Could it be that something had happened? Even if there was something important, he could not be in such a hurry. What if he disturbed the emperor? Thus, he pretended to be angry and said, "You eunuch, why are you in such a hurry? What if you disturb the emperor?" He said this mainly to give Li Yuan a good impression. After all, they were father and son. He had to show a considerate appearance. Secondly, it was a hint to this eunuch. If it wasn't something important, then don't say it and go back to the imperial study." And this strong man thought that His Majesty was angry. His legs immediately went soft, and he prostrated on the ground. "Your Majesty, please spare my life." Li Yuan did not seem to care about all of this. Instead, he looked at Li Shimin and waved his hand indifferently. "Since there's something important, you can go back and talk about it." When Li Shimin heard this, he couldn't do it. If he went back, wouldn't it mean that he was going behind his father's back? Thus, he looked at the strong man and said, "If you have something to say it quickly." The strong man was quick-witted. Seeing that His Majesty had spoken, he hurriedly said, "Just now, Lu Guogong sent a letter. His Majesty, please read it." After that, he quickly took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Li Shimin. Li Shimin took the letter and hurriedly opened it because he knew that Cheng Yaojin was also looking for Feng Zi. Now that the letter was sent, there must be some clues. Sure enough, as soon as he opened it, lines of clues about Zhang Feng appeared in front of him. "Your Majesty, I was looking for Zhang Feng's traces. When I reached Xingzhou, I lost the clues, but later I found some traces. At present, I know that Zhang Feng is floating towards the grassland." Seeing this, Li Shimin frowned. "Feng Zi is floating toward the grassland? The grassland is the Turks' residence. Now that the Tang dynasty and the Turks are in a war, isn't going to die? What is this Feng Zi thinking?" Li Yuan seemed to see Li Shimin's worry and asked curiously, "Erlang, what happened?" Li Shimin did not answer, but handed the letter to Li Yuan. Li Yuan was puzzled, but he still took the letter and read it carefully. However, after reading half of it, he was not good. Feng Zi is going to the grassland? What's going on? Why does he want to go to the grassland? Doesn't he know that the Tang dynasty and the Turks are like fire and water? Isn't going to die now? He felt bad. After thinking for a long time, he still could not understand why Feng Zi wants to go to the grassland. Therefore, he looked at Li Shimin nervously and asked, "Erlang, why do you think Feng Zi wants to go to the grassland? Isn't this going to die?" Li Shimin naturally did not know, but facing his father's question, it was not good to not answer, so he could only frown and say, "I don't know. Maybe Feng Zi is unwilling to let Shili go." He himself did not believe what he said. Could it be that those people wanted to attack the grassland? It was impossible. However, he really could not think of any other reason in his heart. Li Yuan was not stupid. Naturally, he would not believe this nonsensical answer. Shooting a glance at Li Shimin, he stood up and paced in the hall. After a long while, he finally stopped and looked at Li Shimin with a solemn expression. "Erlang, I think there must be something fishy about this. You immediately write a letter and order people to speed up and track Feng Zi. Otherwise, once we reach the grassland, it will be difficult for the King of Hell to save us." Li Shimin nodded. He also understood the seriousness of this. Although he still did not know why Feng Zi wants to go to the grassland, he must stop him. Otherwise, if something happens, there will be no chance to regret it. Therefore, he waved his hand to signal Xiao Gizi beside him to prepare a pen and paper. Soon, he wrote 2 letters. One was for Cheng Yaojin, and the other was for Li Jing. Now that the two were not together, the letters must be written separately. Chapter 1905. After he finished writing, he glanced outside the door and waved his hand. "Someone, quickly send this letter to Shangzhou." Just as he finished speaking, a strong man walked in and took away the letters. Seeing this, Li Yuan's frown slowly relaxed. He looked at Li Shimin and asked worriedly, "Erlang, do you think Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin, and the others can successfully bring Feng Zi back? Why do I feel uneasy?" "Don't worry, father." Li Shimin narrowed his eyes and didn't look too good. However, when he thought of his father beside him, he tried his best to put on a smile. "You know the abilities of Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin, and Yu Qigong. It shouldn't be a problem to bring Feng Zi back." Li Yuan nodded. The 3 of them were indeed fierce generals. Each of them could guard an area. It shouldn't be a problem. He thought too much. After some thought, he said, "Erlang is right. It shouldn't be a problem." After he finished speaking, he picked up the wine cup again. However, his slightly trembling right hand betrayed his nervousness. At the same time, White Deer College. A man in plain clothes shuttled through the mountain roads. He looked nervous and looked around from time to time, as if he couldn't wait. When he saw the words, White Deer College, he seemed to be energized and his steps became lighter. In a short while, he reached the entrance of the college. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by a shout. "Stop, who are you? Why are you trespassing into college?" The one who spoke was Wen Xian. This time, it was his turn to guard the gate. However, he didn't expect someone to trespass into the college without saying a word. Naturally, he had to stop him. When a man heard someone speak, he looked over and saw a man in the corner. He cupped his hands and walked forward. "Greetings, senior. I am Bai Ping, a distant relative of Mr. Bo Shi. I'm here to look for Mr. Bo Shi." Looking for Mr. Bo Shi, Wen Xian frowned and circled Bai Ping. "What proof do you have?" Yu Shinan was too famous, and many people came to look for him every day. Therefore, he needed a certificate to prove the identity of the visitor. Otherwise, he would not be able to receive so many visitors every day. When Bai Ping heard that Wen Xian wanted proof, he didn't hesitate. He quickly took out a jade pendant and handed it to Wen Xian. "This is the proof." Wen Xian glanced at the jade pendant and saw a large Yu character engraved on it. Presumably, this was given by Mr. Bo Shi, so he didn't suspect anything. He waved his hand and said, "Go in." "Thank you, senior." Bai Ping cupped his hands in salute. Then, he turned around and slipped into the academy. He had important news to report. He did not dare to waste any time. As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of people reading. He didn't know why, but the sound of reading seemed to have some kind of attraction, pulling him forward. He quickly walked to the door of the classroom and glanced into the classroom. He saw Yu Shinan teaching on the podium. Yu Shinan seemed to have felt the gaze on him. He glanced into the classroom. With just one glance, his expression changed. He casually said a few words in the classroom, then turned and walked out. He looked at Bai Ping nervously and asked, "Why are you here? Did something happen in the palace?" That's right, Bai Ping was a trusted aide he had arranged in the palace. Usually, if there was any important news in the palace, he would be sent out. Moreover, at a large family, the Yu clan had to do these things. If the emperor were to make a move against the clan one day, they would be prepared. Also, he had once held a position in the palace, and many people were his disciples and grand-disciples. Needless to say, the news would spread to his ears. Most importantly, he had arranged for people to stay in the palace for Feng Zi's disappearance. As long as Li Erlang received the news, he would immediately send it to White Deer College. Bai Ping was one of them. Facing Yu Shinan's question, Bai Ping did not hesitate and hurriedly said, "Sir, there is news from the palace. They said that there are clues about President Zhang." "How is it?" Yu Shinan hurriedly asked. Bai Ping glanced at the surroundings. Seeing that there was no one around, he carefully said, "President Zhang is floating towards the grasslands." "What?" Yu Shinan exclaimed. He knew that the grasslands were the territory of the Turks. Why would Feng Zi go there? To seek death? This brat was not usually such a brave person. Moreover, even if the few of them went there to seek death, what was the use? After thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with a conclusion. He continued to ask, "What other news is there? When will Feng Zi return? Also, why did he go to the grasslands?" The series of questions made Bai Ping's mind a little confused. Fortunately, his mind was still agile. After thinking for a while, he replied, "There's no news for now. As for when President Zhang will return, His Majesty did not say. However, His Majesty seems to have written a letter to Lu Guogong and the others. As for what he said, I do not know." Yu Shinan frowned. He was clearly dissatisfied with this answer. However, he also knew that it was not easy to obtain such news from the palace. Therefore, he did not fuss too much. Chapter 1906. However, why did Li Erlang give Chang Yaojin a divorce letter? Could it be that he wanted this guy to find a way to bring Feng Zi back? That should be the case. Li Erlang was also worried about Feng Zi, so he wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Thinking of this, he finally felt a little comforted. However, Feng Zi went to the grassland this time, so it was inevitable that she would be in danger. No, he had to find those old guys to discuss countermeasures. Thinking of this, he glanced at Bai Ping, took out a silver ingot from his sleeve, and handed it over. His eyes were cold. Go back and continue to investigate. If there is any news, immediately inform the old man. Also, today's matter cannot be known to a third person. After saying this, he didn't care about the other party's reaction and turned to walk to the other classroom. Chu Suiliang was teaching in the classroom. When he saw Yu Shernan looking at the door with a gloomy face, he knew that something big had happened. He hurriedly threw down the book in his hand and said to the students, "It's time for self-study." After saying this, he turned and walked out of the door. As he walked, he said to Yu Shernan, "What's wrong? Old guy, this is not a good place to talk. Let's go." Yu Shernan's face was still gloomy. With his hands behind his back, he walked quickly to the other classroom. As he walked, he said to Chu Suiliang, "Let's go separately. Call the other old guys out and gather at Feng Zi's residence in 15 minutes." Hearing this, Chu Suiliang's face changed. He knew that something big had happened. Without hesitation, he walked quickly to the other classrooms. 15 minutes later, in front of Zhang Feng's residence, Yu Shernan glanced at the people in front of him. After confirming that they were all present, he waved his hand and said, "Come in and talk." Although the others didn't know what had happened, they knew from the old guy's face that it was definitely not a small matter. And now, the only one who could be considered a big matter was Feng Zi. Could something have happened to Feng Zi? Everyone looked at each other, and their faces were not good. However, they didn't speak immediately. Instead, they went into the room together. In the room, Yu Shernan sat on a chair and glanced at everyone. "I think you all have guessed that something happened to Feng Zi. What? What happened? What happened to him?" Everyone abruptly stood up from their chairs and looked at Yu Shernan with a look of bewilderment. To them, Feng Zi was their disciple. Now that their disciple was in trouble, how could they, as his teacher, accept this? Especially the old Xiaocai. He regarded Zhang Feng as his disciple and son. Among these people, he couldn't guarantee that he was the one who treated Feng Zi the best, but he could guarantee that he had the deepest feelings for Feng Zi. Now something had happened to Feng Zi. What was he going to do in the future? Yu Shernan could tell what was on everyone's mind. He waved his hand and gestured for everyone to take a seat. Then he said, "Just now, news came from the palace that Feng Zi is floating towards the grasslands." Grasslands? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, they were also somewhat astonished. The first thing they thought of was why Feng Zi wanted to go to the grassland. Then, he thought about how dangerous the grasslands were. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went there? They couldn't understand Feng Zi's actions. In other words, they didn't understand Feng Zi's thoughts at all. However, they were truly worried about Feng Zi. Therefore, the old scholar spoke first. Why did Feng Zi go to the grassland? Why did he go there? The old elementary scholar's question broke the silence in the room, as if pulling everyone back from their deep thoughts. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were focused on Yu Shernan. Yu Shernan frowned. He didn't know the answer to these questions and didn't know how to answer them. However, looking at everyone's anxious eyes, he still said, "Old man doesn't know either." Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed with a trace of loneliness. Seeing this, Yu Shernan continued, "However, news came from the palace that His Majesty had already sent letters to Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing. As for the contents of the letters, we don't know." Letters? Everyone looked at each other, as if a glimmer of hope had been ignited, because they all knew that Li Erlang had always regarded Feng Zi as a brother. Now that he had sent a letter, it must be to save Feng Zi. Thinking of this, Chu Suiliang glanced at everyone and said seriously, "Since His Majesty sent a letter, it must be to save Feng Zi." "That's right." Xueji nodded and stroked his sparse beard. A trace of worry flashed across his eyes. "However, we can't place all our hopes on the imperial court. What if there are people with bad intentions? Therefore, we have to think of a way to save Feng Zi as soon as possible." Hearing this, everyone nodded subconsciously. What he said made sense. Although the imperial court had a powerful army, they were only following orders. It was inevitable that some of them would slack off. This would be a great threat to Feng Zi's life. Therefore, Yu Shernan said, "Old man had the same idea. He asked you to come here to discuss how to save Feng Zi. Now that no one has any objections, how about we send our men to Shenzhou?" Chapter 1907. The old man still has a lot of servants in his family. They're willing to send a team. The one who spoke was Chu Suelyong. He used to be in power and had a lot of disciples under him. With his current family business, it was enough to send a team. The old man will also send a team. Shueji was excited. As a member of a clan, his family was also rich. Yu Shernan was delighted to see that everyone was enthusiastically signing up. He cupped his hands and said, "Then the old man will thank everyone on behalf of Fengzi." Hearing this, everyone was unhappy. Fengzi was their disciple after all. Why should he be thanked? Thus, Shueji said, "What are you talking about, Mr. Yu? Are we not Fengzi's teachers?" Hearing this, Yu Shernan blushed. He lowered his head and inadvertently glanced at the worried old scholar. Curious, he asked, "Brother Zihuai, what's wrong?" The old scholar shook his head, seemingly ashamed. Everyone can send a team, but the old man. At this point, everyone came to a sudden realization. It turned out that the old scholar was worried because he couldn't send a team. In fact, no one blamed him for this, because everyone knew the old scholar's situation. How could he send a lone person? Thus, Shueji patted the old scholar's shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay, Brother Zihuai. Fengzi knows your intentions." Then, he turned to everyone. "Since there's nothing else, everyone can go and prepare. After all, the more time we have, the safer Fengzi will be." Everyone nodded, flicked their sleeves, and left the room. The old scholar was the only one left in the room. In fact, he also wanted to send a team to help find Fengzi, but his situation didn't allow it. Moreover, Fengzi still had a family in Chong, and that he had to take care of. Family? It seemed that he hadn't seen the two girls in a long time. He wondered how they were doing. Well, he could take this opportunity to see the two girls and tell them about Fengzi. Thinking of this, he flicked his sleeves and turned to walk towards the door. He didn't know why, but when he thought of returning to the Zhang mansion, he felt lighter. He arrived at the gate of the academy in a moment. The academy would usually prepare some sedan chairs for these old men. Therefore, the old Xiaocai sat on the palanquin and wobbled toward Zhang mansion. At this moment, the entire Zhang mansion was busy. Ever since the two mistresses returned, the servants who made the cotton-padded clothes seemed to be more energetic than usual, and the output was also high. I wonder if these guys are trying to please the two mistresses? Or was he trying to please the two mistresses? Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu also enjoyed watching everything in front of them. Anyway, there was no harm in increasing the production. Right at this moment, a servant hurriedly ran in. "Ladies, Master Zihuai is here." The old Xiaocai had been to the Zhang mansion before, so everyone in the Zhang mansion knew this amiable old man. At the same time, they also knew that this old man was the master of their master, so they didn't dare to neglect him. Zhang Yuyao was the same, because strictly speaking, the old Xiaocai was the middleman between her and Prince Zhang. Therefore, she hurriedly lifted her skirt and walked towards the door as she said, "Come, let's go and welcome the old master." Now that Prince Zhang wasn't here, as Prince Zhang's fiancée, she naturally had to fulfill the duties of a disciple. Jingshu also understood this and hurriedly followed. Just as they reached the door, they saw the old Xiaocai getting off the palanquin. The two girls hurriedly went up and bowed. "Hello, master." The old Xiaocai nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes, let's talk inside." After that, he raised his head and walked into the mansion with the two girls following behind. When they reached the front yard, the old Xiaocai was attracted by the cotton-padded clothes in front of him. It wasn't that he hadn't seen it before, but it was precisely because he had seen it that he was surprised. When he saw it before, each servant could only make one or two cotton-padded clothes, but now, almost all the servants were making 4 or 5 cotton-padded clothes, and their hands were constantly threading the needles, as if they didn't feel tired at all. Therefore, the old Xiaocai looked at the two girls curiously. "How is the production of cotton-padded clothes now?" Zhang Yuyao stepped forward and smiled. "The production is almost twice as high as before, maybe even 5 times. So good?" The old Xiaocai widened his eyes and looked at the cotton-padded clothes on the floor in disbelief. "I really didn't expect that the production of cotton-padded clothes would increase so much without Fengzi here." After that, He seemed to have thought of something and turned to the two girls. "Come to the hall. The old man has something important to tell you." The two girls looked at each other, faintly ominous, because there weren't many things that could make the master nervous, and one of them was Prince Zhang. Prince Zhang hadn't returned yet. Could it be about Prince Zhang? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuyao lifted the hem of her dress and quickly followed. Jingshu was more rational. She glanced at the servant and ordered, "Immediately pour 3 cups of good tea to the hall, and then make sure no one is allowed to approach the hall." Chapter 1908. With that, she hurried to catch up. In the hall, the old scholar paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, thinking about what to say to the two girls. At this moment, the two girls walked into the hall. Zhang Yuyao stepped forward and asked with concern, "Sir, do you have any news about Prince Zhang?" The old scholar looked at the two girls meaningfully and nodded. "Yes, there's news about Feng Zi, but..." At this point, his eyes flashed with worry. "But Feng Zi is not in a good situation now. I heard that he is floating toward the grassland." "What?" Zhang Yuyao exclaimed in disbelief. As a girl, although she did not know much about national affairs, she knew that the grassland was the hinterland of the Turks. If Prince Zhang went there, would he still be alive? What if something happened to Prince Zhang? What would she do? Thinking of this, she could not help but feel sad. Jing Shu, on the other hand, was different. She was usually more knowledgeable and had a broader vision. The first thing that came to her mind was why Prince Zhang went to the grassland. That was the territory of the Turks. Going there was no doubt that he would die. Prince Zhang would not be so stupid to do such a brainless thing. Therefore, she began to guess in her heart. The old scholar saw that the two girls did not speak and thought that they were too sad. He quickly comforted them. "Girls, don't be sad. Although Feng Zi is floating towards the grassland, he is not in danger for the time being." "Really?" Zhang Yao suddenly raised her head and looked at the old scholar expectantly. Jingshu was also awakened by the conversation between the two. She quickly looked at the old scholar and asked hopefully, "Sir, what's going on?" She had a feeling that there was something behind this. Prince Zhang had no reason to go to the grassland, but she could not figure out why. Now, she could only ask for help from her teacher. The old Xiaocai didn't beat around the bush. He looked at the two women and said seriously, "That's right. There's news from the palace that Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing have gone to rescue Feng Zi. The emperor has also given the order to rescue Feng Zi. The old men on the mountain have also volunteered to send their servants to look for Feng Zi, so you don't have to worry." Hearing this, the two women's hearts finally calmed down. If His Majesty gave the order, Prince Zhang shouldn't be in any danger. After all, the emperor was the most powerful person in the world. If he couldn't save her, then who could? There were also those gentlemen on the mountain. Basically, all of them were highly respected people. If they were willing to help, Prince Zhang wouldn't be in any danger, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuyao finally revealed a smile. "Thank you, sir, for your hard work for Prince Zhang this time. We sisters would like to salute you on behalf of Prince Zhang." After saying this, she pulled Jing Shu and respectfully bowed to the old Xiaocai. The old Xiaocai didn't hold back and accepted the salute with ease. He was Zhang Feng's teacher in name, so he could accept this salute. The two women had just stood up and were about to speak when the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. A servant came in with a cup of tea. Zhang Yuyao looked at Jing Shu and instantly understood. This must have been arranged by Jing Shu. She couldn't help but praise Jing Shu in her heart. Then she looked at the old Xiaocai and realized that after talking for so long, they still hadn't invited him to take a seat. With a guilty expression, she said, "Sir, please take a seat. We sisters have been rude. You've been here for so long, and we still haven't invited you to take a seat." After saying this, she personally picked up a cup of tea and handed it to the old Xiaocai. She bowed and said, "Sir, please have some tea." The old Xiaocai naturally didn't care about such details. Those who could come to Zhang Mansion were naturally family. So he casually found a seat and sat down. He smiled and said, "You're welcome. We're all family." Jingshu nodded and said with a smile, "Sir, you're right." Then the two women didn't stand on ceremony. They both sat down and talked about the cotton-padded clothes in the yard. At the same time, on the main street of Chang'an, there were people coming and going, and it was very lively. Peddlers, servants, and others weaved in and out of the crowd, shouting all kinds of songs. They were like fish swimming in the sea, doing whatever they wanted. There was a dazzling array of delicacies on the side of the street. There were wontons, steamed biscuits, and so on, emitting bursts of delicious aroma. Along the way, there were soldiers walking back and forth. They were wearing armor and holding triangular bayonets. They were extraordinary and added a solemn atmosphere to the street, making people feel intimidated. They were sent by the Ministry of War to patrol. Since the Xuanwu Gate incident, there had been casualties in Chang'an. Li Shimin gathered the ministers for a discussion and thought that it was useless to just stand guard. They had to do something practical. Although they knew that the Xuanwu Gate incident was a farce, they wanted to prevent the same thing from happening in the future. Li Shimin ordered that 12 teams of soldiers would be arranged to patrol Chang and city every day. They would be changed every 2 hours. Although it cost some soldiers, it greatly increased the sense of security of the people. Think about it. If there were any thievery, burning, killing, and looting in Chang and city, the people could immediately report to the patrolling soldiers. In this way, they could stop it immediately. Chapter 1909. Regarding this matter, the people praised His Majesty for being wise. Although the Xuanwu Gate incident happened before, His Majesty had already issued an edict. The people let go of the grudges in their hearts and even secretly thought of His Majesty's achievements. His Majesty did some wrong things, but there was nothing to say about the people. He could always be called an emperor who loved the people like his own children. Thinking of Emperor Yang of Sui, His Majesty could be called wise. There was also the dethroned crown prince Li Jianxin. Even if this guy ascended the throne, he might not do as well as His Majesty. Therefore, the people were still happy to support Li Shimin. Of course, the shoulder-bearer Hu Zi also thought so. At that time, he went to see the edict with his own eyes. His Majesty said it so sincerely, it was obvious that he was sincerely remorseful. Since His Majesty was sincerely remorseful, it meant that he was a wise emperor. Since he was a wise emperor, it meant that his future days would be better. Thinking of this, his footsteps unconsciously became lighter. The corner of his mouth raised, and he shouted, "Steamed buns, good steamed buns, 1 copper coin each." At this moment, a group of soldiers walked over. Hu Zi was delighted and hurriedly went up to them. "Sir, how about a few steamed buns?" The leading soldier stopped and looked at the white steamed buns in front of him. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva and wanted to take it. However, when he thought of His Majesty's order, if anyone dared to take things from the people, their hands would be chopped off or their official position would be removed. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "No, His Majesty's order is not to take anything from the people. Otherwise, your hand will be chopped off." After saying this, he raised his head, straightened his military uniform, and started patrolling again. Hu Zi was a little confused. He didn't expect His Majesty to give such an order, not to take anything from the people. Otherwise, your hand will be chopped off? Wasn't this too strict? However, on second thought, His Majesty seemed to be protecting him. This could prevent the soldiers from filling their pockets while patrolling. Thinking of this, he felt a wave of respect for His Majesty. Fine, no one would eat it. He could sell it for a few more money. Just as he was about to take the load and leave, a shout came. "Hu Zi, Hu Zi." Hu Zi turned his head and saw Zhu Zi running over with a load. He was delighted and hurriedly went up to him. "Zhu Zi, aren't you selling glutinous rice wine near Zhang Mansion? Are you done?" As he spoke, he patted the jar of fermented glutinous rice on the pillar, his heart filled with envy. Zhu Zi, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. He grabbed Hu Zi's right hand and said excitedly, "Let's go to that corner. Lao Tzu will tell you a big piece of news from the Zhang residence." "Big news in Zhang Mansion?" Hu Zi scratched his head and was a little confused. He was about to ask, but found that his right hand was not listening to him. He turned his head and saw that it was Zhu Zi who was about to pull him away. He quickly said, "Wait, I'll go carry the load first." After he finished speaking, he flung Zhu Zi's hand away and picked up the pole in a few strides. He turned around and patted Zhu Zi on the shoulder. "Let's go." Lao Tzu wants to see what kind of big news you have. Zhu Zi didn't waste any time. He held onto the pole and walked towards the corner they had agreed on earlier. After standing still, the two of them put down their burdens and sat on the ground. Zhu Zi looked at the pillar and said with a curious look, "Tell me now, what on earth is going on?" "Let me tell you." Zhu Zi smiled and turned his head to look around. Seeing that there was no one around, he looked at Zhu Zi. "Just now, one of my men said that the thing that appeared in Chang in city a few days ago was made by President Zhang." "What?" Zhu Zi exclaimed and his eyes widened. To be honest, he had been selling steam buns in Chang and city for the past few years. He could be considered a wily old fox. He had heard all kinds of news. It was either that the rich family had married a widow, or that the family's official had his property confiscated. However, this Zhang mansion was a little different. Every time the news came out, it almost shocked Chang and city. For example, in the past, there was an academy, and then there was the braised meat, and so on. There were too many to count. At first, everyone thought that this guy was crazy. But later, when they had a taste of the sweetness, well, it was really delicious. But this time, it was a little too shocking, wasn't it? The hot air balloon last time was actually made by President Zhang. This was a little unbelievable. Therefore, he looked at Zhu Zi with a puzzled look and asked, "Is what you said true? Why do I feel that you are bragging? No matter how awesome President Zhang is, it is impossible for him to go to the sky, right?" Zhu Zi was unhappy when he heard that. He glared at him and said, "This is the news that Lao Tzu found out with great difficulty. How dare you say that Lao Tzu is bragging?" After that, he stared at Zhu Zi and said unforgivingly, "To tell you the truth, not only did President Zhang make that thing that can go to the sky, I also heard that he went to Xingzhou and blew up the Turkic camp." "What?" Zhu Zi jumped 8 feet high. That was 2F* King explosive, wasn't it? Blew up the Turkic camp? How was that possible? Shangzhou was at least a few hundred miles away from Chang'an. How'd he get there? Taking a step back, even if he blew up the Turkic camp, he wouldn't be able to survive. Chapter 1910. President Zhang was not stupid. How could he do such a brainless thing? He felt more and more that this guy was bragging. Therefore, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhu Zi. He asked, "Zhu Zi, are you crazy? Otherwise, why would you say such nonsense? You're the one who's crazy." Zhu Zi slapped Zhu Zi's head and said angrily, "Lao Tzu has a relative who works in the Zhang mansion. I heard this from my relative." This roar instantly attracted the attention of the passers-by. They all looked over. This street was not big, but it was not small either. People often saw each other, so Zhu Zi was also affected. The moment they saw Zhu Zi mention Principal Zhang, quite a few busybodies all gathered around, discussing animatedly. "Zhu Zi, what did you say about President Zhang? Did he go to heaven? Is he an immortal? I heard that people with the surname Zhang were reincarnations of immortals. Could it be that President Zhang is one too?" This brother's words were not groundless. The ancients had been pursuing the path of immortality since ancient times. Even ordinary people could not avoid it, especially during the Sui, Tang, and Northern Song dynasties. Due to the respect of the ruling class, Taoism was extremely prosperous and had a great influence on society. Taoism's philosophy, life-preserving techniques, spells, and regulations were also more perfect. As for why Zhang Feng was an immortal, this was the speculation of the common people. The source was the founder of Taoism, Zhang Daoling. Thinking about it, both of them had the same surname. Now that Zhang Feng had made such a divine object, the crowd could not understand for a while. Naturally, they connected all of this to Zhang Feng. They thought that this Zhang Feng might be the successor of Taoism, or even an immortal on Earth. Of course, all of this was just the crowd speculation and could not be confirmed. Zhu Zi saw that the crowd was getting more and more mysterious, and he could not help but feel satisfied. He glanced at Zhu Zi from time to time, as if to say, "Look, even if you don't believe in Lao Tzu, there are plenty of people who do." Therefore, he scanned the crowd and continued, "I don't know if President Zhang is a god, but..." At this point, he paused for a moment, as if he was deliberately whetting everyone's appetite. Looking at everyone's impatient look, his vanity seemed to have been greatly satisfied. And then he slowly said, However, I heard that President Zhang not only went to Xingzhou to bomb the Turkic camp, but also personally went down to remove one of Xieli's big legs. Everyone's eyes widened. It was as if their breathing had stopped at this moment. At first, they had come with the mentality of watching a good show. After all, everyone was curious about the unknown. However, the more he heard, the more he felt that something was amiss. Motherfucker. Not only did President Zhang blow up the Turkic camp, she even personally charged into the Turkic camp and removed one of Xieli's legs. Initially, when they heard this, they still had a trace of doubt in their hearts. Although many of them had never met Zhang Feng, they had heard of him before. How could they have charged into the Turkic camp? However, looking at Zhu Zi's expression, they didn't think it was fake. In addition, this guy's usual behavior made it even more impossible. Therefore, everyone tacitly agreed in their hearts. Then they thought again. Who was Xieli? He was a hungry wolf on the grassland. Although he ascended the throne smoothly, which of the generals who could unify the grassland was not a fierce general who could fight against 100 people alone? Could President Zhang charge into the Turkic camp? Unless this guy was really a god on earth? Actually, it was really possible. President Zhang had done so many things that humans couldn't do in the past. She might really be the reincarnation of a god. For a moment, everyone was skeptical. They believed that Zhang Feng was a god, but they didn't believe it. They believed it because this guy had done a lot of things that humans couldn't do. They didn't believe it because no one had really seen a god and only heard some legends. Now that this rumor suddenly appeared, no one could accept it. For a moment, complicated emotions intertwined in everyone's mind. They racked their brains but still couldn't get an answer. Finally, a teenager couldn't help but speak. He frowned and said, "Zhu Zi, where did you hear this news from? Is it true? Don't make a fool of yourself." What he said was true. The streets of Chang were crowded. No matter who knew this explosive news, in less than 2 hours, no, in the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the whole Chang city would be abuzz. When Zhu Zi heard this, he was a little annoyed. Lao Tzu had talked for a long time, and you still have doubts. He stood up and glared at everyone. Does Lao Tzu look like a liar? To tell you the truth, I have a relative who works in the Zhang mansion. This news was spread by him. It's definitely firsthand and absolutely true. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and suddenly understood. It turned out that the news was spread by the Zhang mansion. In that case, it was much more reliable. President Zhang really blew up the Turkic camp and took off one of Xieli's legs. If this was true, those Turkic bastards wouldn't dare to come to the Tang dynasty for a few years. This was great news for the Tang dynasty. Chapter 1911. President Zhang had become a hero of the Tang dynasty. In an instant, Zhang Feng's image in the hearts of the crowd grew. A few people even looked up at the sky, trying to find traces of the hero in their hearts. At this moment, Huzi also believed in Zhang Feng's heroic deeds. Just now he was still doubting. Thinking about it, he really shouldn't have. He blushed and said, "I really shouldn't have just now. I've decided to stay at home and worship President Zhang's memorial tablet every day." Before he finished speaking, Zhu Zi slapped him. Memorial tablets are for the dead. If you really respect President Zhang, then set up a deity tablet for President Zhang. Zhu Zi's words were originally unintentional, but attracted a fierce reaction from the crowd. That's right. I also want to set up a deity tablet for President Zhang at home. I also want to set up one. A person like President Zhang deserves a deity tablet. Everyone raised their right hands and clenched their fists. The crowd was excited. They were all from Guangzhou, and the people of Guangzhou had always had a kind of belief that country first, home second. This kind of concept of sacrificing oneself for the country was incomprehensible to ordinary people. This was also the reason why Li Shimin had been recruiting soldiers in Guangzhou. And now, Zhang Feng had rushed into the Tujue camp alone and defeated Xieli. In their eyes, that was the performance of a great hero. They were never stingy to great heroes. Although they were all ordinary people and couldn't take out anything good, they could still offer offerings. So, as if they had discussed it, they all went home to prepare a deity tablet for Zhang Feng. As they walked, they also talked about Zhang Feng's heroic deeds. Soon, the news spread. However, just as it spread, it caused a huge uproar on the streets of Chang'an, because many people didn't believe that the thing flying in the sky a while ago was Zhang Feng. How could a person go up to the sky? This was simply nonsense. If anyone could go up to the sky, then wouldn't they become immortals? Towards these questions, Zhu Zi and the others were a little unhappy. They were people who firmly believed that Zhang Feng was in the heavens. Now that these questions were being asked, wasn't it a slap to their faces? Thus, Zhu Zi and the others started to argue with these people who didn't believe them. For a moment, the streets of Chang'an were divided into two factions. One faction was led by Zhu Zi, who firmly believed that Zhang Feng could ascend to the heavens and attack the Turkic camp. The other faction was led by Fu Gongzi, who did not believe that Zhang Feng could ascend to the heavens. Actually, this was understandable. Many of these rich young masters didn't like Zhang Feng. Why do you have so much gold, silver, and treasures? You're also so talented, and you even have 2 beautiful wives. What about me? I don't have anything. When I get home, my father even compares me to you. Naturally, I feel unbalanced. However, Zhu Zi did not care about this. He pulled the crowd and scolded them. Things like President Zhang being able to ascend to the heavens and President Zhang being awesome. In any case, they just said whatever was amazing. The confidence of some of the rich young masters was greatly damaged. Some even couldn't take it and had to raise their hands and surrender. Only then did Zhu Zi give up and continue to promote Zhang Feng's glorious deeds. Zhang Feng, who was thousands of miles away, knew nothing about what was happening on the streets of Chang'an. At this moment, he was lying on the hot air balloon. His eyes were half closed, as if he was not asleep. Gusts of cold wind blew, causing him to shiver. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and glanced down. What appeared in front of him was a yellow color, as if it was rendered by a painter's brush. It was a little blurry. He rubbed his eyes, trying to see everything clearly. Finally, a cold wind blew and took away a lot of yellow. He saw clearly that there was a desert below. Countless sand and gravel were rolling in the wind. He was a little confused and subconsciously asked, "Where is this? The desert?" Looking at the terrain in front of him, it should be the desert. However, wasn't he in Xingzhou? Why was he in the desert? What the F***CK was going on? He shook his head and tried to remember everything that happened in Xingzhou. After a while, the memory emerged bit by bit. It turned out that after blowing up the Turkic camp, a gust of wind blew the hot air balloon away. At that time, because the wind was too strong, the hot air balloon could not be controlled. They could only wait for death. In addition, they had not eaten and were already hungry. They all fell asleep and slept until now. These were nothing. However, they were now in the desert. Once they crossed the desert, they would be in the territory of the Turkic people. Now, the Turkic people hated him to the bone. If he went there, he would die. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng could not sit still. He stood up and roared at Qing Chumo and the others. "You bunch of reckless dogs, get up quickly. We'll be in the grassland soon." Grassland? Zhang Sun was the first to wake up. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Zhang Feng with a little anger. He joked, "What grassland? Feng Zi, are you crazy? Don't disturb me. I dreamed of eating drumsticks." After that, he turned his head and was ready to sleep again. Zhang Feng could not stand it. He went forward and slapped him. He said angrily, "Why are you still sleeping? If you continue sleeping, you'll die. Wake up quickly." Chapter 19:12. After beating up Zhang Sun, he rushed over. It seemed that he was still angry, and he beat up Chung Chumo and Dugo who were sleeping. "Feng Zi, are you crazy?" Chung Chumo rubbed his sleepy eyes and blurted out. He was already hungry, and he had just eaten braised meat in a sweet dream, but he was woken up by this guy. He was naturally dissatisfied. As for Dugo, he was clearly still sleeping and enjoying. How could he have expected to be woken up? He originally wanted to curse, but when he opened his eyes and saw that it was Zhang Feng, he was a bit scared. He could only timidly ask, "Feng Zi, what are you doing? I just saw the entrance to the lovely spring brothel, and I haven't entered yet." Hearing this, Zhang Feng was furious. At this time, these dogs were still thinking about eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Thus, he pointed at the sky and angrily glared at everyone. He scolded, "You dogs only know how to eat and drink all day. Who knows where we're floating now? Hurry up and think about how we're going to get back." When these words came out, everyone instantly became spirited. Because they had been sleeping all this time, they really didn't know where they were floating. However, looking at Feng Zi's current expression, it seemed very serious. They didn't hesitate and leaned over the railing to check. It didn't matter when they looked, but their legs seemed to not listen to them, and all of them went limp. Where was this? Why was there a patch of yellow everywhere? And there was a sky full of yellow sand? Was the ground also full of sand? They seemed to have never seen this place before. They sat on the hot air balloon, feeling waves of powerlessness coming from their bodies. After a while, Chung Chimo seemed to have recovered. He looked at Zhang Feng and asked anxiously, "Feng Zi, where are we? How do we float here?" When these words came out, Zhang Sun and Dugo also seemed to have calmed down. They nodded in unison. "Feng Zi, what's going on?" Looking at everyone's appearance, Zhang Feng wanted to laugh. Weren't they all very tough just now? Why were they scared now? He originally wanted to scare them, but when he saw the situation in front of him, he decided against it. Thus, he said with a serious face, "This should be the desert. In other words, we are only one step away from the grassland." Great desert. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. They didn't know much about the desert, but when they heard that it was only a step away from the grassland, they couldn't help but shiver. One had to know that beyond the desert was the grassland, and the grassland was the hinterland of the Turks. And he had just blown up the Turkic camp. If he went over now, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death? Thinking of this, everyone quivered and looked at Zhang Feng. "Feng Zi, hurry up and think of a way. If we continue to drift in that direction, we will definitely die." Zhang Feng was originally thinking of a solution, but after being called, he panicked a little. He glared at everyone. "What's the rush? Do you want to die? If you don't think of a way, you'll really die." Chung Chimo looked at everyone and said anxiously, "Now that we are all in the desert, hurry up and think of a solution." Okay, I know." Zhang Feng waved his hand impatiently. In fact, he didn't have any good ideas. When the hot air balloon was successfully made, it didn't have the function of turning. It could only change its direction slightly with the weight, so some sandbags were placed. However, there wasn't any wind now. Even if he threw the sandbags, it would be useless. What should he do? Just as he was deep in thought, a warm wind blew. It was as gentle and delicate as a baby's hand. He suddenly trembled as if he felt a vitality. He quickly raised his hands and carefully felt the direction of the wind. This seemed to be blowing in the direction of Chang'an. That's right, it was the direction of Chang'an. With this wind, they could return to Chang'an. This made him overjoyed. He quickly said to everyone, "Hurry up and throw down all the useless things on the hot air balloon." The only way now was to use this wind to return to Chang'an. However, the weight on the hot air balloon would increase the wind resistance. So the best way was to throw away all the useless things and return to Chang, and as quickly as possible. However, Chung Chumo and the others didn't seem to understand. They looked at Zhang Feng with a confused face. "Why should we throw it away? How many steamed buns are there?" As he spoke, he walked to the package as if he was on a look for the so-called steamed buns. "You dog." Zhang Feng stepped forward and kicked Chung Chumo. He glared at him and said angrily, "The wind is blowing toward Chang'an now. If you don't throw away these useless things, when the wind stops, Lao Tzu will throw you down." Chung Chumo didn't get angry because Zhang Feng kicked him, because he heard something more important. The wind was blowing toward Chang'an. Didn't that mean he could return to Chang'an? Thinking of this, he quickly called Zhang Sun and the others. "You two come quickly. Didn't you hear what Fengzi said? This wind is blowing toward Chang'an. Quickly throw these things down." After that, he didn't care what was in the package and threw it down. Chapter 19:13. Zhang Sunchong and Dugo were not to be outdone. They stepped forward and quickly cleaned up the hot air balloon. All of a sudden, the hot air balloon rose a few meters as the heavy objects were thrown down. At this time, another gust of wind hit. The hot air balloon began to sway with the wind and drifted toward Chang'an. Cheng Chimo was so happy that he jumped up and down. He seemed to have forgotten that he was hungry. Fengzi, how long will it take for us to return to Chang'an like this? He missed the braised meat, roasted chicken, good wine, and the girls in the brothel in Chang'an very much. He couldn't wait to go back to Chang'an. The days in the hot air balloon were really not for humans. There was nothing he wanted, not even a bottle of wine. There were only a few men, and they had stayed there for a few more days. If they stayed there for a few more days, he reckoned that he would be driven crazy. He was not the only one who had this thought. Dugo and Zhang Sunchong also had this thought. Especially Zhang Sunchong. This guy was used to wandering around Chang'an City. He ate, drank, and gambled every day. Although he had changed after meeting Zhang Feng, after experiencing life and death this time, he missed Chang'an even more. He didn't miss anything else but the girls in the brothel. Without me, you must have had a hard time. Don't worry, when I go back this time, I will make it up to you. Thinking of this, his face was full of lewd smiles. Zhang Feng scoffed at all of this, especially when he saw the lewd smiles on everyone's faces. He felt a chill run down his spine. All right, stop having lewd thoughts. I reckon we'll be back in Chang'an in less than 2 days. If the wind gets stronger, it'll be even faster. When everyone heard this, they seemed to be more excited and cheered. The sky seemed to have heard everyone's cheers. A gust of wind blew again, and this time the wind was stronger than the previous one. The hot air balloon kept floating in the air and sped up. Soon, they were out of the desert. Sure enough, as Zhang Feng said, the speed increased when the wind was stronger. A day later, they saw the outline of Chang'an City. This time, Cheng Chimo was surprisingly diligent. He did not sleep. When he saw that Chang'an was already in sight, he quickly patted the sleepy Zhang Feng. Fengzi, we're almost at Chang'an. Wake up quickly. Zhang Feng turned over and ignored Cheng Chimo. He thought to himself, since we've arrived, why are you making such a fuss? Seeing that Zhang Feng did not respond, Cheng Chimo woke up Zhang Sunchong and Du Go. When the two of them heard that Chang'an was here, they immediately stood up and surrounded the railing to admire the scenery of Chang'an. At this moment, they felt that the scenery in Chang'an had never been so beautiful. There was no other reason. This was how they felt after surviving a disaster. People were like this. When there was no danger, they would always feel that everything around them was not pleasing to the eye. However, once they experienced life and death, they would instantly feel that everything around them was so beautiful and even precious. Now, the three of them had such thoughts. They had experienced what they thought was life and death. Now, looking at Chang'an was a new scene. It was as if they thought that Chang'an was their mother, and they had finally returned to their mother's embrace. They looked at each other, and their throats twitched. They hugged each other tightly, as if they were about to cry. At this moment, the hot air balloon suddenly swayed and began to descend rapidly. The three of them seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. They quickly let go and leaned over the railing to look down. It did not matter if they looked down. A strong gust of wind blew from below. It was as if air was being pumped into their faces, causing their faces to distort. Cheng Chimo quickly reached out to steady his face and continued to look down. However, he only saw the surrounding clouds. The objects underground seemed to be moving faster. This scared him out of his wits. He quickly shouted, "Hurry up and think of a way. What do we do now?" After saying that, he strode toward Zhang Feng. However, he realized that he had only taken half a step when his body tilted. He could only shout at Zhang Feng, "Fengzi, hurry up and think of a way." Zhang Feng had not been asleep all this time. He had also noticed the swaying just now. His first reaction was that there was a problem with the hydrogen. His mind was working quickly. Cheng Chimo shouted, which made him angry. "You are so damn noisy." Halfway through his words, there was a whoosh. The hot air balloon suddenly shriveled. Everyone's expression changed because they all knew that the hot air balloon was supported by the air inside. Now that the air had leaked, wasn't that? Therefore, they quickly grabbed the iron wire and tried to find a way to survive. However, how could they withstand the pressure of the descent? The feeling of weightlessness suddenly hit them. Everyone fell to the ground. For a moment, Screams were heard everywhere. It was as if the silent sky had been composed into a wonderful movement. Chung Chumo looked panicked. He stretched out his arm and tried to grab Zhang Sun to give himself some buffer. Zhang Sun was not stupid. He stretched out his arms. Then, Dugo also stretched out his arms. The three of them hugged each other tightly. Zhang Feng was the last to descend. Therefore, he was above the three of them. When he saw the three of them hugging each other tightly and ignoring him, he was instantly furious. He did not care about his unrecognizable face and shouted, "Bastard, wait for me." Chapter 19:14. Due to the airflow and pressure, Zhang Feng's voice was a little hoarse. Fortunately, the three of them still heard him. They reached out and hugged each other tightly. The speed of their descent became faster and faster. Everyone could only feel the cold wind cutting across their faces like knives. As they cried out in alarm, they were getting closer and closer to the ground. At that moment, they closed their eyes tightly, not daring to look down. It was not because they did not dare to look, but because the wind resistance was too strong. They could not open their eyes at all. Finally, a loud bang was heard, and pain spread through everyone's body. Zhang Feng slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed them and scanned his surroundings. It seemed like they had landed, but why did he not feel any pain? He looked down in confusion and saw Chung Chumo and the other two with their tongues out and their heads tilted to the side. They seemed to have fainted. "Ah!" Zhang Feng exclaimed and quickly jumped down from the three of them. Standing on the ground, he realized that the three of them were stacked in the shape of a human pyramid. The unlucky Du Go was at the bottom, Zhang Sun was in the middle, and Chung Chumo was at the top. Not only that, but the appearance of these three fellows had also changed. Their originally fair and clean faces were now bruised and swollen. Their clothes were also full of holes. The good thing was that they still had some haystacks under them. With these haystacks, they should not die, right? But it was not safe. Falling from such a high altitude, who knows, he could not stand still anymore. He quickly went forward and shook them violently. "Iron Bull, De Bing, Worm, don't die. Don't die." After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly reached out to check their breathing. Yes, there was still some breathing. This meant that they were not dead yet. However, why was his breathing so short? Could it be that they were about to stop breathing? His expression changed as he hurriedly roared. As he roared, he shook his head. "Iron Bull, don't die. If you die, that damn father of yours won't let me off. And De Bing, although you're stupid, I can teach you. Don't die. And Buggy, didn't you say you were going to bring me to the brothel? Don't King die." He didn't know if Zhang Feng's roar had an effect, or if these three guys were really lucky, but they actually had a reaction. Chung Chumo was the first to open his eyes. He frowned as if he felt something was wrong. He subconsciously placed his right hand on his waist and cried out in pain, "My waist." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Sun also woke up. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and he was a little out of breath. Trembling, he said, "Is it that bastard is holding down Lao Tzu?" Hearing this, Chung Chumo subconsciously looked down and saw that he was on top of Zhang Sun. He couldn't help but blush. "Bug, it's me." "It's you?" Zhang Sun turned his head and glanced at him from the corner of his eye. He said angrily, "Then why aren't you King coming down? Don't you know how heavy you are?" Oh, Chung Chumo then nodded. Just as he was about to move his feet, he felt a sharp pain in his waist, which made it difficult for him to move. He glanced in front of him and saw Zhang Feng watching the show. He said angrily, "Feng Zi, you're King watching the show? Hurry up and help me down." Zhang Feng smiled and quickly went forward. He chose to ignore Chung Chumo's scolding. After all, this guy was his human punching bag just now. Moreover, now was the time to save someone. How could he have the time to care about this? Chung Chumo was carefully helped down by Zhang Feng. He sat down on the side. Zhang Sun felt a little better. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Feng Zi, help me up too. My waist can't take it anymore." Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something. He asked, "Where's that bastard Dabing?" Zhang Feng chuckled and tilted his head. "Isn't he just below you?" Zhang Sun Chung frowned and glanced down. It really was Du Go. Du Go was still unconscious. His face was bruised and his blood vessels were popping. It looked like he had been pressed down. Zhang Sun saw this, and his expression changed. He quickly asked, "How did Dabing end up like this? He's not dead, is he? He shouldn't be dead, right?" Zhang Feng went forward and looked at Du Go. Then, he looked at Zhang Sun and said jokingly, "If you continue to press him down, he might die." "Ah!" Zhang Sun exclaimed and grabbed Zhang Feng's shoulder. "Quick, help me up." Zhang Feng smiled and quickly helped Zhang Sun Chong up. Only then did Du Go, who was at the bottom, return to normal. "Feng Zi, go take a look at Dabing." Zhang Sun stood at the side and looked at Du Go worriedly. As soon as he said this, Zhang Feng instantly felt that there was true affection between these brothers. It could be seen from this trip to Shang's state. However, just as he was about to save Du Go, Zhang Sun and Cheng Chimo's discussion came from behind him. "If this kid dies, who will pay for our next visit to the brothel?" Oh, that makes sense. It was obvious that Cheng Chimo was the one who had spoken the truth. Chapter 19:15. Zhang Feng turned around and glared at the two before patting Du Go's pale face. "Dabing, wake up. Otherwise, these two bastards will take your money and go to the brothel." "Brothel? What brothel?" Du Go slowly opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Feng smiled. He knew that this guy would wake up once he mentioned the brothel. As expected, he chuckled. "Hurry up and get up." After that, he went forward to support Du Go and prepared to pull him up. Na Cheng's face changed when he thought of this guy. He cried out in pain. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. My waist is broken." He was the one at the bottom of the human pyramid, so naturally, he was under the most pressure. His waist was probably not feeling well at all. Zhang Feng understood, but it was impossible for him not to get up. He still persuaded him. "Chong and City is just ahead. Don't tell me you don't want to go home." As soon as he said that, Du Go seemed to be instantly energized. He glanced at the city gate and pretended to be strong. "Go home. I can do it. Help me up." Zhang Feng smiled. This guy was obviously not that strong, yet he was still pretending. However, his actions were praiseworthy. Without any hesitation, he helped Du Go to sit beside Cheng Chimo and the other man. As soon as they stood still, the three of them seemed to have found something funny. They pointed at Zhang Feng and laughed. This made Zhang Feng confused. Could it be that his clothes were also torn? He quickly checked and found that his clothes were indeed torn. However, he could still wear them. Compared to these three guys, he was much better. He said unhappily, "You guys still have the face to laugh at me. Look at your clothes." The three of them finally reacted. They had been thinking about how to escape and did not look at their appearances. Now that they looked at them, they were really King ugly. Each of them had a bloody nose and a swollen face. There were even straws on their heads. They were just like clowns. In fact, Zhang Feng himself was not much better. Most of his clothes were torn and there was a lot of straw on his head. However, he was not bruised and swollen. After all, he was at the top. After a burst of laughter, Zhang Feng looked at them and said seriously, "Chong and City is close at hand. Let's walk there. I'll treat your injuries when we reach the Zhang mansion." Cheng Chimo nodded. "No problem. Let's go." Just as he was about to get up, a sharp pain came from his disappointing waist. "Ouch, my waist." Du Go was the same. Just as he was about to get up, pain came from his waist. He wailed, "My waist hurts." Zhang Sunchong was a little better. He was in the middle, so his strength was neutralized. His waist was fine, but was a little sore. Therefore, he looked at the two of them with a mocking expression. "You two want to visit a brothel in your current state? I'm afraid you can't even move." Cheng Chimo and Du Go were unhappy. Their faces turned red. They were about to refute when they saw Zhang Sun Chong standing between them. He crossed his arms and said proudly, "Look, you still have to rely on Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu will help you back." Cheng Chimo and Du Go wanted to curse, but when they saw Zhang Sun Chong helping them, they did not say anything. They just lowered their heads and tried to stand up. Zhang Feng could not stand by and watch. He helped Cheng Chimo and Du Go up and walked toward Chong and City. Although the two of them had a sore waist, they were usually in good health. Plus, they want to go home quickly. Soon, they reached Chong and Avenue. However, as soon as they reached Chong and Avenue, they heard some unusual things. They claimed that Principal Zhang had ascended to the heavens and had personally charged into the Turkic camp. There were even some who claimed that Principal Zhang was the reincarnation of a god. There were also some fellows who claimed that Principal Zhang could predict the future and would soon ascend to the heavens. Hearing all this, Zhang Feng's head was about to explode. When did he become so awesome? Reincarnation of an immortal? Pass away and ascend in 100 days? Lao Tzu did not want to die. Who was spreading rumors about Lao Tzu? With doubts and anger, Zhang Feng stopped the passerby and asked, "Brother, why are there rumors about me everywhere in Chang'an City? Who spread them?" "Rumors about you?" the passerby exclaimed. He looked Zhang Feng up and down and said disdainfully, "Do you think you are President Zhang? Do you think a beggar like you can pretend to be President Zhang, an immortal on earth? Huh." The passerby secretly spat and left. Zhang Feng was confused. The whole Chang'an City was spreading rumors about him. How could he pretend not to know a living person in front of him? Was this guy blind? Or was he really blind? Just as he was thinking hard, Chung Chumo's joking voice came. "Come on, look at you now. It's already an honor for people to treat you as a beggar." Zhang Feng suddenly understood. He looked down at his clothes and was speechless. Sure enough, it was human nature to judge people by their appearance. However, he was not such a vulgar person. He looked at Chung Chumo unconvinced. "Lao Tzu is a beggar, aren't you? Why are you talking about this?" Chapter 19:16. Lao Tzu is just angry. Chung Chumo snorted and turned his head to the side. "It was the four of us who went to bomb the Turkic camp. Why did you become the hero when we came back? Why didn't anyone care about Lao Tzu and his brothers?" Zhang Sunchong and Du Go also reacted. They raised their heads to express their dissatisfaction. "Yes, we also contributed. Why didn't we get the same treatment?" Zhang Feng laughed. "It was Lao Tzu who made the hot air balloons, and the gunpowder was also Lao Tzu. When he asked you guys to bomb the Turkic camp, you were all acting like cowards. It was Lao Tzu who held you back. Now, you even turned around and said that Lao Tzu was wrong? It was really King embarrassing him." Thinking of this, he was unhappy. He frowned and glared at the crowd. "All of you, shut up and stay here." After saying that, he ignored the crowd and quickly stepped forward to stop another passerby. However, this time, he was smarter. He did not consider himself as Zhang Feng. Instead, he asked humbly, "Brother, when I first came here, I heard everyone talking about President Zhang. They even said that President Zhang is some kind of god. What's going on?" The passerby glanced at Zhang Feng. Seeing his tattered clothes, he thought that he was a beggar and did not want to answer. However, when President Zhang was mentioned, he seemed to be interested. He pretended to be knowledgeable and said, "If you want to talk about President Zhang, there's a lot to talk about." Back then, President Zhang ran a tavern by himself. At that time, he could not make ends meet and his life was extremely difficult. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was a little speechless. What did he mean by he could not make ends meet? Lao Tzu was not poor at that time, was he? Now, he could roughly imagine that the rumors in Chang'an City were spread by these troublemakers. He wanted to curse, but when he thought of the source and the explosive news behind it, he felt as if his blood was boiling. Being praised by others doesn't seem to be a bad thing, right? Iron Bull and the others didn't even have the chance to be praised. Yes, that was the logic. When others didn't know who he was, it felt so good to hear them flatter him. He comforted himself. He purposely pretended to be humble and listened carefully. Looking at Zhang Feng, the passerby's vanity seemed to be greatly satisfied. He deliberately coughed twice and said with a serious face, "As for who was the first to talk about President Zhang in Chang'an City, I really don't know. After all, there's so many people in Chang'an City. There's no way to find out. But this discussion started a day ago. Also, I heard that President Zhang is an immortal. It's true. Many people in Chang'an City have worshipped President Zhang." "What?" Zhang Feng exclaimed in disbelief. "Worship the deity position? How is this possible?" The deity position was for immortals. He never thought that the people in Chang'an City would be so crazy. The passerby seemed to be very satisfied with Zhang Feng. He looked at Zhang Feng as if he were a country bumpkin. "You don't know about this, do you? People in Guangzhou are bellicose. President Zhang bombed the Turkic camp this time. In the eyes of the people in Guangzhou, he is a great hero. Also, speaking of this, he turned his head and looked around. When he saw that there was no one, he slowly approached Zhang Feng with a mysterious face. Today, I heard that a woman from the Wang clan in Dong City became pregnant after worshipping President Zhang's deity position. You know, this woman from the Wang clan hasn't been pregnant for 3 years. It's all thanks to President Zhang that she is pregnant now. Zhang Feng was stunned. He stood there and didn't know what to say for a moment. Damn it. What did the woman's pregnancy have to do with Lao Tzu? And a woman who hasn't been pregnant for 3 years? This had nothing to do with Lao Tzu. Did these guys think that he was a child giving Guanyin? At this moment, he felt that his head was in a mess. He could only hear a buzzing sound. But at this moment, the passerby leaned over again and said with a smile, President Zhang is so awesome. When I go back, I'm going to let my wife have a try. Maybe she can make my family have children. After that, he turned and was about to leave. Suddenly, he thought of something. He took out several copper coins from the bag and counted them in his palm. He took out several coins and was about to give them to Zhang Feng when he felt that something was wrong. He simply handed them to Zhang Feng and said, I'm happy today. Take the money and go drink with your brother. Zhang Feng was already petrified in place. He didn't react at all to what was happening in front of him. When the passerby saw that the beggar didn't react, he thought that he had made the beggar stupid. He simply grabbed Zhang Feng's right hand and stuffed all the money into it. Then, he flicked his sleeves and left. Zhang Feng was stunned. Cheng Chumo and the others behind him heard everything clearly. They looked at each other and wanted to laugh. But when they thought that Zhang Feng was still standing there in a daze, they went forward and patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. Fengzi, are you okay? Zhang Feng trembled violently. Only then did he recover. What the passerby said just now really made him speechless. How could a woman's pregnancy be related to Lao Tzu? Wasn't this normal? He wanted to vomit blood. He really felt that the people of Chang and were crazy.